Yeah, it's done.
I was in the wrong
Hello.
street. I was like, "Where's
No worries, no
everybody?"
worries. I think we're just going live right now. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the General Strike Summit, Day 3, Part 2. We'll be going from now until 10 p.m. Eastern Time, maybe running a little bit over because we did last night, and nothing wrong with that. So you stick around with us for as long as you can and have the energy and everything to do so. But thank you so much for joining us. We'll as folks join up, we'll get going on this. What we're going to be doing for this next hour is covering some of the general strikes around the country, and we will probably even touch upon some of the general strikes happening around the world, because I think that those are some of the strikes happening around the country, and some of the strikes happening around the world as well. So we should be joined by the Vanguard soon. I just want to, there may have been I hope there's no confusion around the time zone, because we're all in different time zones, and so I hope that there was no confusion around that. Whenever they're ready, whenever they drop in, we'll just pull the Vanguard on. That it will be Zach and Gavin from the Vanguard will be joining us for this segment. So let me thank you, Sabrina, my co-host here, Sabrina, for joining me. How you doing, Sabrina? I know Sabrina just came over from the last stream. Great stream there.
Yeah,
Let's
it's good. It's good. I was just telling them, like, I could talk about this with you guys all day. Like, that hour goes by fast.
Absolutely. The time just absolutely flies on these panels. So we try to, we're trying to get in as much as as much as we can. We'll cover as many of these sort of strike actions as we can. There's so many. There's literally since the beginning of the year, we've had over 178 strikes across the United States alone. That's not even to mention the enormous strikes around the world. The India strikes, the largest strike in human history, over 250 million people at its peak in India. We also had there is an ongoing strike in South Korea. 500,000 workers walked off the job in a general strike. So that is, I think, inspiration for what we're talking about here and now, and what we're here advocating for in the United States, in order to flex some labor power and finally gain some real substantive rights for workers all across the country. So we're gonna start. I want to start just by sharing this map. There's a great tool that you can use. It's called the Labor Action Tracker. If you're interested in just sort of checking out and getting a good bird's eye view of the labor actions around the country. And this is being done by there's a university that it escapes me right now, who is Cornell University is doing this work of tracking the labor actions around the country. And so you can go to their labor tracker. It's at striketracker.ilr.cornell.edu. And it's a great tool to use in order to just sort of get a bird's eye view of all the strike actions going on around the country. And you can see a lot going on sort of in in the East. There's a lot of strikes in the West. Some of the less populous areas, no activity there yet, but certainly these kinds of actions inspire more everywhere. So we saw it happen with the teacher strikes before, and those were by and large wildcat strikes. These are not all organized labor strikes. A lot of these are unorganized labor. It's just folks in their workplaces getting fed up with poor working conditions and saying enough is enough. So this isn't just simply labor. Let's sorry about that. Nope. So this isn't just simply organized labor. This is happening. Sorry, let me get back to that. So this isn't just organized labor. This is also unorganized labor doing, performing these strikes as well. So you can just get a quick bird's eye view, look at what's going on around the.
No, I have to go. I love you.
Hold on one sec. Yep. Let's just get. All right. So, all right. So, I want to start by talking about, getting down to some of the specifics of some of these strikes. There is there was a strike in, I think the first one that we'll look at is there's been a few bus driver strikes going on. There's one in Reno in Sparks, Nevada, that is in ongoing strike. This is actually the third strike in the last 4 months that they've gone on. And so what I wanted to do was just play a quick video clip of what's been going on there. I'll pull that up now, and so that we can take a look. And some of these, these are just people, this specific strike action is about a pay raise. First, I will, while that video pulls up, I'll just show you a quick article on that in order to, just give you an idea of what the demands are for this. So let me see here. So this is just an article discussing it, and this is the Teamsters 533 union. They represent the Regional Transportation Commission, and this is their third strike in 4 months. It started at 11 a.m. Last Tuesday, so just this week, this past week. The union president, released a statement saying that the members voted throughout the day on Monday as they picked up new picket signs and handbills. And again, this is the third strike they've had to go on, the same group, in the past 4 months. And they said that they rejected, a deal that was proposed to them by the corporation. Keolis is the name of the corporation that owns this organization, and they're actually a foreign corporation that owns this bus service, and they offered them 4% increase in pay a year. So they offered them 4% pay increase over the next 3 years each. So 4% a year for the next 3 years. And I just wanted to compare that to the rate of inflation in this country, because a lot of people will say, oh well, 4%, and it's a good, a few dollars more. I mean, when you're talking about these people they started off less than $20 an hour, so it's literally less than $1 an hour increase. And but what really I think highlights it is is the difference between the pay raise being offered and the rate of inflation in the country. Because if your pay is being raised at a rate of 4%, but the cost of goods and services is increasing by more than that, then what you're actually getting is not even a pay raise. You're getting that's a pay decrease over time. All right. So if our pay raises aren't at least keeping up with the rate of inflation, then it's really not a pay raise at all. And so I pulled this up, and this is from Trading Economics, and they are tracking the U.S. inflation rate, and the annual inflation rate in the U.S. All right, in October 21, it surged to 6.2%. Okay, so the rate of inflation now in this country is up on the year 6.2%. That's the projected annual rate based on how much inflation has gone up to this point in the year. And so, this is if for a 4% raise, this actually amounts to about a 2.2% pay decrease for these workers. And if you're not getting any pay raise in your workplace, you need to consider that you're getting a 6.2% pay decrease if you're not getting a pay raise wherever you happen to work at. So, what are your thoughts, Sabrina, on this sort of offer that was made by their corporation here?
Yeah, so it's really interesting because when I think about, I think the standard pay raise here in Massachusetts is like 2%, right? If you're just doing flat across the board. But actually, if you go back and actually look at your compensation report that you get or at your pay stub, you'll notice that that raise really doesn't mean much because the health insurance premiums also increase each year. So you're really not making that much more. Like, this is another reason why we need to have Medicare for all. Once they take out all of those other things, did you really get a raise? And so I think it's important and it's interesting that you brought up the inflation part, because that's so true. Even though you may have gotten a raise from your employer, if inflation is still increasing, you're paying more for goods and services. So you really don't have more money, even though on paper it says that you do. So I think that this is very important. Thanks so much, Kahmali.
Josanna, would you like to, do you have any thoughts on this?
Let me just oh, let me just get into more into the panel, and I'll be ready to comment. We can keep on going.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yep. Awesome. No problem. No problem at all. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna continue to highlight some of the other strike actions going on around the country. So the next one that I'd like to highlight is there's actually a strike with the Jack in the Box workers at in Folsom, California. And so let me show you what's going on here. One sec while I pull this up. And we're also, we just reaching out to Vanguard as well, because I think we just had a slight confusion on time zone differences for the panel today. So they should be joining us soon, everyone. All right. Okay, so Jack in the Box workers have gone on strike, and let me just pull up some of what they were posting about their situation here. So this is again in Folsom, California. And they're on day, I believe this is now, this was posted the 14th. So this is day 2 of their strike now. And this is at Jack in the Box in Folsom, California. And they have gone on strike because a boss of theirs illegally threatened to call ICE, to call immigration enforcement on them for organizing in their workplace. Okay, so they walked off the job in protest. All right, and this is just a few second clip that they have here. I'll play here. So they're in a fight for $15 minimum wage, and they had to walk off. This is a shot of them walking off of the job today in protest after, again, some of them had, were threatened by their bosses to have ICE called on them if they continue to try to organize in their workplace. And I think that, this is some of the threats that, folks that are, undocumented face, where they're that undocumented status. Some people like to try to pit workers against one another and say, well, the undocumented people are coming here, they're taking our jobs. The reality is that they're just workers. They're just people trying to survive, trying to make ends meet. A lot of times they've been pushed out of their homes. Nobody wants to leave their home. If you're, that's where, you have family, you have friends. Nobody wants to leave the place where they grew up, where they were raised, where they were born and raised, where they had their, nobody wants to do that. The reason you're pushed to do that is because oftentimes the conditions that imperialists like the United States have imposed upon your country. All right. So different colonizers, different imperialists will create these situations through the war on drugs, through other economic sanctions and other measures. And then those people become so desperate that they're forced out of their homes, forced out of the place where they grew up, where they have family and friends, and forced to come try to seek a better life in the one place that happens to not have all the wars happening on their soil because of the nature of imperialism. And so maybe Josanna, I don't know if you're ready to jump in and comment yet, but I want to just say welcome as well to Zach and Gavin from the Vanguard. I'm so sorry about and the mix up on.
Oh, that's not your fault, dude. That was us.
Zone.
That was all our fault. Sorry about that, guys.
No.
Really sorry for
I have
delay.
this issue where I always think of my time zone and forget to try to convey time zones whenever I'm talking about time. So I kept on doing this, and I slipped up a few times while scheduling. So I apologize for that. Thank you so much for joining us, Zach and Gavin from the Vanguard. We'll let Josanna comment, and then I'll bring you guys on in.
I think that the threat of calling ICE on the employees is the proof that these sections of power are created to oppress. So the boss can, it's okay with them working as undocumented immigrants. It's just not okay if they're asking for their rights.
Mm-hmm.
So before they decided to confront and ask for their rights, because it's their right, then ICE will be called. So we can see the level, the caucasity, the level of and I'm sorry, this is white supremacy. This comes from white supremacy.
Absolutely.
This is your slave owner calling the slave catchers on you.
Mm-hmm.
We just in another life, in another part of life, in another time. This is back to slavery. This is your slave owner calling on you, slave catchers. So
Absolutely.
it's okay
sorry.
for them. It's okay for them because like when I was undocumented, I also worked 17 hours shift without being paid not even $1 per hour, because I didn't know the laws and I was always scared. So that is okay. But if I walk out and I ask for my rights, then the slave catchers will be called on me. That's the relationship I see here.
Absolutely. For anyone that's not, that thinks that that's hyperbolic in any way, shape, or form, I mean, you literally have ICE currently, right now, today, being sued for slavery because they were found to be, forcing their detainees into slave labor. We already know that this exists in our jails, in our prison system. We know that we have legalized slavery through the 13th Amendment. But we absolutely also have slavery being conducted within ICE. So you can see this article from the Detroit Free Press, like slave catchers of yore, ICE agents face history's judgment. Of course, they have been found to be enslaving the detainees that they capture and force into forced labor. So let's I want to get Zach and Gavin in on this. So we're just talking about different strike actions going on around the country. And here in this example in Folsom, California, we have an example of, threats of ICE detainment for, workers that are trying to organize. Any thoughts? And feel free to, I feel like everybody knows who the Vanguard is that watches FHL at this point, but feel free to please introduce yourselves as well, and talk about what you do on the Vanguard as well.
Yeah, thanks so much, Kahmali. And it's great to see you too, Sabrina. Really glad to be here on the General Strike Summit. And it's been awesome watching the summit so far. So many great speakers, so many amazing conversations going on. So just, 100% solidarity in that regard. And yeah, I'm Gavin from the Vanguard, and that's my co-host, Zach. We're the Vanguard. Yeah, most of you guys probably know us, probably either love us or hate us. But yeah, we do, lefty news commentaries. We talk to people from across the leftist spectrum, have conversations, talk about the news, talk about a lot of lefty drama, etc. But yeah, we're especially excited to be here because even though we cover a lot of drama and stuff, this is what's really truly important. The strikes going on, the union movement, the labor movement rising. That's what's truly, that's what really matters right now. So I'm super excited to be here for this conversation in specific.
Yeah, just echoing what Gavin said, thanks for you guys for putting on this, whole panel, this summit. It's been going on all weekend. It's incredibly impressive. As two guys that host our own show, we know the kind of work that goes into getting one of these things off the ground. So, hats off to you and all of your guys' comrades at FHL. And it's a real pleasure to be here. To pivot back to the topic at hand, which is the, basically, this is a, as Josanna was saying, this is a tale as old as time, right? This is how capitalism works. It seeks to create the most persecuted class and use them as a source for, extracting value and then disposing of them, or finding some new ways, usually imprisonment, to find a new way to make them profitable if they've dissented. As was the case with undocumented individuals. Kahmali, you were painting the clear picture that nobody wants to be put under these conditions. Nobody wants to come here, risk their lives traveling with their family, risk dehydration and deaths, and the brutal weather conditions that happen. This idea that caravans are just some willy-nilly group of people who've decided that they want to go on a trip to the United States is for the birds, right? It's after decades of assault on their liberties in their own countries, putting up puppet dictators, putting up undermining their elections, supplying death squads with ammunition and weapons of destruction, all these kinds of things. And that's a really important place to start, because it helps people understand how we get here. And as you said, it's not hyperbolic. The reason that it's because it's so much more of an issue in this country, the way that the media always will spin it, the way that politicians will always spin it as if it's some sort of the fault of the people who are coming here, is to keep them from having any kind of solidarity with the workers who are already here, right? They become the scapegoat. So you have the white working class, who is the bread and butter of the Republican Party typically, but also a new wave of leftism. And as a way of trying to create division between those two groups of people, you will see that, oh, okay, well, hey, Mr. A white guy, you can have $725 an hour. This guy, only gets $5 an hour. You're all being exploited, but the illegal immigrants are exploited even more. And they always have this looming threat that these modern day slave catchers, as you guys refer to them, are looming over their head. And that's how this system, the United States government protects those corporations like McDonald's, right? That's how they can sell fucking hamburgers and make billions and billions of dollars in profit every year, while still getting away with hiring these individuals that the United States claims are unlawful. That obviously here on the fucking left, we understand that that's not the case, but that's the language that they will use in court. And instead of penalizing these corporations that routinely hire these workers and exploit them, they always just take it out on the workers who are fighting for their most basic, most primary needs to be met. So it's really disgusting. And I guess that was a long-winded way to inject, but that's...
No, I think it was an important injection. And so, yeah, I think that we've seen, constant demagoguery, constant, this divide and conquer is the method of the ruling class, right? They want to divide and conquer. And so it's much easier to defeat us if we're all, divided up along all these different arbitrary lines that they've drawn, race, gender, sexuality, religion. They can constantly demonize one of the minority groups and try to get the dominant groups in society to continue to not band together with those people, to not give up the little bit of the different little privileges that we gain from being a part of different dominant groups, like we're male supremacy in the United States, white supremacy in the United States. You have even a Christian supremacy in the United States,
corporate supremacy. I would argue
absolutely,
as well. And that's especially tied in with the conversation around ICE and immigrants, legal and illegal, because like you were saying, there's this lack of solidarity. There's this tension between the working class of America that feels erroneously that their jobs are being taken by illegal immigrants, when in reality the illegal immigrants have so much more in common with those working class people than either do with the ownership class, who of course is exploiting them both. So instead of banding together on the grounds of we're both being exploited, we're both being fucks, let's band together and demand worker rights universally for people, no matter like you said, Kahmali, and like you said, Zach, they're pitted against each other to keep us divided and conquered.
Yeah, and even that term, illegal, like they to try to label a human being as being illegal, like no, they do this to us constantly, where it's what behavior they choose to criminalize, right? Like there's choices, those decisions get made, and they're not being made in a vacuum. We always have to ask ourselves who are making these decisions, and it's absolutely true that it is the people with all the money and power in society, which is the capitalist class, right? Those are the people that get to make all of those decisions, and who have the capitalist class been dominated by, we went from a system of slavery to a system of capitalism, and we didn't do anything to shift around the wealth that was gained by what we now consider illegal means. We consider it now illegal to enslave a human being, even though not truly in this society, because we know we all have legalized slavery, as we mentioned through the 13th Amendment. We have legalized slavery in these ICE detention centers, as we've already shown here today and discussed here today. But this thing that we nominally claim to be illegal, we have done nothing to try to, expropriate that wealth from those people that gain that through what is now a, you know, technically illegal means, and to redistribute that wealth to the people that actually, you know, did the labor, performed that labor, built this, you know, society for free. So you know, Sabrina, feel free if you wanted to jump in here, feel free to jump on in.
So we were just talking to Jimmy and Max about this yesterday, that like I think it's important for people to know that this is something that's been going on for a long time. Like, yes, we do have a lot of like workers that are on strike right now, but the exploitation has been going on for years. And I'll tell you what I mean by that from a personal level. When thinking of colleges and universities, because I work in higher ed, what they have been doing is the universities are like, how can we find ways to save money, right? So what they'll do is that if someone quits, instead of reposting that job, they will eliminate that staff line. And then they will take the work from that position and they'll dump it on the people who are left. This has been going on for years. This didn't just start with the pandemic, but the pandemic did make it worse. So in turn, the people who are left there, they are even more overworked than they were before. So then those people quit. And every time someone leaves, this is what they'll do. They'll just eliminate the position. They'll dump the work on the people who are left. They don't give that person a pay raise. They don't promote them. They don't change their title. And then those same companies will complain that they don't have enough employees and they can't find people to work there. They're like, we have all these openings, but no one wants to work here. That is not true. That is the narrative that is driven by mainstream media. And they're not telling you that a lot of these companies are just eliminating these positions altogether and they're dumping it on the employees who are left. Meanwhile, at these same colleges and universities, the deans are being paid six figures. You have presidents at universities that are making millions of dollars a year. So the people at the top of these companies have been exploiting the people at the bottom for years. And I think we really got to get that message out there that it did not just start with COVID. It's been going on for a long time. And COVID actually just pulled the cover off of it.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's funny. One, they have a very cutesy name for it as well. It's called lean management. So they came up with a very cutesy name for it. In the wild, one of the, you know, very poignant points that one of the striking nurses made yesterday when we visited. You know, I was down there at the Massachusetts, you know, Nurses Association strike at St. Vincent's Hospital in Worcester, Massachusetts. And one of the things that one of the union negotiators mentioned was that this was the exact tactic that was used against them. You know, in not just during the pandemic, but even before the pandemic, he noticed, and they started to notice that they were slowly pulling, you know, letting workers go. Workers would either retire or, you know, or be let go, and then nobody would come in to replace them. And slowly over time, that work just started to pile up on them more and more and more. And that's why one of the things, you know, their big issue is safe staffing, you know, limits, right? So they want to make sure that safe patient limits, that each staff member is only assigned a up to a maximum number of patients over a certain amount of time, because otherwise it leads to, he said, mistakes. And those mistakes in nursing, he said, were deaths. He said they call them sentinel events, and those sentinel events, and he himself has done, this was Bill, one of the union negotiators, he has done a FOIA request to the you know, to the corporation, the for-profit corporation that took over his hospital and now owns his hospital. He submitted a FOIA request for all sentinel events, including injuries and deaths. He told me about a story about a baby dying, you know, because of, you know, one of the scabs that came in that was not you know, trained enough. They bring in, you know, lower trained people because they're less expensive, right? You have to pay somebody with more experience, more money. And so this was one of the issues that they talked about, specifically with the St. Vincent's nurses strike, was that lean management style of slowly deteriorating the workforce and then turning around and placing all that burden on the remaining workers. So that is, you know, absolutely.
I want to explain the connection between this and the healthcare system, because when you are overworked, you're more likely to be stressed out, right? Because you have more work to do. Stress affects your health. Now, this goes back to the healthcare system, because if you're stressed out, you're overworked, you're more likely to have poor health. That can affect your life expectancy. This is why people who live in places like France and Germany, This is why they live longer than us, because they don't work these hours. When they take a vacation, their vacation is like a month long. They have paid parental leave. They have all these things that we don't have here. So in turn, this is greatly affecting our health. So it's very problematic.
Absolutely. So,
and yeah, and if I could just jump on and kind of couple with your point, Kahmali, you made that point about how lives are lost when, people who are the true professionals, who are the union members, the people who are the trademark, the gold standard for things, is certainly something like healthcare, but it applies across the board. I feel like, there's been a systemic effort to undermine and undervalue work that is done by working class people, and as if it's they call it like unskilled labor or whatever the fuck. All labor is skilled labor. And I'll give you a few examples really quickly. One being the fact that how many days was it into the John Deere strike where they already had an accident that resulted in a fire? There was an ambulance called, I believe. I don't have the fucking sheet in front of me, but there was a real disaster that occurred within a week of the strike. And it's because if you try and have, cheap scabs from your fucking corporate office come down and do this shit, they can't. And it's dangerous because you're dealing with heavy machinery. Everybody needs to know their job. Everybody needs to, be on the same page, and you just can't do something like that in a more, dramatized, more Hollywood, no pun intended, kind of example would be the Rust shooting. It was a big kerfuffle not that long ago when Alec Baldwin tragically shot that poor woman that was shooting a movie. She was the cinematographer. It was a shot right into the camera, Western style. He was supposed to pull the trigger, and, they were supposed to get one of those like Clint Eastwood style shots. Instead, a real projectile came out, shot the woman through her chest and hit the director who was standing behind her in the shoulder. He lived, she didn't. Come to find out, there'd been many union disputes on that set. The armorer was a 24-year-old armorer that they'd used because they didn't want to actually hire a union armorer. A bunch of tragedies like that could be avoided if not for the exclusive eye on the profit, right? And this falls on Alec Baldwin, not because he was the actor that fired the projectile, but because it was his production company that was looking to save a buck everywhere they could, except put on things like his trailer and his paycheck. So anyway, just to echo that.
No. Great points. Absolutely. Those are, prime examples, and really, the things that luckily grab the attention even of the mainstream because of the Hollywood connection to that. I think that but for that, you don't hear about a lot of these sort of, incidents and very much avoidable incidents that happen because of companies, not respecting the, senior, members of the workforce, and instead and there's agism tied to that, of course, as folks get older, and of course there's a financial gain to be had. And I think that's a great segue into the next story that we wanted to cover. And this was actually going on in West Virginia, and specifically with machinery, like you said, having folks that are operating heavy, in dealing with heavy machinery. These are the West Virginia machinists, and they are striking for a fair contract. This article is from October 6th, and this is posted on industrialunion.org, and they said 50 members of Industrial Global Union affiliate, the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, are on strike for a fair contract at Sulzer Pumps in Barboursville, West Virginia. And so these members said that they said they're on the picket line now. They said sometimes you have to take to Main Street to get Wall Street to listen, said one union spokesperson. The machining and foundry workers voted overwhelmingly to reject what the company called a final offer and to go on strike after company management refused to respect rights accrued through long years of service at the company. The company is seeking to hamper seniority rights at the facility that protect good jobs in the Barboursville community. The Machinist District 54 president, T. Dean Wright Jr., said machinist union members at Sulzer Pumps are simply asking for the company to negotiate a fair contract. Our members are taking a stand for their families and their community by demanding this company treat its employees with respect regarding their seniority with their employer. It is our sincere hope that Sulzer management realizes the importance of its dedicated workers. Any thoughts? Anyone want to jump in here on this? Josanna, feel free to. I know that if we haven't gotten to you in a little bit, feel free to. But I'll say, I can definitely speak to this as somebody that works in the tech industry. This is one of the major things that I've noticed in my time working in the tech industry is that I don't get to work with a lot of older folks. It's like they trust me, that people might think immediately, oh well, they're older and so they don't know how to work computers. No, trust me, computer science is a field that's been around for decades. Okay, if Bill Gates, how old is Bill Gates? And he was, he's developed some of the earliest computers that we saw, and the personal computers, we should say, even though they did steal a lot of those, ideas from companies like even Xerox.
Yeah, it was a get rich quick scheme, but
exactly. So and also benefited from being second generation rich kids, because his dad did have money and connections. So but still, the older folks in the tech industry are by and large discriminated against. And one of the things that does is that when you get younger people into the workforce, they unfortunately, through no fault of their own, they don't have as dire a need for certain benefits. And so in the tech industry in particular, they're willing to supplant things like a 401k or a pension with something like ping pong tables, literally, like friggin' literally, so the companies will advertise like, oh, we always keep our fridge stocked full of all the snacks you want, and we got ping pong tables and all these kind of bullshit things that sound like benefits, but really they're it's only because younger folks are not, do not have the pressure of looking out and saying, well, what happens if, with my retirement? Pensions are gone by the wayside at this stage. Did you want to jump in, Gavin?
Oh yeah, I was just going to add that that's such a good point. And one of the, another one of the worst aspects of our country not having universal health care and more universal welfare programs for people, because it does result in that, horrifically cruel ageism in the workplace, where companies refuse to hire more elder members of the community, because essentially it just comes down to they're going to have to pay more for their benefits. Like you said, Kahmali, they're going to have to subsidize their retirement, which is, very costly. And that falls on the back of, businesses, instead of just being paid for by the government like it is all across the developed world. So that's just such a great point, and something that probably doesn't get talked about enough either.
And I just wanted to remind these things, like this quote here in this article, they are just asking to be treated like humans. Yeah. And it's awful that you have to make a whole protest to ask to be treated like human, and then be criminalized because you were asking to be treated like human. And I'm sorry, I will always relate it back to white supremacy, because this is eugenics. Agism, ableism, sorry for my English, racism, this is eugenics. You don't serve as much to make my machine run, so you're ostracized. Mm-hmm. And to be and to be retired, to get to a certain age and be like, I won't work anymore because like I've done my work. It's a private system, because people cannot live on social security. So like people in this country are literally being like asking to be treated like human and not robots. They're put aside when the battery is over. It's just really sad. It's really upsetting.
Yep, it's very Matrixian,
Yeah, I was just going to add, in reference to the ageism, one of the things I noticed a couple years ago is that I started to see more senior citizens working at places like Walmart and Target. And I remember thinking to myself, like, why would they want to? They're like past like retirement age. And one guy was a greeter at Walmart, like I used to see all the time. And I asked him one day, like, hey, don't you want to like retire? And you know what he told me? He said that he couldn't. He was like 80 years old. He said he couldn't. He said he had to work, and Walmart was the only ones that would hire him. Now, not trying to praise Walmart here. They have other issues, but he said they were the only ones that would hire him.
Yeah. And that's, I think, it's something that's so in a country that, claims to praise family values, and care and give a damn about family values, what kind of value is it of ours that we would have our elderly? These are folks who they've put in the work, right? They did all the work, they put in their work, they put in the time, they raise us, they take care of us, right? And we can't even give them some lasting dignity, some time to just retire and enjoy their life. And I've also heard this, another, thing, because, and this is in particular from an elderly person, you know, working at Walmart. And I also asked her, like, you know, why aren't you retired already? You know, you should be relaxing and on a beach somewhere or something, you know, just, you know, sipping mojitos and chilling out. Like, these are the people that took care of us. Shouldn't we be taking care of them? And you know, at this late stage? And you know, one of the things that she said was, one, like you said, she you know, she couldn't afford to continue living on the fixed income that she had. So this is one of the issues with, you know, disappearing pensions in this country, and, you know, people being forced into simply relying on Social Security as their retirement plan. And the other thing she said is that, you know, she didn't have, you know, she felt like she had, you know, she wanted to be around people, you know, and she wanted to, like, you know, be you know, have people to spend time with. And that's a really sad indictment on our society, when, you know, the way we treat our elderly in this country. It's like, you know, my dad, who lives in Jamaica, is like, he would never come to America, because he's like, what y'all do from somebody my age, he's like, you'd lock me up in like an elder care facility and you throw away the key. And that's how we treat our elderly in this society. There was a study that was done because the people in Sardinia were found, you know, this is a country off the coast of Italy, and they were found to have longer life expectancy than anywhere else in the world, and it was by a long shot. And so they went in and they did a study, and they controlled for everything, you know, health care, you know, finances, you know, the economic status of the country versus, you know, local economics. They controlled on climate and weather. And what they found was, the thing that was unique about this, the people in Sardinia, in this region of Sardinia, that caused them to have a higher life expectancy than anyone else, is that they found that 4 to 5 generations of people were living under the same roof there. They never pushed their elderly out. You lived with your great grandparents, you know, all the way down to the great grand, you know, kids. We're all living under the same roof. And because you could have that fostered a sense of community and family that allowed them to step in. And they say it takes a village. And here they had a village right in one single household to help take care of their family. So if anyone wants to jump in, we'll, you know, I'll start pulling up our next story. Feel free to jump in and talk. Maybe Josanna can speak to that, and tell us maybe if it's different in Brazil, if the way that they treat, you know, family is any different, or do you also lock up your family members in elder care facilities, old folks homes in Brazil?
My father. I just lost my mom 3 months ago to COVID.
So
Sorry.
My father, thank you. Let's not go there.
Yeah.
But my father and my mom were married. They were together for 57 years, I think. And my father was starting his early stages of Alzheimer. We take care of him. Like, I'm not there, but like my sisters, they take care of him. He lives with one of my sisters, and that's what we do. We do have a nurse coming in, because that's part of the universal health care. Like, we can have somebody to take care of him. But yeah.
That's a great argument for universal health care as well there, you know, have the at-home nurses, you know, home care nurses.
Yeah, but they come to help. So we stay with our elderly. It's I mean, there are people that do that, but like it's more in the culture. We stay with our elderly.
Yeah. Same in Jamaica. My father is 80. He lives with my, you know, it's what happens is you live with your parents until you reach a certain age, and then your parents live with you, you know, like it just switches. It's like now the home is yours, and now they're living with you at the same place oftentimes, you know. So I think it's just a different. Yeah,
it totally seems like it's a uniquely American thing, the way we treat our, you know, elders and our parents when they reach that age. It seems like pretty much every other country has it figured out that, like, yeah, like you said, Kahmali, they raised us, or they took care of us. Now, you know, when it's their time, we should take care of them. That's such an obvious thing, but in such a, you know, rigidly capitalist country where, you know, people are barely surviving, oftentimes they can't afford to you know, take care of their parents in a proper way when they reach that point in their lives. So it's a financial burden And that's, like you said, Kahmali, just such a contradiction given how much emphasis we pretend to place on family values. It's absolutely ridiculous, and obviously a direct result of the kind of culture that this hyper-capitalist society breeds.
Yeah, and just to jump in, I'm recently given the understanding that this man isn't all he was once cracked up to be, but the point I think still stands. And there's this old Gandhi quote that that you can judge a lot by the way that the society treats its elders. And I think that really rings true here. Somebody put up tragically in the chat that I casually I saw. I think somebody actually put it up on the screen here that the SSI for a disabled elderly person in America is $750 a month. I don't know anywhere where you can pay rent for $750 a month. And I mean, we don't live in New York City. Gavin and I, we live in the Midwest here. We're flyover country boys. We stick it out in Kansas City, Missouri. It's a relatively inexpensive place to live. I hate to say that because this entire whole goddamn country has been bought up and rented out to people for astronomical prices. But even here, that would not be nearly satisfactory for an elderly person to even have a roof over their head, let alone, heating in the winter, among numerous medications that would be necessary. I mean, it almost seems disrespectful to offer somebody that. It's like, here's enough money so that we can say it's your fault that you can't survive. Like, it's that kind of just sinister mindset and mentality that has a capture of our government. It's really despicable.
Absolutely.
It's I was communicating. Sorry, Kahmali. I was communicating with Chris and Ad that will be in our panel later on at 8 p.m. And they were so happy to be invited in. And these are people that are organizing for like 40 years, like organizing strikes and winning strikes and working into the unions and not selling themselves. Like they're my email title was like very clear, non-co-opted union member. So these are like comrades that are on the road way before us, and we can only learn from them. And I don't understand the base for the discrimination. It's horrible.
Yeah, I think I was in a space one time. It might have been the first space that I ever joined, and it was you were in there talking. And some folks were trying to make the argument against like respecting our elderly and including our elderly. And you were pushing back and saying, no, we should still, there's still some knowledge and wisdom, and we don't, we have to still continue to respect wisdom, and that is important. And there are plenty that the older generation can teach us. And you were talking about how, even in Brazil, a lot of the like left wing, people that are coming up, they learn from the older generation, and they value that wisdom that's being passed down. And I definitely think that we have to continue to, I hate using market terms like value, but we should value, things
bourgeois
like that.
Capitalist, Kahmali.
And so the next strike action that I wanted to highlight, and again, there's been over 178 strikes in the United States alone since the beginning of the year. I also wanted to just at least mention that there's again a general strike that is occurring in South Korea. Over 500,000 workers walked out of their jobs in South Korea, and that is a general strike that is not, tied to one specific industry. And I think it's just inspirational for the simple fact alone that that's happening all at once. 500,000 people. I wish that we had that sort of communal spirit still lingering in this country, but I think it's there. It's just it's under there somewhere. We just got to do something to spark something like that. And so I also wanted to just highlight that, sometimes just the threat of a strike is enough to get capital to alter its course. And so we have there was a strike threat at Kaiser Permanente, and 2 days before they and this is a nurses strike, nurses that were threatening to go on strike at Kaiser Permanente, and they averted the strike because capital felt threatened enough. All right, if you scare them enough, they will bow to your demands and of labor. So hospital workers and management, this is in the LA Times. Hospital workers and management at Kaiser Permanente, one of the nation's largest healthcare systems, reached a labor agreement Saturday, 2 days before nearly 32,000 employees were set to strike over a proposed pay system for future hires. And this is very similar to what we heard when Rome was out there speaking with the Kellogg's workers. This was one of the concerns that they had as well, was the two-tiered system of pay that they were trying to implement and impose. Okay, yes, and John Deere. So they had was it just John Deere, or was it also John Deere?
Oh, no, I was just saying that John Deere also had that problem where they're trying to create a two-tiered pension system as well as a two-tiered pay scale, and exacerbate a tiered system that had already been put in place in the 90s when they originally under Clinton, they really gutted the pension system. So if you're, a really old person, like you said, that somebody's about to age into retirement and get screwed in a whole new way, they technically had slightly better benefits than the people that came in after 1997. And they were attempting to, again, kind of split the workforce and give new benefits to people who had come, before X certain date, and then have the new hires that John Deere would then, and then of course they'll find excuses to fire the people who are getting good benefits and whatnot. Like I like to give the example of my grandmother, who, again, shouldn't be working in a country like this. She's an old woman; she should be able to retire, but she worked at Walmart, for like 15 fucking years, and Walmart has this policy where they give you a raise every year. That you work there, if you don't get fired or whatever, you get a raise. And she'd worked there for too long that they felt like they were paying her too much money, so they just let her go for no reason as this old woman. So now that she's in her 60s, she can go look for a new job in the job market in the 2020s. So it's just like, that's kind of the way that the world works.
Yeah, we heard the same thing, out at with the striking nurses at St. Vincent's when their corporation finally came back with a deal, that they were offering. What they offered was to take back 85% of the workers, and the other 15% were just going to have to kiss their jobs goodbye. And that 15% were the highest, were the top tier of workers, which is, that is the most senior of all of the employees. And so these were people that are literally like the union negotiator that we spoke with. He was I think 68 maybe he said, or something, or 60, he was in his mid to late 60s, and he said he was at his he was ready to retire. He said, honestly, when he goes back, he's probably going to go back and then very shortly after that retire. But what they were doing were they were trying to push out the people that were so close to retirement, just to try to squeeze out and push them out before they have to pay out those last little bit of benefits to the people that are most senior in the company. And so here we have it, at Kaiser Permanente. It happened at Kellogg's. They said the same thing. They were trying to create a two-tier pay system, and a lot of those people, it's their kids coming in and working there, right? Because it's those kind of jobs where it's the one big factory in the town, in the city, and so their kids are the next generation, and they're looking at them and saying, those are my, the next generation of my family, and you're going to put them on a two-tier pay system. So I wish that everyone, even when it's not necessarily our family, we should still. And that was the thing about Bill. Bill said he didn't need all of these things, the union negotiator. He said, it wasn't going to really benefit him. He, all the things that they were fighting for, he wasn't going to be the one seeing those benefits. But it was very important to him, he said, to make sure that the next generation not only had those things, but also saw what the importance of the fight was. And he suggested one thing that I thought was a great idea. And he said, why isn't it that as part of your nursing degree, you also had union nurses come in and speak to you to talk to you about the importance of labor power and developing labor power in order to fight for your rights in the workplace as well. So I thought that was also a great point that Bill made. So
I just want to add in,
yep.
I just want to add this real quick in reference to the Kellogg strike, because Trevor from that strike was on earlier this morning. He also mentioned that they're trying to change their health insurance too, that they're trying to reduce that. So the healthcare thing is also a reason why they're striking.
Yeah, and if you give people universal health care, right, that takes away power that the corporation has to try and twist your arm and bring you back to work. I can't even remember who it was. Jonah Furman wrote about it. It was a Catholic run, hospital, and they cut the fucking health care for all of the nurses that were striking. It was like 2,000 nurses lost their health care or something crazy. But anyway, yeah, if you have healthcare is one of the big things that ties people to their job and prevents them from striking, because if I need insulin to live, I'm going to think really hard about getting my health insurance cut off just to strike. And that's how they weaponize your health against you to, exploit the working class. Obviously it's terrible, but.
Absolutely. So we've got a few minutes until we bring on our next panel here. So if anyone has any closing thoughts, just on the topic of these, ongoing strike actions and how, we might be able to tie this to a general strike. I think simply, just talking to striking workers, the sense I got was that just, seeing those other strikes and knowing that those other strikes were going on were a part of the inspiration to keep it going. So if anyone has any closing thoughts, and please, with your closing thoughts, Zach, Gavin, let folks know where they can find you, and if you got anything coming up soon, please.
Yeah, I'll jump in just to say some final thoughts. Just it's super cool to see these strikes exploding across the country. It really does seem like a snowball effect, and it's cool that it's continuing on, throughout the month of November and seemingly onward. So obviously, so much solidarity here at the Vanguard with all the striking workers. It's not easy to go on strike. You really are, facing the threat of losing your job, losing your health care. So this isn't just some, this is a really serious thing that people are doing, and it should be talked about as such. But it's really the only weapon that workers have against their boss is their employment, is their numbers, because we're not at the point yet where corporations and bosses can just automate away the working class jobs. As much as they would love that to be the case, we're just not there yet. They need people, they need workers to do that work. And all that a worker has to use as leverage is their work. So when properly organized, and that's important to say, when properly organized, a strike is really the only real weapon a worker has, that threat, that leverage of your business can't run without me and my comrades, and we have the ability to take away your profits by withholding our labor. So like I said, solidarity to all the striking workers. Really, really cool to see a potential rebalancing going on in this country between the working class and the ruling class.
I think you're muted, Kahmali.
Sorry, Zach. Any final thoughts and what you got coming up?
Oh, yeah. Look, the thing about strikes is they happen in waves, right? If we look back at one of the previous successful strike waves, we had the Red for Ed teachers. The teachers all across the red states. You had West Virginia, Arizona. When one group of teachers unions would wildcat strike, it inspired a lot of other people. So, yeah, I think that's definitely something to be considered. As Gavin mentioned, this is a serious commitment for people. So if you have any means to contributing to your, strike mutual aid fund, these people need food. These people need water. These people need all kinds of things when their payment is stopped. We're all working class people. We understand that your paycheck stops, your living, expenses start to rack up on credit, right? Like nobody has a 6 months of their fucking, work payments saved up, like they teach you that you're supposed to in elementary school, and life will be fine, just be responsible, all that kind of stuff. It's not real. So make sure that you're contributing to people, helping them out. Once we encourage people to strike, we have to support them while they're doing so. Thank you guys for putting this on. It's really incredible. We've been watching over the weekend here at the Vanguard, so anybody that's just tuning in, keep hanging out, and solidarity.
Yeah, thanks so much for having us on, you guys. It was an honor to be part of the General Strike Summit, and great to catch up with you guys, Kahmali and Sabrina. Great to be on the panel with you too, Josanna.
Thanks you so
guys.
much. Thank you so much. All right, well, we're gonna bring in our next panelist. I hope Josanna, I hope you're gonna stick around with me, Josanna, if you can. I think that this would be a great. I think you'll really enjoy this panel. Sabrina, you are absolutely invited to stick around as well. But I know that you've been going, practically all day. So please feel free to take a break, step away for a little bit, take a break. But we're gonna bring in our next panelist. So thank you so much for doing the segment there with us, Sabrina. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Guys. Love you, Sabrina.
All right. Oops, sorry. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna bring in our next panelist. Our next topic is going to be we're going to be discussing dual power, collective economies, worker cooperatives, as an alternative to to a capitalist system. We got some really great guests that I'm super excited about. Some folks that I've had the pleasure and honor of being on panels with in the past, and some folks that I'm going to be meeting for the first time today, but have either followed or seen their work and admire their work. So I'm really excited about this panel. So thank you so much to all of our guests for joining us today. I think we're going to have one more guest joining us soon. So we'll whenever Ken jumps in, we'll also bring Ken on, and we'll just continue the conversation wherever it leaves off at. So first thing that I want to do is to just have everyone kind of introduce themselves to the audience. And so if we could start with Linda Kikivish, I hope I pronounced that right. Correct me if I'm wrong. And so AKA nickname Kiki, but I don't think that I don't think I've gotten to the level of having the ability yet to do nicknames. So hopefully we'll get there. But this is Linda Kikivish. Could you please introduce yourself to the audience, please, and just tell us a little bit about your background and your work?
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me here. It's such an honor. I've been keeping up with the Hampton Leftists for the last couple months, and I'm so thrilled at what you all are doing and watching you grow. And so many of the conversations that you have are conversations that I have in the organizing work that I do. I am a popular educator, mostly on political theory, which means taking a lot of seemingly complex subjects and talking about them in community, whether it's at a public park or a living room or at a farm or at a garden, and then having us all talk about whether it's Marx or Fanon or Huey Newton or the Zapatistas or indigenous philosophy, talking about them in terms of our lives and how we understand them, so that way we can all understand. All of us are philosophers, all of us are intellectuals, and we need that analytical, critical thinking of all of us to be able to figure out what next. So in the organizing work that I do, a lot of it is, it has started by accompanying other struggles, and in particular the Palestine movement, the Zapatista movement, the Black liberation struggle, in particular the beautiful philosophical and struggle, the philosophical work and the struggle, the actual struggle of the Black radical tradition. And I am based in California, in Oxnard. I'm from an undocumented migrant community. Ancestry is Mayan. And so I look a lot at other ideas of how we can live that have been, a lot of them have been extinguished or just suppressed. And then that way we can talk about how to move forward. So in terms of the topic, just on cooperatives, I've helped build two different ones. One is on house cleaning and the other one is in a farm, and both have been in the context of undocumented migrants.
Wonderful. So happy, excited to have you on. So thank you for joining us today. Really excited to have you on this panel. Logan, if you would, introduce yourself to our audience here. I know that you were on a panel earlier, so some folks might already know Logan. Please introduce yourself and talk a little bit about your background and your work.
All right. Thank you for having me. Hi, my name's Logan Grendel. I do a lot of things. I'm podcaster, activist, artist. But the reason that I really was called to be on this particular one is that my primary, my main job is as a dog walker, dog trainer. And I personally changed my business model from a capitalist top-down structure into a horizontally organized one, just because I thought it was the right thing to do. My business was increasing, and it was expanding. And I was like, you know what, if this keeps going, I'm going to enter a territory that I don't feel good about being in. So basically, I changed around the way I did my business, and I was able to make just as much or more money and also be less exploitative of the people who were working for me. So this touches my heart for a bunch of different reasons.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us today, Logan. So excited. I love this panel. I'm so excited. Y'all don't even know. I'm so excited. All right. So Johnny, if you could please introduce yourself to the audience and tell us a little bit about your background as well.
Yeah, I'm excited too, man. This is awesome because so you know, I've always been a socialist. I mean, as early as I knew what that meant in high school and stuff like that. And I always rejected the money, the power struggle of profiteering. But, you know, we always fall into it. And, you know, I grew up in a really abusive, you know, family, sexual abuse, physical abuse, emotional abuse. And when I finally escaped that, and was going through my 20s, I, you know, was abusing myself with alcohol and drugs and things like that. And I was struggling to get along. I finally got my head together. You know, I had a kid. It was time to get things straight. I quit drinking and I started my own business. I used all my construction experience. You know, I had at least a master's degree of experience in building and construction, right? And I had done a deck where I was working as a maintenance in the property, and they had guests over who owned their own house and they wanted their deck done. And it was like that snowballed into me starting my own company. That was in 2007. And I don't know if anybody remembers kind of what happened after that, but in 2008, the housing market crashed. And I was lifting myself up by my bootstraps. I was getting my shit together. I was doing what society said I was supposed to be doing. And I didn't have any loans. I didn't have any kind of credit. I was doing it with you know, I didn't even have a pickup truck when I started. I just had a tool belt. And I was good enough at what I did that my work was speaking for itself, but the market kept it so hard on me that I was only I couldn't grow my business. I could only go from job to job to job. And it was so hard. And I went through, you know, a personal struggle, breakup or whatever. And that kind of pushed me into doing websites and saying, well, instead of having all this inventory and doing this, I could get into consulting people, doing their own businesses, you know, because I was good at the business part of it and doing websites and stuff like that. It was growing. So in 2010, I started learning how to do that. In 2012, I actually started making money at it. And that was like a gold rush, right? So now you have all these people just rushing from all these different areas. It's online. So you're competing with people that are driving labor costs down from around the world and everything else. And you're a gig economist. You know, you don't have any backup of your own. You don't have any security. You're just going from job to job to job. And I found also that I wasn't attracted to helping clients who were after the money, after the profit, after we can, you know, make millions. I was always attracted to the small business owner, the small companies that were trying to, you know, provide a service locally. I hated Walmart. I hated Amazon. I was already there on that. So, you know, that company really became hard to keep going. And then Bernie happened. And I was like, okay, I'm going to invest everything I can into this, you know, into making this happen. This is what the first time we've ever heard anything like this. And then in 2018, I ran for Congress. By the way, everybody, that's where I got my blue check. It's not because I'm rich. People associate that. But they didn't give it to me until like 2019 after I was done running. So it didn't do me any good during the campaign. But after 2020 and after all these experiences, I got so sick of it. I was just so distraught. I wanted to do activism, but I didn't know where to be because I was sick of politics. And I posted something on Twitter about I'm just sick of everything, whatever. And somebody said, you should join our co-op. And the idea was interesting because I always thought if I won the lottery, the big lottery, I would start a co-op to put Amazon out of business. Right? I would go and literally hire all their workers to work in my fulfillment centers and just put them out of business, right? And it'd be a cooperative. But that was the idea. Let's start a tech co-op with a website, a marketplace, and we'll start from the ground up and go. And that actually evolved into one of the people had a business planning company and she needed help. And she was like, I might need to hire somebody on Fiverr. And I'm like, wait a minute, there's 3 of us sitting around here in the co-op that aren't doing anything, you know, and you're busy. Let us pull our resources together. So we quickly put a business together, and it's an LLC, but it's cooperative run, right? So we have a service agreement and we have equal disbursement, but we're taking a part of that of each client that we help, and it's going over to fund the cooperative. The cooperative is Rain Cooperative. We actually got it because it takes a lot to get a cooperative going. I think any of you that started a cooperative, there's a lot of paperwork. You can start an LLC in a day. A cooperative, you got to do a lot of paperwork. You have to have officers. You have to have, bylaws, a mission statement, all this other stuff. And so we finally got that done, and we're in our next steps of bringing in vendors and everything like that. And the purpose behind that is that we are trying to help other people realize that we can build the alternatives to what capitalism is. All capitalism is a principle that exploits the resources in labor. It is not the resources in labor themselves. Verizon Wireless doesn't have to be torn down. It just has to be taken over by the people who own it, the workers. You know what I mean? But people still need the service. We still want people making our clothes, providing us with food and doing so. We still need commerce and markets to exchange things. So we need to start building those things up while capitalism is crumbling down on itself, and maybe help accelerate that crumbling.
Awesome,
right? And
awesome.
so that's kind of where I come from with this whole thing.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that introduction. That was great. And I think speaks a lot to the background of all of our guests here. Again, we might have one other guest join us who developed a ride share cooperative in New York City. So hopefully they will join us soon. Many of you may know Roger Meadows. It's not Roger Meadows, but it's one of his colleagues, Ken. And so we'll hopefully get them in here. Josanna, if you could just quickly, I know everybody pretty much here watching, knows Josanna, but if you could just introduce yourself to the panel, and just tell us what your political, ideology is, because I think it's important and the reason why I wanted to have you on for this panel.
Okay, hi all. My name is Josanna. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm a member of the FHL family. I'm a very proud member of this family. I'm from Brazil, and it's been 8 years I live in the US. My political views are, let's overthrow the empire. I would just change because my headphones just went out of battery.
Hold on, she had to swap out her. I think Josanna's headphones died. It happens to me as well sometimes, and so she has to switch her audio on StreamYard. Unfortunately, it'll take a second. But
Did it work? Can you hear me?
Yeah, nice. Yeah, nice. You're back. Yeah.
I am from. I also believe that. So in Brazil, it's really common to work even as an actor with cooperatives. And I've never seen, I didn't know that there were any in the US. I'm also an anarchist, so I don't believe in any form of hierarchy. And I think that's why Kahmali is saying
yes.
brothers in that belief.
As a fellow anarchist, I definitely wanted Josanna here with us on this panel, because I think that, we're, just so that folks know, and I think that folks will be interested to know that at FHL behind the scenes, one of the things that we've, just begun discussions on, and, one of the things that I knew coming in, the reason that I joined FHL was because I believe wholeheartedly in, I used to have a show called Radical Democracy Show, where I constantly routinely advocated for workplace democracy, for, building cooperative collective economies. And I was unfortunately still not, I was just one person and my partner, and really I wanted to extend it further and to put my theory into practice. And I think that, FHL gives me an opportunity to do that, to be able to be in community with my, fellow comrades who have different political views. We range from, socialist, we have, communists, we have anarchists in our group. But when I work in the tech industry and other places, I work with, people that range from conservative all the way down, liberal, all across, and they're much harder to convince, on something like developing a worker cooperative. So we are, I'm in the process of putting together a proposal at FHL to, I'm a true believer in democratic consensus as a model for democracy, as opposed to something like minoritarian democracy where we have elected representatives, or majoritarian democracy where, 50% plus one get to make the decision and then the other 49% have to just live with it. I believe in consensus democracy where it's not about necessarily unanimity, but it's making sure that everyone can live with the ultimate decision that gets made, and nobody absolutely stands opposed to it or rejects it. And so I'm in the process of putting forth proposals for not just developing us into a worker cooperative and helping to lay out the work that's going to be necessary, but also just as well, also, laying out a model and proposing a model of democratic consensus as the model for decision making that we use within FHL. So, I think that what we talk about here today is going to help, me continue to make that case, to my colleagues and comrades. So, let's start. Linda, if can I call you? Should I Dr. Kikivish? Linda, what should I call you, by the way?
Just Kiki is great. Kiki is my comrade name. Linda is like the government name. So
okay, all right, it's Kiki. It is then. Kiki it is. So Kiki, if you could please just start us off by telling us what your sort of definition of dual power is.
Ooh, I love that question. Yes. I love the question of power, and I think that that's central in talking about cooperatives and in talking about what capitalism is and what patriarchy and racism are. And something that I've learned a lot from accompanying the Zapatistas, and that there's really great political philosophers who've really tried to figure out the contradictions of the left and how not to replicate domination. So they don't call themselves anarchists, they don't call themselves social, although a lot of anarchists love them for sure. Mm-hmm. But the reason they don't use labels is they talk more about structural position and an attitude. So they understand to be left as an attitude against domination. And it can have whatever label in whatever context. What they do instead is they talk about structural position. And there's a really famous communique from the spokesperson Subcomandante Marcos in 1994, when the Zapatistas first revealed themselves to the world. They had an uprising against the Mexican government, which is a very colonial project. Like a lot of these states all over the Americas are colonial projects that are exterminating indigenous peoples. And so so Mexico, being such a chauvinist country, started to try to make fun of Marcos by calling him gay. And instead of saying, "I'm not gay," he wrote back in a communique, "Yeah, Marcos is gay. Marcos is gay in San Francisco, Jewish in Germany, Palestinian in Israel," and then like this whole long list of context, which is so important because like when we talk about Palestine, we really need to take the context of power in play and not replicate this idea that the same thing is happening to our Jewish relatives there than happened in Nazi Germany. So they talk about structural position, about above and below, and the above, and I usually like to do like this kind of diagram where the above is anybody making their lives at the expense of other lives, right? And this can change according to context. So we can have like a white man on the above of a white woman, but in a different context, a white woman is in the above of a black woman. And then in another context, a black woman could be above a black child, in a context of adult supremacy. So everything in context, and really it's about reading how power is functioning. So when thinking about a dual power strategy, if this is the power, the way that power flows in the dominant world, where those of us below, for example, like when we articulate politics with the state system, what we've done is given it our power to do shit for us. So we keep asking it for things, and it has the power to either execute those things, enforce those things, or not, right? And so we're in this situation of power, if we're trying to create a dual power strategy, it needs to not replicate this flow of power. So there's a different flow of power. There are a lot of philosophers, a lot of movements from Spinoza, Nietzsche forward, understand power, like two different kinds of power. There's power over others, and then power to, which is a very different kind of power, which is the power to create in collective, like to disperse power. So a dual power strategy, if we're really going to do something different, it needs to not replicate power over, and instead understand us as like side by side, where power is circulating among us. And so when we look at other, like the Zapatista movement, but also like so many indigenous cultures, peoples in Mesoamerica, like gender, like when we understand gender in the dominant world, we understand male on the bottom, on the top, and female on the bottom, or man and woman. And so then our instinct is to do away with gender, fuck gender, right? what they do instead is that they understand gender this way: male and female side by side, not trying to do like the liberal feminist shit of like trying to dominate men and to like reverse the positions of power, right? And instead allow it to be a lot of fluidity in between. So like gender in Mesoamerican philosophy is very fluid. It's not binary in either or. Go create your other gender if you want. There's always room for everybody, because what is important is the respect of difference. This is the disrespect of difference. That difference is not worthy of me. But here, we're going to figure out how to live in a world where I respect your difference, you respect my difference. And in fact, it's in our differences that we have like our special superpowers that together collectively can really create some shit.
That was so beautiful. Oh my goodness. That was so beautiful. Thank you so much. I just want to like turn the mic. Like, you can just run this for the rest of this panel. Like you just run this. Wow. Like you blew my mind on so many different levels just now. It also reminds me of something that Cornel West likes to point out, which is like the difference between like individuality and like individualism. You know, it's like we should respect people's individuality without trying to be an individualistic society that says you're all by yourself, you're isolated, you know, and trying to, you know, separate people out and section people off so that they're isolated, but rather to embrace people's individuality. In that, I loved, you know, the discussion of power over versus power to. Wow. Just thank you for the explanation, putting in such beautiful terms.
And that is so beautiful. It's Kiki, I want to be your student, please.
Yes, same.
But that is so beautiful,
Seriously.
because there is an essay from Carl Jung that I've been reading. It's been like 2 years, the same piece. But he says something really, it's called the undiscovered self. And he says something really interesting, because he says the man of the masses is what we became. We don't have individuality as in respecting who you are. You just, when you're thrown by the system, do it and just be that. We were talking in the segment prior, just be this robot. You lose the individuality, and you automatically, the first thing you lose is critical thinking, because you're the man of the masses. So everything propaganda feeds into you, you're going to eat it, and you're going to keep that as your truth. So that's so important. Yeah. Then is the below and above. Like you're receiving the information, you're downloading all this information that is always against you. Because with consumerism, we also seem to believe that we are not enough. We need this, that we need to buy all the things, the cream for the hair, for the face, the thing for the lip, the glass, the thing for the hand, the car, the house, right? Like you 40, do you have a car? Do you have a house? Do you have a family, a dog, a backyard? Like all those things, because you are not enough. So individuality is killed.
Exactly. Like there's I'm sorry, someone else wanted to go, but just to add to exactly what you're saying, Josanna, like it really does kill. Like we think about the collective when we think about a community and collective as sameness, and maybe we get that from the Soviet Union or from other ideas of like a left. There's a left from above that does try to impose, and this is like the beauty that Zapatistas have split the left for our conceptual healing, I think. Where that try to impose sameness on everybody. And that's not very different from the dominant world. Like, for example, in order to be an equal citizen, you need to know the language, you need to know the history, you need to achieve a standard. Like there's a sameness that we have to achieve. And that happens in so many aspects of life beyond the political realm. There's also like beauty standards. The minute we introduce a standard of anything, we've already created inequality because people can't reach it until they do, right? And so what a different kind of society could look like is rather than creating a standard, is we begin by we're equal because we're different, right? Not because, you know, we're not trying to reach this. And we're equal because we're different. And in that radical respect of difference that's how we can totally allow our individual selves to flourish, but it's done through this very collective process that allows for that rather than tries to impose one way on everybody.
Yeah, and this is why I think that, I am somebody that has just never quite vibed with the idea of equality versus justice. Like, I want justice, not equality, because it's to ask you equal to what? Equal to whiteness. Like, am I, as a Black person, supposed to desire to achieve equality to whiteness? Like, what makes you think I want to be equal to that? What makes you think I want to adopt all of your culture and disappear my own in favor of it? So, Ken Lewis is joining us. Ken, before I continue, I want to get Logan in on this discussion for sure. But Ken, if you could just please quickly just introduce yourself to the audience here and tell them a little bit about your background and your work, please. And of course, you're joining a panel here on dual power and worker cooperative. So,
Great.
Why are you here on this panel?
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and to your audience. My name is Ken Lewis, and I'm a New Yorker. I'm originally from Grenada in the Caribbean, and I'm one of the founders of the Drivers Cooperative, which basically is an organization that is giving back power to drivers by drivers, and this is what this really is about. As you know, drivers have had a very difficult time in New York City, and we moved the city. And in many ways, we're the last considered in so many things, not just by Uber. I mean, Uber is just the final straw that broke him the camel's back. And so drivers are trying to do a lot more for themselves, and the Drivers Cooperative is one of these organizations.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. And for that introduction. I love the accent. I'm Jamaican, and I feel very at home with my fellow Caribbean, so very much enjoy that and love to hear that. So thank you so much for joining us, Ken. We're going to continue the discussion, and I'll bring you in soon. But I think that the work that you're doing there, we just saw the New York taxi, drivers have to go on a hunger strike in order to try to, just get basic, dignity in there. And, they're burdened with in just an unimaginable level of debt just to get a medallion, a taxi medallion. And so I think that you're absolutely correct. We also highlighted some of the strikes going on around the country in our previous segment from bus drivers, and it's very true that transportation workers, like you said, you move New York, so you're the ones that are this critical piece of getting people to the places they need to go, and that holds a lot of power in it, and so I'm really grateful to have you on here for this discussion, Ken. So I'll bring you in soon. I wanted to know, Logan, if you had any thoughts, any response, on what Kiki said so far, in the topic of dual power, as well as even the topic of gender as well.
There is just so much. I felt like I was in, I don't even like schooling or classes, and I was like, all right, well, if Kiki's gonna be the professor, I'll sit, because that was amazing. Yeah, in terms of everything you're talking about, in terms of the relationship of power, and in the different ways that we replicate power in our world, and how even in our homes, all of us can replicate the dominant power structure, because frankly, it's easy. It's easier to lean into the things that give you adjacency to power, rather than saying no, I'm just going to flip the table, right? That's, besides the fact that I'm a non-binary person, I've always been well, I don't care about any of this. Why is this, and that was the same thing that came to me in business, right? Because I didn't go to business school. I was just this is what I do, and this is the world that I live in. Let me see how I can figure this out. Right. And so I built a business basically just by word of mouth. And, it kept getting bigger and bigger, to a point where I needed to hire people, and I ended up buying and consolidating another business. And all of this I was doing on a shoestring budget, no knowledge of a lot of the ways that business is supposed to work, et cetera, but it's totally possible. And that's one of the things that, like, you know, capitalism and dominant structures do, is that they erase our creativity about how we interact with the world around us. There are options to us, and I acknowledge that there is privilege in being able to even access some of those things, right? But like, you know, there are ways that you can interact with the world that are not exploitative. And so what I did was I saw that when I got to a certain point, I was just taking, you know, I was giving people an hourly rate, right? And then I was like, but I'm charging clients X amount per hour. So like, I'm just raking cream. And I was like, I was actually thinking about spreading to other cities, because I'm based in New York City. Harlem, like the Upper West Side was my area. And I was like, you know what? Let me just give to each of my employees. I'm going to give you the clients that you've been working with. They're your clients. And I'll be the director now, not like the boss. And you know, as the director, like, I still handled the, you know, the website and the promotions and like a lot of the, you know, relations and like expanding the business and giving people all the supplies they needed and the training new people and all that sort of stuff, right? But in terms of the day-to-day operations, they did their scheduling. Those were their clients, and they would give me like a percentage of what, you know, what they were making, but it was like a much smaller percentage than it would have been if they had been my workers. And here's the thing about it. It worked out better for me too. I didn't spend all day quarterbacking. I could actually focus on other things I needed to do. And I could actually, you know, just focus on my own clients, right? So like, and I ended up making more money than I was doing it like the regular capitalist way. And we had better relationships. Now, a lot of it didn't end up working out for just personal reasons and whatever. But to me, it was just an indication of just what is possible, even under this system, without going to, you know, it's like without going to school for things like that. Because that was another one of the things, is that even people who are well-intentioned, they're like, well, you don't have the credentials to do this. And I'm like, no, I don't care about a credential. You know what I mean? And like, the great thing about my business is that you're working with dogs, and it's the thing where it's like people can see if you're consistent, if you're good at what you do, right? So it's the kind of thing where like credentials don't get you that far. But I think that there are a lot more ways that we can do that. You know, my mother gave me a lot of my inspiration, because she had a business, but she also would like put a table outside sometimes and just sell things directly to people. And there's lots of ways that we can interact with this world that are like low key building that kind of dual power and showing people that there are other ways to do the stuff that we're doing now. And also, it's something that we just should have been doing anyway. We have allowed ourselves to, you know, like I said earlier, to lean into our adjacencies to power, right? Like, you know, cis black men lean into their maleness, right? And not into their blackness. And, you know, and white women lean into their whiteness over their womanness, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There are all ways that we can reproduce these systems. And it is important to us, whatever your political ideology, because I don't claim any ideology other than just leftist, because I think that like left, right, ideologically is kind of important in ways I'm sure you all understand. We don't need to go into now. But for me, the most important thing is, what are we really talking about? Are we trying to make things better for the most people possible? And that's one of the reasons that this, you know, like the General Strike Summit to me is so important, because we have no mass power as people. But as I said in the previous panel, it's already happening, right? We're not telling people that you need to strike. We're watching them do it. People are walking away from their jobs. They're just walking away, even if they can't afford it, right? So what we need to do, anyone with any kind of platform, any sort of knowledge, is go, I see what you're doing. That's what we need to do. And I'm going to support you by giving you some theory, by giving you some strategies, right? And, you know, helping to arrange strike funds, et cetera, right? So I've gone on enough, but
no, I in what you said, I mean, we just had another record, you know, month of people, you know, resigning from their work. 4.4 million Americans resigned from their jobs in August. You know, this is after 4 million the month before, 4 million, so people clearly are fed up with the current structures of the workplace. And so we have to start to, I think, offer, different solutions, different alternatives to those structures. And these things aren't, fantasy or fairy tale or, utopian. And even if that were the case, I don't think utopian is necessarily a bad target to have.
Right.
So Johnny, I'll pull you in real quick if you have any thoughts on
dying
power,
here, dude. You just don't even
Lewis.
know. I've got Kahmali's energy, man. So I'm just like sitting here. Ken, it is a pleasure to meet you. You don't know how many people I tell about what you're doing. I don't live in New York. I live in Minnesota, but I use your example. I say, this is an example of you. This is how Uber and Lyft started. They started in the big city, right? They started, I think, in New York or LA or at least a big city. And everybody started using their service. And then they got popular enough. But the only difference is the drivers are going to own it, and it's not going to go to some douchebag that's going to sell, shares on the stock market and screw a bunch of people over in millions and billions of dollars. I mean, it's worth billions of dollars now, and the drivers for Uber and Lyft are getting screwed. DoorDash, all these people. I mean, I hear these young people trying to, and they're making billions off of these apps. And it's screwing over the people who are really doing the work. And so your business model is one of the primary ones I point to. I say, if you live in New York, go use the service. If you use rideshare service, don't use Uber, don't use Lyft, use them. Another one, if you guys want to know, I came to my attention, is called Means TV. It's a Netflix. Yes. Okay. So what we're about at Rain is we're trying to replace Etsy and Amazon, right? The big, the big dream, but mainly giving people that have their own crafts, things like that. And even the Red Beret gals were talking about, if you do your own crafts, start a store at Etsy. And I contacted her. I said, no, tell them to come to Rain. That's what we're doing. We're putting up a platform. And here's the difference in the worker co-op model. Okay. And it touches to what Kiki was saying. On fire, by the way. Oh my God. Because humans, they don't realize, what do we always do? We're always creating idols above us that end up oppressing us. Somebody's got to be a leader above us. And what we're trying to practice in our endeavor is servant leadership. And I encourage everybody to look up that term and what that entails, because what is leadership really? Leadership really is teaching people what you know. That you're sharing knowledge and information, right? And there's nothing wrong with having a sense of guidance in a project. Like you said, Logan, you were kind of pulling the strings to make things happen, and they just went out and did things, and you were able to get more done. That's kind of like a project manager, but you weren't wagging your finger at them, right? You were making yourself available to their needs. That's a servant leader. What do you need from me to be successful? And that's how we start approaching being organizing these endeavors, because you can't just have chaos, people just running around doing whatever they want, or hey, somebody jump in if you want to do something. We realize that doesn't work in our model, right? If you don't have anything to do and you see tasks in Asana, just grab one. People don't do it. So somebody kind of has to kind of nudge people and say, hey, does anybody want to do this? But it can be done in a way that's not demoralizing and that's taking everybody's individual strengths into account. That's the thing that when we're talking about, I always envision this kind of wild education system where people start focusing on their individual strengths much earlier on, and start realizing that a kid that is strong in arts and English and things like that, and isn't really interested in science and math, shouldn't be forced into this box, continuously forced in this box. We should, in a good way, exploit that creativity in them at a much younger age. And when you get into higher levels, like say junior high, they start meeting in a group in morning, like homeroom, where there's 2 or 3 of each strength of student, right? And they're all working on a big project. It could be a community project or something. And you have the science kids, and you have, the math kids, and you have the art kids, and you have the English kids, and they're all going to contribute something, because they all have to. Things have to be written, things have to be drawn. Everybody has to contribute something. And then during the day, they go to their prospective expert fields. And that teacher in there says, okay, what's your group working on? Okay, what's your group? And all of the science kids help all the other science kids work on their projects. And then they go back at the end of the day and they compile it together for that project. And what'll happen is the kids that are not necessarily science kids will be working with the science kids on that project. And if they get interested, they'll be introduced to it and they'll be interested. But you don't have to force it onto them. If they're not interested, leave them the hell alone. Quit trying to make people learn things they don't need to learn. They're good at what they are born to be good at. Everybody has these innate strengths and qualities about them. And if we help cultivate them in society, then we're going to have a much better communication level across the board. And the biggest thing about seeing what happens with the cooperative model of when workers take over things, what's going to happen is, I just wanted to make this point because I knew I wanted to make this point. When workers take over the means of production, like we're talking about in cooperative means, they are able to keep prices down because they're not exploiting for endless profit.
And they're also the ones that are going to be buying the products, right? It's like workers, we have to buy. It's one of what Sheldon Wolin, I think, was the one who pointed out. It was one of the 17 contradictions of capitalism that he pointed out, is this idea that, the capitalist class wants to constantly, increase prices to increase profits. But it's at the expense of the workers who have to be the ones that are ultimately going to be buying all of those widgets. Class. And so,
exactly.
Yes. And I think another point that you made is something that Paulo Freire did a lot of his work on, which is the idea of critical pedagogy, where we dismantle the power hierarchy within the classroom, even where we have power flowing in one direction. Where Kiki was talking about earlier, the power always seems to flow from teacher to student. The teacher is the one being held above. The student is always the one below. And I think that that's a dynamic we could even dismantle. We talk about things like CRT and things like that, but and that's really advanced level stuff. But I think that this is just the concept of critical pedagogy in opening up, because you hear teachers say it all the time, right? Teachers will say the comment, I learn just as much from my students. Sometimes I feel like I learn more from my students than they're learning from me. It's said as sort of a euphemism, but really that is a reality. And I think that we do have, there is a power dynamic that sort of can be dismantled.
I want to go a bit further, and I want to say that we have no profit. A society based only in coexistence, there is no gain. You're not going to gain $10 because you're brilliant in math. You're just going to be brilliant in math. You're just going to be. There's no necessity for profit, because this model where I'm doing something because I'm going to gain something is still imperialism, is still capitalism, is still based on white supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
Communities that are non-white do not exist based in profit. We just are. I will invite Logan over because just I happen to have this meal, and I remember that Logan told me that they were struggling, and I was like, come over, eat with me. Or even not even they were not even struggling, but I just said, come over and eat with me because I have a big tray of food. 5 people can eat from it, and just because we are. So the profit has to come out of the picture as a whole. We existed prior to money, prior to currency. We existed. We coexisted.
There's a place where we still coexist without profit motives and money, and that's in our families, right? Like your mom doesn't make you a meal, and then after the end of the meal, she writes up a bill and then passes it around, and we all have to split the check, right? Like we exist, you do chores in the house, and you don't, you're not, but so there is a place, and that we coexist in that way, and we call it love, we call that love. And so if that's love, then we have to ask ourselves, what this other thing that we're doing everywhere else when we're relating to others, in the workplace and everywhere, based around a profit motive. So I want to, if oh, sorry, did somebody want to jump in there?
Yeah, I just want to say, and you're so you're so right. The idea, the norms that we believe in capitalism have to exist. This has been in terms of mankind history, a very small time. And when you look at the movements around the world, it has been cooperation of peoples. Even the idea they give you of when the Bantusm, for instance, conquered Africa, it was not like the European conquer of going in and necessarily always attacking people. It was bringing your culture. It was actually overpowering, but you brought your culture, you brought your, things to other people. I was born in a cooperative. And in Grenada, I didn't even know that we were poor, because every weekend you would see people helping others build houses. All they would do is cook food and that sort of thing. I've lived in Cuba. I've seen another part of that life. So this individualism and this idea that we have to exist by making profit and making more money off of another man is not always real. In fact, it's just something that has been built up by a system to profit not a 1% now, it's a 0.001% of humanity.
I agree wholeheartedly. And as somebody, I lived in Jamaica, in rural Jamaica. My family's, farmers. I come from a farming family. I lived there for, most of my time in high school. And my father has always existed outside of the capitalist system. He's never had to be employed by anyone. He's never been anyone's employer. And even in times of drought or hardship, we always seem to be able to find something to eat because he's always giving away. There's always a surplus. We lived without electricity and running water, any kind of indoor plumbing. You couldn't save food long enough. So when you have food and you have a surplus of food, you have to give it away. Otherwise, the food's going to rot, and you don't want to see that happen. So you give it away to your neighbors, and then that when you don't have, then one of those neighbors, it just always works out that way. There's always somebody else you can go to and can ask, or just will come and give it to you anyways because they have a surplus of their own. So, Kiki, I wanted to, get you. Oh, sorry.
Right, Kahmali. Sorry, before you pass the word, and I don't want to open this discussion. I know it's super complicated when we're here for other reasons, but that's why I speak against crypto. Because it's not by creating another form of capitalism that we're going to defeat capitalism. It's not by playing with the toys from the white man that created the toys that we're going to defeat it. Right?
Very true. Very true. So I agree as well, as we talked about, I think, in a recent panel of ours as well. So Kiki, I just wanted to let you get in here. And if you have any response to anything that was said, please, by all means. And then, once you wrap up with that, I have another follow-up question I'd like to ask you as well.
Yeah, this is so rich, just from everybody, from Logan, how you were talking about how folks lean into their above positions a lot of the time, and that's actually sadly how a lot of us do organize a lot of our movements. Like, we want to go from here and go above, and what that does is it continues to create these differences, because, like, even if we're people of color, we're Black people or Indigenous people, then immediately if we do that, then we need to say, well, we're the good brown person. I'm the good brown person, not like that bad brown person over there, et cetera, right? So we keep replicating it by leaning into these positions that get us here, even if they're just like in every context, right? Like, context will shift, and some of us in the United States context, we have more tools to go up here than some of us down here. And so that's something like, and when we're talking about intersectionality, maybe it also helps to talk about how in different contexts, some of us can go up here more, be more comfortable here, and then some of us down here have less of those tools. And so then the question of like necessity when it comes to creating another system a lot of time does come from the below. Other thing, something that Johnny mentioned is, what I heard you mention, Johnny, is like just how ingrained it is in us in this dominant society to understand that we can't do things, that somebody else has to do something for us. which is and like Kahmali, like you mentioned, like this is in school. This is we start from school, and also thinking about school and how prominent schooling is in our lives. That immediately introduces us to ranking, whether you're an A student, B student, C, D. And I think this is why there's so much bullying that takes place when we're kids, because we're told that there's a standard that we have to meet. And if we don't meet it, then we need to point to somebody else who's not meeting it in another way and bully them. So like this logic is so prevalent in our lives. And I'm so grateful that y'all are also mentioning examples of where this logic doesn't exist, because I think that that's so important to highlight. Like there's a dominant world where this logic is governed. This logic governs that dominant world. There are also other worlds, and they may be very small and they may be very, very fleeting, but I think that all of us can look for those in our lives in different moments, even if they were very small, and then try to see what was so great about that? How did that work? And how can we intensify it? And in order to do that, though, we really need to undergo a lot of self-love, community love. Like this question of love, I think, is so important, because when we're down in the below and they tell us that we're nothing, the problem becomes when we believe it. When we believe it, and then we really believe that we can't do anything. And what we want to do is go above, or sometimes we want to reverse the positions of that domination. So we're above and we take revenge on our oppressor and make them below. So instead, and this is what's so beautiful about the Black radical tradition, is that there's a long history of philosophizing in the Black radical tradition of how to get out of this whole thing and escape. Like the escaping Maroons, the Quilombos in Brazil, for example, like creating other societies that aren't governed by that logic. Like this is already in our histories. And if we can like dig into them, learn them, see what works, and then see what would work in our context, we would be so much more powerful. And we already have a lot of those knowledges. It really just takes us believing that we can do something else. And I think, again, if we really like look at these stories, like Ken, like you just described, and Kahmali, about how your families like lived in very different ways. Like they're there, we can learn from that. We don't even need to imagine it. It's already possible, it's already done. It's small, but we can strengthen it.
Thank you for that. So well said. So well said. I feel like I really am back in the classroom again, just taking notes. I mean, I got pages full at this point. And so thank you for that. Yeah, I think that before we get into a discussion around, specifically around like some of the processes of developing worker cooperatives, because I do want to get into that and talk about like what are some of these processes, because I think that a lot of folks that are watching right now are folks that, for one, this may be the first time that they're even being introduced to these ideas. I don't think that it gets talked about enough. Oftentimes we're just so stuck. We're up against the wall. Our backs we're backed into a corner, and so the first thing that we're trying to do is just kind of like get our heads above water. And for that, it feels like reformism feels like a lot, like the way to go, because it's like, oh, if we could just get, get these capitalists, to just give us a higher wage, or a few more days off, or, like that's as far as our minds are even allowed to imagine. And so I want us to, hopefully start to have the discussions around what it is, what some of the the process goes into actually developing these cooperatives, and what industries we target and things like that. And so I think actually let's start to shift a little bit, and please, by all means, like if anyone wants to jump in with any last thoughts around dual power and development of dual power. I think that as we talk about building worker cooperatives, I think folks can just keep in mind that dual power, and Kiki gave us a beautiful definition of it earlier, and it's I follow the Black Socialists in America are a group that I follow their work, and I'm a member of the Black Socialists in America, and it's hard to even talk about dual power without highlighting the work that they are doing on dual power. So I'll just do that very quickly. And there is the Black Socialists in America, again, they're a group of they do a lot of political education and developing political education. But one of the other things that they're doing, around this political education is they introduced me to the concept of dual power. I had never even heard the term until I heard it from the Black Socialists in America. And right now they're working on they have something that they call the Dual Power Project, where they've highlighted a lot of different dual power projects that are happening all around the country. Cooperation Jackson is one of them. Symbiosis Rev is doing a lot of work in that space. And I just want to say I greatly, deeply respect the work that they're doing. And one of the things that the Black Socialists in America are doing right now that I've just been observing and just kind of lurking in their spaces and watching them as they do this work is to develop a dual power app that is a building the technology that will hopefully help the rest of us to enable us to and to empower us to develop dual power within the organizations that we exist within, right? Because we need a system when especially as the world becomes more sort of distributed in nature. I do think that there's deep importance to organizing right within our own communities, where we can feel and touch the people that we're working with and alongside. I think that that's deeply important. But as the world becomes more and more online, I do think that we also need tools to make sure that we can allow these things to happen within our organizations. Things like, if your organization grows large enough, how are you going to hold a vote on different measures? If we want to still allow for means of direct democracy, how are we going to hold a safe, secure vote? We had a panel talking about election integrity, and I think that voting integrity will matter, but we need to think about not just about electing officials in a state sort of system, but rather how will voting work within our own organizations? If we're gonna preach things like more democracy, we better be walking the walk and not just talking the talk, and making sure that we're implementing democracy where we actually exist and where we hold power. And so I just want to highlight, I'll pull up, if you visit dualpower.app, you can find links and resources to where you can, any person can join, can follow along, can lend their resources, design work, engineering. I'm a software engineer, which is one of the reasons why I started to get a little bit more involved in this project. But they are completely transparent about the work that they're doing, about developing tools for democracy, things like building democratic consensus. So at dualpower.app, you can see the work of the Black Socialists in America. And I really urge everyone to go there and to check out. They do weekly or bi-weekly, I believe, open design sessions where anyone is invited from anywhere in the community, and you can participate through a process of democratic consensus. And you can learn by doing, what democratic consensus is all about, because they do, again, not just talk the talk and tell other people to go and build democracy, but they make sure that they are implementing democracy in their processes as well. And I think that that's such an important thing. They also don't believe in this idea of elevating so-called organizers or activists above anyone else, right? We're all just people. We don't have to be an organizer or an activist or a worker. Some people are not workers. Some people are unemployed. Some people are homeless. Some people don't have all, those even forms of power. And so we don't want to ignore or exclude those people, and we shouldn't. This is a way to incorporate everyone and put them all on equal footing. And so I really think that the work that they're doing is really important. So I just want to highlight that as we talk about dual power. Check out the work that they're doing, because this is going to allow us to, one, establish ourselves as an organization, so-called, but then also to make sure that within that organization we are enabling democracy right there in the organizations that we exist within. So check out their work. Black Socialists in America, they have a website as well. I think it's like bsa.com. I think you'll find links on the dualpower.app as well. Please contribute, go there, check it out, see what they're doing, because it's really important work, I think. So we're going to shift a little bit because we had 2 hours. So this is the second hour. And so if, as anyone, if we're running too long for anyone and you have to drop out, like totally understand. Let us know if you can, so you can like sign off and say goodbye before you do. Logan, was that a wave that I saw from Logan? Yes. All right. So do you want to just say goodbye to folks there and let them know where they can find you, and if you got anything else coming up, any work you're doing?
Yeah, I'm so grateful to have been on this panel. I've learned so much in such a short period of time. Everything that you have been talking about is speaks directly to me, and more importantly, to like exactly what we need to be doing. You can find me on the internet at Focused on Infinity, or just search Logan Grendel, and I'm sure you'll find something. You'll probably have to search through a lot of different things. I wear a lot of hats, but thank you all, and I look forward to continuing to sing. I'll be on again at 8 to discuss community gardening and all that kind of thing. Much love, everyone.
See you there. All right.
Thank you.
All right. So we'll just continue the discussion, and I think I'll start off with Ken on this one. Can you tell us a little bit about the process that went into establishing this cooperative ride-sharing service? One, just how did you even, how did it get going? Who were the people involved, and what did you have to do in order to establish this?
Okay, I'll try to do it quickly. The taxi industry has been really important for a lot of people, but especially for immigrants coming in to New York City. It's been the way when you come, you find a job, usually in construction or driving a taxi. And it doesn't matter what you did or your educational level in your foreign country. You couldn't just many times come into that job. And it was a way of one generation putting the other generation into the so-called middle class, so you could go to college, you could help your kids go to college so they could eventually be better than you. That changed radically in the 70s, with a lot of things changing, the economy, but in particular when Uber and Lyft came to town in 2011, the model changed radically. And what happened was, whereas you could rent a car traditionally, you had to go get a vehicle. And the vehicle, because of the rating systems in rideshare, rideshare compared to old taxis is like baseball and softball. They look alike, but they're not in the same game at all. So you have the rating system in the rideshare. And so drivers were forced to get cars. So the better cars you could get, and that went from buying a tool, which was really a tool for your job, would cost you minimum $25,000 if you're going to get a Camry, or $90,000 if you wanted to get an Escalade. And many people, and there were these advertisements saying you could make $90,000, bigger billboards all over. And so, coming on the backs of what happened in 2008 when the economy crashed, many people went back into that. In my case, I had kids in college, and it was critical for me to do something else in case the MTA. Just to give a little bit myself, I'm a professional transportation person from NYU and CCNY. I worked at the MTA, was one of the guys that did Accessor Ride and Easy Pass and all of these kind of systems at the MTA. But I have always had connection with taxis, because in our community, like I said, that's where most people are. By 2011, Uber and Lyft came in. Everybody was joyous. We're going to make money. It's going to be different, all of these promises. By 2015, everybody knew this was gone. By 2018, there were 12 suicides. And there were over 12 suicides, over a dozen suicides. This was basically people had taken their family's life saving, went to buy these expensive cars, and found out that they were in fact underwater. They were in fact losing money. People were, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. People were downsizing, and so, for example, you had an apartment with your family when you moved up, when you came in from Yemen or Bangladesh, and then you had to actually downsize, send back your family to the country. Probably a 10-year-old son that was born in New York had to go back with his mother to a country and you didn't know, and you had to take a room just to survive. There were drivers doing things like that in addition to all of the others. So the most common thing among drivers, and I, after 2008 and the crisis, I had started driving again. So I would work at the MTA, finish, and then go to drive. I met a really great community there. And the common talk would be, let's do an app. Why don't we do an app? You know, you're an IT guy. At the time, I was one of the managers of tech and so on, you know, and they would say, why don't you do an app? And I would say, nah, the money is impossible, things like that. But one of my great friends, a driver, who, by the way, would be one always saying that when we waited for passengers outside of Goldman, he would constantly say, we should do this. He was killed actually right on the West Side Highway in November 2017. From then, it was basically trying to make anyone who would listen do this. Eric Foreman, who was at the Independent Drivers Guild at the time and was was in charge of the education level, he said that, look, we can do this, and drivers met, and it came from drivers that we should do this. And so even without an app at the time, we started meeting all through the pandemic, and we actually formed a cooperative. We wanted to start as a cooperative, not as a company. You know, usually you could go a company and then sell later. No, we wanted a cooperative because the cooperative laws in New York are very strict, you know. And that's basically the way it started. So we've been doing trips. We're not really doing a lot of open rideshare trips. We're more doing we don't have the money as Uber to just throw at marketing. So basically, we've been able to raise over $1 million, and we're using a lot of that to do contract trips as now. And eventually, we expect that we should be able to do a lot more and actually start into rideshare.
Wow, that's a lot of money. I'm as somebody that started a software company and only ever raised $10,000 all total.
For
that's
rideshare,
incredible.
for rideshare, the kind of money you are talking about is millions and millions, and
We're
that's what
asking the
Uber
name of the
and
co-op.
Lyft has been able to do. People, yes.
Yes.
Ken, what's the name of the co-op?
The co-op, the brand is Co-op Ride, and it is the Drivers Cooperative. Mm-hmm.
All right. Co-op Ride, you said?
Co-op Ride. That's the app in the App Store.
Okay, nice.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So in as a cooperative, just a quick follow-up. How does the decision-making process work amongst the fellow drivers? How do you make decisions within the cooperative?
Good, very, very good question. In fact, we just had our driver board elections, and we did it online, sent it out to like our I think 1,700 drivers who were eligible at the time, and they're coming back now. And so all our driver board, which was at first just nominated, will in fact be elected by drivers. The way we do that is that we try to. New York has 9 main languages because our community is 91% immigrant. So we try to allow spaces so we would have representatives from all of these communities: Bengali, Urdu, Mandarin, and so on. And we have then some open places on the board where the highest vote getters get, and they will elect their leader, basically. And the driver board is what basically runs the organization. So far, their suggestions is what really management puts into place. Management at the moment, which includes myself and Eric and Alisa, that management was appointed. We were the founders, so we started this. But by I think next year, management itself will be up for voting. And our board includes, of course, drivers and so on. So that's the way the cooperative is run at the moment. But we're young, we're learning, and it's a process.
Okay, wow, that's wonderful. I'll I think it was Roger Meadows, one of your colleagues, who just posted a link where we can see the video that you that you all put together. So I'll share that, and I'll play the video here just so that everyone can see. I haven't watched it yet, but I look forward to seeing what this is, and then we'll get Kiki and Johnny in on the conversation right after this. So let me just play this. And incredible that you raised already almost 14 million from crowdsourcing.
1.3.
Oh yeah, 1.3. Yeah.
Up to 40% of your fare is taken by the company before drivers receive their share of the money. But a new workers' cooperative in New York City is trying to change how rideshares work. Co-op Ride is a new rideshare app that's unique from Uber and Lyft in several major ways. First, they promise lower fares to riders. And second, the app takes a lower percentage out of drivers' wages and delivers the company's profits back to the drivers as dividends. Most importantly, the company offers a part ownership stake for all drivers that sign up.
The power of these companies comes down to a simple choice people make of like, what button do you push when you open up your phone to get a ride? And well, now you can push a different button, which actually helps your community instead of hurting it.
The stakes are high right now for rideshare drivers in New York City. This year, Lyft, Uber, and other allied gig work companies worked closely with New York State lawmakers on legislation that would allow them to continue classifying their workers as independent contractors rather than employees. Though worker advocates have stopped this bill for now, it's clear these companies have their eye on New York. And this level of influence is not without precedent. Nationwide, major rideshare companies have spent hundreds of millions of dollars lobbying to maintain the status quo and have won major victories.
In a very sick and twisted way, Uber and Lyft are taking money out of drivers' pockets and then using it to bankroll a nationwide assault on workers' rights.
That's Eric Foreman, a labor organizer and one of the 3 co-founders of Co-op Ride.
My co-founders are Ken Lewis, who is a longtime driver and transportation management professional in New York City, and Alyssa Orlando, who is a ex-Uber manager who came over to our side.
Co-op Ride is organized through a workers' cooperative, a business model that includes major American brands like Land O'Lakes and Ocean Spray.
In traditional companies, the wealth goes to outside investors, and the decisions are made by a management that's accountable to those investors. And that leads to constant conflict in the workplace. And that's why workers need to organize unions. In a co-op, the business is owned by the workers themselves. And so they make decisions democratically about how it should be run. This simple but profound difference of ownership changes everything else. Uber and Lyft, their outside investors are represented by a board of directors, which hires a management team whose single-minded goal is to squeeze drivers as much as possible and extract as much wealth from them as possible with high commissions, fees, predatory financing deals for vehicles, payday loans, basically every predatory scheme in the capitalist playbook. Uber and Lyft in New York City, there are regulations that force them to pay the minimum wage. So guess what they pay? The minimum wage. With us, we've set our pay rates 10% higher than the minimum wage from the beginning, and if we can go higher, we will. With Uber and Lyft, commissions eat up to 40% of people's paycheck. With the drivers cooperative, the cooperative has a sort of break-even fee, which funds the co-op's operations, and if there's a profit that comes out of that at the end of the year, it just goes back to drivers as dividends.
That notion of sharing profits with workers stands as a stark difference to major rideshare apps. If you've taken an Uber or Lyft recently, you may have noticed that prices have been high. A recent study showed that the cost of a ride was 49% higher in April than it was a year ago. Some recent surges have made prices jump 50% or more. But drivers report they are not benefiting from these higher prices.
Yeah, I've been driving for Uber and Lyft for about 2.5 years. I don't feel included. I don't feel like I'm a part of the community, like of the decision making that affects us.
When I worked for these other apps, it was always a challenge to, to talk to a real person. They don't care about the drivers. They care about the money they're making from you. When you work for Uber or Lyft, you are considered as an independent contractor. How independent are you when they are the one determining their life for you? I'm giving my 100% time to drivers co-op. Why? Because if you have been trying to start your own business, this is it as a driver.
The management are the drivers. The people making the decision are your fellow drivers. The board members are your fellow drivers.
Competing with Silicon Valley and Wall Street-backed behemoths might seem like a daunting challenge, but Co-op Ride already boasts a membership of 2,500 drivers in New York City, and those drivers remain unfazed by the battle ahead.
People might not want to join something like this because they just feel like we're not going to be able to win against the big guy. How would we tackle against Uber? How do we tackle against Lyft?
People say, well, how can you do this? And I have to say, how can you do what? Look around. The transportation in this city has existed for over 100 years, and it's almost always been propelled by the labor of immigrant workers and of working class New Yorkers. So we're not really doing something new. We're doing what working people have always done, which is start businesses to improve their lives.
I'm excited, not nervous. Ownership is everything. If you're going to be working, you want to have ownership in something. I just feel like it puts me in the driver's seat.
Co-op Ride has consumers in mind as well. Part of their strategy is to offer riders lower fares.
We'd be very happy for some competition in terms of paying higher wages to drivers. If Uber and Lyft would like to give over ownership of their own companies to their drivers, we would be happy to compete with them on that playing field as well. All that we need for this to be successful is for New Yorkers to make a choice. Instead of using Uber and Lyft to get around, use Co-op Ride. It's as simple as downloading and using an app.
That is
So
really
simple,
awesome.
man.
So cool.
Oh,
So
I
cool.
love
That's gonna
that.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see that come to my city. I've driven for Uber when I was unemployed. That's awesome. She's in New York. Josanna's in New York. That's awesome. That is awesome. Like, I cannot wait for that to come to my city. I've driven while I was unemployed for Uber and seen the, felt the exploitation, live and direct. So that was incredible. I also love that they mentioned how, this idea of like starting your own business, and with the worker cooperative, like you do, and I feel like one of the things that happens in this, everybody, and Richard Wolff speaks to this sometimes. He says, all the students that he has as a teacher, whenever he asks them, well, what do you want to do when you get out of school? They always say, every single one of them says, I want to start my own business. I want to start my own business. And the reality is that in a capitalist system, everyone can't start their own business. There has to be, in order for a capitalist system to continue to work, there has to be a handful of people that get to be the employers, and everybody else has to be the employees who do all the work for them, right? And so the only model where we all get to be, we all get to own our own business per se, is a worker cooperative model. So I just want to, first bring Kiki into this. If you have any, thoughts off the top, feel free to just, interject any thoughts you have.
Well, yeah, I'll keep mine very brief, and it's mostly just gratitude and excitement to see this. Like, when I was first organizing with the group to create a co-op, that was back in 2009, and it was very, very small throughout the U.S. So I totally hear you, Josanna. Like, what? There's co-ops in the U.S. because it's very common in other parts of the Americas, especially like Argentina and South America. So it's so exciting to see how it's growing, and I can totally see in the video just the look of folks being empowered and realizing that we can fucking do this. Like, and after that, like, you're not the same. You're never the same once you can once you can feel what it's like to be a creator of our world. And I think that's why it's so important for us to look at co-op models, because as long as we have to interact with money in the dominant society, like, how about we organize on that front? So then that way we can also go about creating ourselves anew as these agents of serious change. And also in the process of creating co-ops, I mean, it's not easy in that you're no longer a worker. So you kind of have to take some work home in terms of figuring out these moving pieces that a more managerial kind of person might do. It depends on like the co-op structure. And so it can be very challenging. Working with undocumented migrants and building co-ops, there's a really great challenge precisely of not really feeling that you're capable, especially vis-a-vis those of us who have the more bourgeois skills. And, society has told us that those with the bourgeois skills are what we should all aspire to be, which is just not at all the case. And so it takes a lot of this work from all parties involved to allow us to realize that we're all capable. We all have something to do. And again, I just just that video, just looking at people talking and seeing like those are different people than they were before they started this co-op. And that I think might be the most important thing.
That's awesome. Yeah.
I just wanted to bring up that question, okay. Kahmali. I'm so sorry.
No.
Alex is asking, do the co-op drivers have to participate in the medallion system?
No, the medallion system is for yellow cabs. And so we're mainly in the black car space. And, New York has these different categories. So Uber and Lyft are in the black car space. So that's the space we are in.
Yeah. And I think that, the whole idea of like the medallion, like system, I wish that nobody was oppressed under that medallion system. I wish that they could all, I'm glad that they at least won a small gain with the hunger strike in order to reduce the debt down. The city's going to buy back all the medallion debt and reduce it to 107, cap it out at $170,000, which is, that's double what I paid for my college degree. That's a blue collar job there. And so, and that can't be taken, my education can't be taken away from me the same way that a medallion can if you can't pay that off. So it's very exploitative. And the prices of those medallions are already way overinflated. They should never have cost that in the first place. And in many cases, those prices were bid up by, different hedge funds and other people that were moneyed interests that even bet up the value of that when they auction those off to the taxi drivers. So I want to talk to Kiki about her model for cooperatives, but before I do, Johnny, if you have any quick thoughts that you want to share, about the co-op ride and that model there, I'll let you jump in.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is exactly the point. The reason I share this is because the presentation was great, and this is what we're trying to do in Rain Cooperative. We have Rain Cooperative consultants, and our focus is mainly on, we'll help other businesses right now to get some revenue coming in, but our main purpose is to help people because, like Kiki said, there's not a whole lot of cooperatives around. It's not a common thing to say, hey, you can own your own business if you guys just come together and work together and then make the decisions together. And well, how do you do that? Okay, here's where we come in. So we'll help you. I'm the logistics guy like you. See, come on. In my co-op, I'm the one putting the standard operating procedures together. And how do you post on the website? How do you put a blog? How do you get content? And so you have to put that structure together for people to come in to any organization and say, oh, how does this work? Here's your workers manual. This tells you how do you vote? How do you take part in things? And I like the aspect of the managers getting voted. People don't understand that's how that works. And also people don't understand when we talk about this, that we should clarify that this isn't everybody gets paid the same. Okay. People get paid for the time and effort they put in equally. So everybody in our co-op, because it's a tech remotely run co-op, for instance, would get paid. Now we're working on getting revenue. So this is our projections, would get paid $25 an hour. There may be people putting in 5 hours a week, and there may be people putting in 20 hours a week. Now, if there's any money left over, like he said in the video, then that money gets equally dispersed. The person who worked 5 hours gets 5 hours worth of the bonus amount, right? And it then gets equal based on how much time. Otherwise, it's capitalism, right? So if you have a person working 5 hours and they're making the same amount as the person working 20 hours, that's capitalism. That's what we already have. So it's important when people have these questions. That's what we're here for. And that's kind of where our focus is going to be in our consulting aspect, is getting people to start understanding, like, we didn't incorporate in New York because New York was so expensive and so restricted. And we had a member in Minnesota, and it's much easier. And they had cooperative law in Minnesota. So you want to look at all the different ways and areas that you can start pulling whatever service it is. Start thinking about it, get in contact with some of these people, and start putting your idea to work rather than just being that single sole proprietor like I was. It's so hard to do on your own. You're up against a big machine, no matter what industry you're in. So it takes a village to raise a kid. It takes a village to run any kind of service company. I mean, that's basically what we're doing, right? We're just trying to provide something that other humans find is necessary, and then we're exchanging along the way. And we're trying to do it in a way that's not exploitive and giving money to the people and them hedging like stealing from you and putting it in a hedge fund and stocks and bonds and risking it and making billions of dollars while you're trying to get by just driving people around town, something that they need, So, I mean, I think it's great, and it's definitely a model that like I said, I point to, and people should not be afraid. The other key thing in there is that he said people are afraid. Oh, I can't own a business, and yeah, it's a little more responsibility, but how much more responsible is it than trudging your ass to go work for some asshole that doesn't appreciate you, and you don't even make enough to survive anyway? Put some of your own effort into your own life, and then don't cross that line. Don't turn into the exploiter. Don't say, oh, well, I'm making enough now, I can get a few employees now, because I learned my very first job. I was 15 years old and I got sent to do roofing, and I was getting paid $5 an hour. The guy was getting paid $11 an hour for me. And I learned he was making $28 an hour for all the guys on crew that got sent down to work. And I was like, damn, that dude just sitting there, he's making $28 an hour for all our work. And that blew me. I was 15 years old. That's why I told you I've had this going on for a long time up here.
and I mean, somebody like Jeff Bezos, obviously, I mean, he makes probably about a minute, what his average employee makes probably in a year. So it's much more drastic than that. I think when Johnny talks about somebody working 5 minutes and making as much as other people, I think that's what he's referring to as the extreme inequality of CEO pay versus the rest of the average workers. Okay, so Kiki, if could you tell us about and I want to save some time at the end because you made a really great point when we were just chatting through text that I want to have you make the point on because this is something that I will be definitely a lesson for me. But before we do that, could you just tell us a little bit about like the worker cooperative models? You said that you've worked with worker developing worker cooperatives in both the farming, like in farming as well as housekeeping, I believe. So could you just tell us a little bit about how those, businesses are structured and how they were sort of established and structured?
Yeah, definitely. I'll start with the farming one, which is the most recent one. The farming co-op wasn't actually a co-op at first. It's a nonprofit farm that's been a nonprofit for like 10 years. Created by leftist Christian radicals near my hometown, but had a lot of contradictions in terms of, which is very common with farming, with the divisions between the office work and the field work. And that happens a lot, even like in the most well-meaning, well-intentioned movements. And so there was an uprising at the farm, right? Where when I started, I didn't really know what was going on, but I heard someone say, hey, maybe we can start a co-op. And I was like, oh, well, I have experience. And so we kind of just did it like on an emergency basis where people didn't really know what a co-op was. I thought that people knew, but they hadn't really known. And but it was kind of like, we have to make a decision now. And then later we start, immediately we started to have everybody study up on co-ops, make sure, do we really want to do this? And the way that it was structured is that there was still people who tended the field and tended the office, and not because there was a superiority and inferiority, but it was because that was what everyone's gifts were. Although there was like a concerted effort to have a lot of office people be more with the field and really respect the field, because we know that those of us, again, with these bourgeois skills, and especially in my hometown, which is Oxnard, California, very industrial ag area, that nobody wants to work the land. Like undocumented migrants who work the land tell their children, do not work the land. And so then we start becoming removed and very violently from the question of even relating to Mother Earth, because we think that that's the only way for us to relate. And it wasn't until I started to learn from Palestinian farmers and the Zapatistas themselves about how we can be in relation to land in a very different way. And in fact, it's necessary. And that's when I started to really think about how capitalism functions in terms of the division between human beings and Mama Earth. And so within the farm structure, what we would do is we always have an assembly meeting, which was a meeting where everyone from different sectors would get together and talk about things. We're very conscious to do financial literacy and presentation, and it was the finances that usually do provide the big hiccup when there are these divisions between the manual labor and the office labor. So we tried to make that be very transparent. COVID hit, and we were like essential workers all of a sudden, you know, and so we just kept moving food. And sadly, what happened with that is that we were just moving so fast and so hard that we stopped having our regular monthly assemblies, which I think was very, very detrimental to us, because later on within a year that we would just have like these breaks. And so the co-op is still, or the farm is still organizing itself in a very horizontal way. I'm not sure if it's going to continue being called a co-op. I was just in a meeting earlier today talking about the needs to, you know, the different decision-making models and our desires, you know, people's desires of how everybody wants to be treated. And so with the farming, that's how it was organized at that moment. And the nice thing is that they can continue to shift. The cool thing too is that it being a nonprofit, which is very rare for a co-op, the cool thing is that the board was completely supportive. And the board legally of a nonprofit has a lot of power. And so it really took a conscious decision from the board and from us pushing in community of recognizing, hey, like, yeah, legally that's what it says, but really let's interact in a very different way. So that was a really cool challenge to have vis-a-vis a nonprofit. The other one, the other co-op was 10 years before. It was a house cleaning co-op. And that was actually attached to a rebel organization, like underground, that was trying to make it so that we could have more time away from work. And so we can do more work for autonomy, for the building of our other world. And knowing that having a job, a wage job, it really takes a lot of our time. Like that's what so much of what capitalism does, is it takes our time away from doing something else. And so that was very, very consciously created as a project of this bigger project. And that again was with undocumented migrants and those of us with bourgeois skills who could do the finances and who, like, you know, call, you know, answer the phone whenever someone wanted their house cleaned, and they would have an English speaker, etc. And we would meet quite regularly. We'd meet once a week and we would talk about finances and how things are going. It made it so that the compañeras who had been doing house cleaning work before, like for Molly maids, instead of working 8 to 10 hours a day, they were working only 5 hours a day and making more money. And that was like the point, is like we need to create something so we can have more time to organize, right? And so that's how, and that again, I think that was like the beauty of having it connected with a bigger project outside, right? And then I think from there, like we can talk more about our co-ops inherently anti-capitalist or not anti-capitalist, and how can we make them anti-capitalist. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Yeah, because that's the next thing that I'm gonna you know, that I wanted to have you discuss, because that's something that I've sort of always had this, you know, this belief that, like, okay, cooperatives, that's it, that's all it's gonna take, you know, it's just like that's all we need. Before I do that, I'll just give if anyone has, you know, wanted to respond to anything that Kiki said there, you know, if anyone wants to jump in and respond to anything, feel free to. If not, we can, you know, we can shift gears again.
I just wanted to make one little comment. I know it's probably not hard and fast, but on bourgeois skills, I think it's really skills, because I think in fact it's the technology and the new application of digital media and everything else that's going to spur this cooperative movement. Because I think there is really a great possibility for co-ops to form, because you don't necessarily need the middleman. What has been coming up is because workers can do their own business within capitalism, but it would have been very difficult because you always needed this broker in the middle.
Yeah.
And so the brokers who were basically middlemen, I mean, that's how the big cooperatives like Land O'Lakes, Butter, and so on, that's how they formed. The middlemen who were selling all of their milk, and they would take it and then sell it, came one day and said, look, the industry is not giving enough money for us to do this anymore. So the farmers had them to do it. And yes, they're not worker cooperatives, but that is it. It's about cutting out this middle layer that basically just takes additional profit and putting this back into yourself. So I think the concept of platform co-ops is really possible, and it's something that really can build a lot in the developed countries as opposed to the natural cooperatives which form in many of the underdeveloped and poorer world.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that I just want to put this joke out there because Kiki, I know where you're coming from when you say the bushcraft skills. Because like today I was taking a shower and I was like, dude, all the languages I speak are the language of the colonizer.
Yeah.
All of us. I speak very little Yoruba, nothing of Mashakali, but I do speak very fluent English, Portuguese, Spanish, and French. And I'm like, why?
I had that realization recently when I was thinking about I think I might have been watching a movie or something like that. I think that recently came out as like one of these like animated movies or something like that, and I was like, oh, that's so good that they're doing Spanish speaking in this movie. But my partner made the much better point that was like, no, the Spanish is still a language of the colonizer, and they're actually using like ancient Mayan like like aesthetics, and yet they have these people speaking Spanish over it. It's like on Netflix right now. It was what's her name? Zoe Saldana's in it, who I have a whole host of issues with because she's one of these like, oh, color blindness, people.
Yeah,
even though she played like Nina Simone. Yeah, Nina Simone, but yet she's like a colorblind person. Completely like, and they did like prosthetics to have her nose be like wider and just like but so it wasn't surprising to me that somebody like her, I was like, oh, look at, that's great, they have all like Rosie Perez and these like Spanish speaking people doing the movie, but then I'm like, but they're my partner pointed out like, oh no, but this is all like using like indigenous like aesthetic and in culture in the movie, and why would these indigenous people be speaking the language of the colonizer? And I just think that that's so great that you point that out, that even Spanish, that's a language of the colonizer, and even though we might say Latino and like, yeah, so I love that.
Everyone from Guatemala that I met speaks Mayan, and that's a lesson.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Thank you for that interjection. That was great, Josanna. So I did. I want to Kiki, if you can make this the case for this, because this is something that, as somebody that I've come sort of from the school of Richard Wolff sort of, and learning just doing sort of as an autodidact learning online myself. I feel like I got a minor like economics degree just from all that I've learned online from different sources. David Harvey, Richard Wolff, even Cornell West and Sheldon Boland. But so if you could explain this, why it is that you feel that, and I'm sorry if that framing and phrasing is already like diminishing in some way, because I don't want to say you feel this way or something like that, but like, can you explain to us why, in your opinion, in your view, worker cooperatives are not innately anti-capitalist? Because I see it as, okay, well, capitalism is defined by the employer-employee dynamic, and as long as you dismantle the employer-employee dynamic, then you are inherently getting moving past capitalism. Can you explain why that might not be the case?
I love so much that you offered your understanding of capitalism, because I think that that's key. There are different understandings of capitalism, and I think the more common one that we hear from the left or from the Marxist side is is the centrality of the worker. So we have previous economic systems, you know, very often it's talked about in the European context, where it was enslavement, where the figure doing the work is the enslaved person. Then it moves over to feudalism, where you have the lord and the serf, and the person doing the work is the serf. With capitalism, the person doing the work is the worker. Versus, you know, you have the capital. So you go from master slave, again, an above and a below position, lord serf, capitalist worker. So if we understand that capitalism, the centrality of capitalism is the worker, then yeah, for sure, like what you said, I can see why a cooperative structure would be understood as inherently anti-capitalist. I broaden out, and many of us, especially indigenous peoples and Black people, broaden out our understandings of capital, and I can illustrate. So when we think about who creates the value in capital, we're always told it's the worker. And if, you know, we go back to John Locke, for example, and these classical philosophers of liberal theory, that then Marx does a really great job tearing down. John Locke, for example, understood that value was created by human labor. So if there's an apple tree and you harvest those apples, then you've just added value just in the harvesting of those apples. And so then your apples, you can sell them. And so to be critical, though, let's look at the assumption in that. The assumption is that the tree didn't do any work, right? So in the tree, how do we compensate the tree? Well, we would have to compensate the soil microbes, the wind pollinators, the water. There's a lot of work that is done in the world to create the world. And what capitalism does is it makes it so that it devalorizes as much work as possible so that the capitalist can maintain the maximum profit, doesn't have to compensate the rest of the work. And the worker is always like in this tug of war with the capitalist to be valorized, where with the worker, what the capitalist wants to do really is do away with the worker, because it's like the biggest headache of all capitalists is labor, because, you know, because you have to give health insurance, you need to give days off, you need, you know, all of these worker struggles, these union struggles that have demanded these things. It's a massive headache. So if you go to any business school, and I was very sad for a long time that I have an undergrad in business admin, but now I understand it's actually very helpful, because what business admin did was just teach me how to capitalism. And what we always did was talk about labor. Labor is terrible. Globalization, go to China and you'll get cheaper labor. This is the 90s. This was always like the consideration. And so, of course, we see with automation, that's like the capitalist dream. You don't have to have the worker anymore. So, and this is actually something that we're seeing now. And it's something that Huey Newton, co-founder and main theoretician of the Black Panther Party, predicted back in November 1970 in a speech at Boston College. You can look that up, where he talks about intercommunalism. He talks about how he sees the situation, the Black condition, as one of, you're neither a peasant, you don't have land, and you're also not a worker because you're unemployed. So you're the quote unquote, the lumpen proletariat, or the proletariat in rags, which for many Marxists, those are like the most reactionary because it can do union strike breaks and stuff like that. And what the Panthers did instead was understand, in the context of the United States, this is a revolutionary subject that we're not paying much attention to. And it's something that Frantz Fanon, who the Black Panthers built off of, had already said it about the Algerian Revolution. So what we're seeing with capitalism, if we understand capitalism as centered on the worker, and if we have automation and there's no more worker, is that still capitalism? That's a question that's actually pretty live right now. There's a lot of debate on it. If we understand capitalism more broadly as adding a measure of value to everything in the world and trying to devalue in order to extract, then we can see that a worker co-op, if it continues devalorizing Mama Earth, for example, it's going to continue the capitalist logic, and it's just going to protect the worker. And all that will change is who is doing the exploitation, whether it's the boss or whether it's the workers.
Wow, thank you for that. I love that. I love that because it gets to something that I'm constantly trying to it's one of the great, points of pushback that I get, and it's always a valid one, a valid criticism to say, there is we can't lose sight of the fact that if we don't, keep this in mind and have this sort of understanding of the labor of the work of the environment and that goes into that, then we could very much turn around and you could have a group of workers. And this is why I think that sometimes when I'm even making the argument in the case for worker cooperatives, I do sometimes in Richard Wolff even talks about this, about not just necessarily, and this can and this goes beyond I think workers per se, but like but still might lose sight of what you said, Kiki. I think, and that's why it's so important to hold what you said, constantly in the forefront of our minds. I think is because he talks about extending democracy outside of not just the workers per se, but also all the stakeholders. And I think that then when we get into who the stakeholders are, then we have to remember that the stakeholders aren't just the human beings, but also the animals, the plants, the environment around us as well. They are also stakeholders. And how do we make sure that those stakeholders are represented? Because sometimes it's almost even too human centric. And the idea is sort of something that we may, this is where like Adam Smith's sort of invisible hand, the invisible hand of the market will sort of come in, where he had this idea that, that this invisible hand would always come in because the jobs that he was talking about, the butcher and the local, the farmer, these sort of jobs, he felt that the invisible hand of the market would always come into play because those people have to produce good, healthy, clean food, because otherwise they wouldn't get their environment around them would deteriorate, and they wouldn't be able to produce the things that they need in order to have enough profits and that sort of thing. And so, we got to make sure that like we don't get trapped in this, thinking that this invisible hand is always going to come in and save the day, and that we have to, make sure that we don't develop too human centric of a mindset where we're ignoring the fact that yes, we've been abstracted very far away. My dad calls America the concrete jungle, because he's like, we don't have the sort of the environment, the land that we have to live on, the river that you bathe in, that you get your water from to cook your food, or to the knowing that you have to catch the rainwater to cook your food, the soil that you're not going to go and poison that soil and just dump any kind of chemical in. They end up doing very organic sort of farming so that they're not, destroying the land that they rely on. And I think that I talk about this sometimes, us as humans just being so abstracted away from the earth and Mother Earth that it becomes easier and easier for us to do things that will be, pollutive to, the thing. So we can't, even for something like Ken, and maybe Ken, you can jump in on this, as a driving cooperative, it might be that we get so siloed off, that we lose sight of the fact that, okay, well, let's think about a world where we can move towards a world where, one, we don't have to be units of work anyways, I would dream of a future where we don't have to just simply work, and we could do things like explore everything that we love in life and desire to do. But how will do you see the potential for people to lose sight of maybe something like the pollution that goes into into driving? Driving creates pollution in the air. How do we how do we make sure that as drivers we're taking care of our environment and around us? Do you have any thoughts on that, Ken?
Of course. Yeah. So if we have robots, there could be exploitation. There could be just more exploitation, depending on who own those robots. The real problem is about ownership. And I think that is when you go back from Adam Smith and look at the classical economists up to Marx, it's always based on value of labor. And in fact, if you look at the historical materialism and dialectical materialism of Marx, it's actually looking at a progression of society in terms of how it does, in terms of how ownership influences that. And I think that's where humans have to save themselves. We have to save this earth we live in. It's one earth. But we can't do it if the humans who are powerful and control this earth are only thinking about how to make more profit. Because more profit contradicts, radically, with saving this earth. And so I think that is one of the things we have to really look at. I do disagree. I think all value is from all value in the economic sense. And economic is a human system, is from humans' labor, is from the labor. Whether you have robots, even if you have robots doing the work, it would have been created by generations of humans. So we had to put in that, and there's a real big economic differences about that, because some people say, well, look, corn is in every product, so therefore corn has value. No, corn only has value because humans worked on it, and so that's the way I see it. I think we got to make human centric, because humans have to fix this, because humans spoiled this.
I'll push back a little bit on you, Ken, and I'll give Kiki a chance to respond if she'd like as well. But I would push back on you to say that, that is, if we see human beings as, as a, there was a time before, depending on religious beliefs and all that, I certainly believe in a time before, the Homo sapiens that we exist as today. It's only if we sort of believe that we are inherently, more important than all other life on this planet, that then, that becomes the case. And, some people can make that argument, and that's
I don't believe that, by the way. I don't believe it at all. I just think that, and just one moment, just clarify.
Yes, please. No, please.
I just think that our economic systems is what created this great imbalance on the earth, to the detriment of everything else, of animals, of everything else. And so that's where it also has to be fixed.
I see. No, that I love, and I love that that framing of it. So I don't think that that's necessarily at odds with what Kiki described as well. I think that those two things can actually exist in harmony. Before I go over to Johnny, Kiki, did you have anything you wanted to say in response to that? Feel free.
No, I think it's a beautiful debate to have. I think it's like at this level is what we should be talking. And I agree, like the economic system that we have has been created as human centric. I'm not sure if only humans have to be the ones to fix it. I feel like we're so limited in our knowledges, and just, someone who started working with Mother Earth in the last few years, like how much that has transformed me in terms of what I know, like just observing plants and observing how they can cooperate and also how they don't cooperate. Like these are really beautiful lessons that have really informed a lot of what I teach now and the ways that I think. It's by seeking the wisdom of the other than human or the extra human as well together, right? Because I'm not sure if the model that we have is human centric, and it's the problem if the human centrism will then be the solution. I feel like it needs to be broader than that.
That's well said. Thank you.
It's just a reminder when we were talking about like saving the earth and everything. Just a sec. Nick had an article. We talked about it 2 international leftist coalitions ago. We had Claudia, which is she's an activist from Brazil, and she's defending the indigenous people from Brazil because they've been killed by Bolsonaro, literally killed. Cars come in and they kill them. Nick showed an article. I think 70% or almost 80% of the destruction, the responsibility of the destruction of the earth, everything that's being thrown in the atmosphere that's killing us, is from the companies, the big companies. So like that guilt of like, oh, you have a plastic bottle. I mean, don't have a plastic bottle, please. But it's being put on us as is like we were the ones causing it in the first place, and we were not. Just wanted to
Yeah, it's like when they do the like plastic bag like taxes and things like that, when or carbon, carbon taxes on the individual level instead of the not acknowledging the reality that a handful of people, I forget who said it recently at like the I think maybe Abby Martin at the whatever the recent climate summit was, where she said the number of companies that are responsible for producing like 90% of the like carbon emissions on the planet. And it's not us as individuals doing this. There are these massive corporate entities that are in fossil fuel or corporations that produce all of the problems, and it really is up to us to dismantle those organizations, take them down, and replace them with more just organizations. But we are getting down to the last few minutes. We just got 4 minutes left. This has been such a great panel. I had this is the highlight of my like podcasting anything ever. Like, this is what I did it all for. Like, it was all for this moment. Like, this is what I've wanted for so long. And so thank you to all of you for just being here and sharing your knowledge and your experience. This has been so beautiful to just, so inspiring, honestly, so inspiring. I think we'll take these lessons back to FHL, everything that we talked about today. Kiki, I know for a fact, I saw Nick in the comments, like, he didn't say this specifically, but like, he said he wants to see you on, continue to be on FHL again. I think we all agree on that. But also, like, I would love to see you on, and Josanna can speak to this as well, maybe, but like, I would love to see Kiki on an international leftist coalition, panel as well. I think that she would be great to have in those discussions, especially where we got a few other academics in there. And I love the conversations and it's so good. It's so good. You guys it's been so long since I felt this good about anything in life in general. Trust me. Like,
please, Kiki, we're going to be in touch with you. We will have you there if you can, to like, it would be amazing.
So let me just, Johnny, if you have any quick closing thoughts, like 30, 45, like a minute,
Sure.
Take a minute, because it's been a while since we came over to you, Johnny. I'm sorry.
Well, I just wanted to touch on.
And you're invited to stay on. I think, Johnny,
Sure.
we're going to have other panels coming up, and I think that we're going to be able to keep you on for some other panels. So, you can definitely, yeah.
I just wanted to touch on what we were talking about with the exploitation of the resource. What was the first thing I said about capitalism? Is that capitalism is a mindset that exploits the resources and labor. I included resources in that
Yeah.
because that is what capitalism does. So the apple, it does have value even before the human picks it because it's food. The water has value because we know without drinking it, it has value before we drink it. Now, the economic system is where the humans come in and say, we're going to give value to this because we're going to cultivate, we're going to manipulate, we're going to create a service out of this. And it's when we start getting to that exploitiveness with the resource that we overstep our bounds, like Kiki was saying, right? If we want to adopt that exploitive model, we want to all have a mansion that own this cooperative, so we want to just drive profit up, then we're being exploitive capitalists. We're just partners in capitalists, right? So we have to put this hand in hand. And then on that note, how could Co-op Ride, his business, start addressing that? Is eventually the members could vote to start buying EV cars, right? And make sure that if you're going to be a part of a Co-op Ride, you all have to have electric vehicles. And then, part of their business model is to put investments back into the workers to buy those models. So now they're removing themselves from the problem, right? So I just wanted to say that, and then I'll see you guys around. What's up, JB?
That's high on our plans. Higher.
That's beautiful. That's great. That is great to hear. Kiki, you know, where can folks find you? You know, and do you got any, you know, what else do you got coming up? More FHL appearances, I hope, is a part of that. Because it was an honor to be on the panel with all of you, honestly. Ken, loved everything about, you know, what you had to talk about today and share with us as well. Johnny, same to you as well. Kiki, where can people find you, and you know, what do you got coming up?
Yeah, well, first I just want to say hi to JB because I watch FHL all the time, and I love it when JB like does like the
lean in, the JB lean.
Oh, Nick! Wow, like
Yeah.
I'm just a fan of everybody.
The whole family's here.
Hey, how's it going there? Yeah.
Man, I love having Kahmali on here because Kahmali gets so enthusiastic over just good dialogue. Like if you just bring a political conversation to Kahmali, he will light up. And then it puts everyone in a good mood. So it was like a no-brainer, right?
Yeah.
So it's good. I wanted to join for this next hour before Josanna do her activist panel, which should be great. But yeah, I was watching the panel. I learned a lot, and we getting like near the end of the General Strike Summit, and I was doing a lot of reflecting. And it's funny you guys mentioned the International Left Coalition, and we got a great episode this Tuesday because Josanna was flowing this idea. I kind of already put it out there because I would love to see this format continue. Like this was a big effort. Like not all of them had to be like this giant, but I would love to do like a one-day International Leftist Summit, right? International Coalition Summit, like these healthcare summits, criminal justice summits, right? So we want to pave the way for like these dialogue rooted in policy and state violence and things that actually can improve people's lives. So. And the best thing was just talking to people. Like a lot of these people I knew, I've seen them around, but it's different, and that's why I started on YouTube in the first place. Like it's different than when you see like JB drop a banger tweet versus a banger rant, right? It's like it's different. So we've just been learning off each other and bouncing ideas off each other, and it's just been great. So I look forward to see almost pretty much every single person that was here on this General Strike Summit. You guys are gonna see a lot more. So yeah, it's gonna be hype, man. It's gonna be so hype.
Yeah, this was great.
What trying to get Johnny on here too? Because I've been trying to get Johnny on FHL for a while. I even waiting back. It's like it's hard, but it's like he got on here and he was like, "All right, I've been waiting for a while, so I'm gonna drop some knowledge on y'all."
Yeah, I love like Johnny, and like I follow Johnny on Twitter for a long time, and then you know, Johnny in the comments, and like the other day we were like on a panel, and Johnny in the comments, like I had to fight back like laughter. I was like, I can't just bust out laughing right now with like just reading through Johnny's comments on just Big Sugar and whatever you were going on about. Johnny had me just in like stitches. So absolutely love it. This has been
this. I like that comment. Everyone say I should trademark deeply on serious, but JB need to do a trademark of that lean. That's like iconic already.
I told JB that I have a folder full of memes of just different JB faces of his different lean-ins, like, and I just got a whole folder on my laptop of just different JB leans, and like I love them. I love them.
In our community will meme the shit out of us in a heartbeat. We got these things all over Twitter because JB is a performer, man. He's a performer.
Absolutely. What do we, because this next hour was kind of like an hour in flux.
We are gonna touch the Colombia story again because we need to go deeper on that.
Okay, nice.
Nick was
nice.
Yeah, so you guys are always welcome to stay, right? Because we didn't have anything planned for this hour, so but we can talk. So last night, what's up, James?
I just have one thing before we get into that. Can I just
go
want
ahead.
to share
No
something.
rush.
It's pretty personal, but I wanted to share something that it touched me very deeply. I just literally found this out like 20 minutes ago. So my aunt took it upon herself to send me one of those DNA tests. And the DNA tests, they're not too ultra involved. It just shows you like where you're from, things like that. To a lot of people, especially, you know, for a lot of white people, they'll say, well, I'm French, I'm German, I'm Polish, I'm Welsh, I'm this, and they'll list all the countries that their family's from. Throughout my life, whenever somebody says that, I go, well, I'm just black because I don't know where I'm from. Now I know. And that's the amazing part. I am 39% Nigerian.
My brother.
Hey, Nigerians got some warrior genes, man. Like as soon as like MMA was doing great because MMA was still like small. You had a lot of like Brazilians and Russians and a lot of wrestlers took the scene. And then martial arts hit Nigeria. and then like you had people like Kamal Usman. You had Idris Adesanya. You had Francis Ngannou. And you got some people down there, man. Them Nigerian, that's real warrior stuff. So
yeah,
that's powerful.
Yeah,
JB Font, I experienced the same thing recently. I know, I did a whole lot of questioning because the leftist in me was like, do I want to give my DNA over to a corporation that is then going to have control over my DNA? I had to wrestle with that, but I'll be honest. The reason that I had to do it, I knew my mother. My mother's Italian. Like whatever, that's boring. Like I don't care. But like I really there was like this need. I just wanted to know. My from my father's side, we had no understanding of. All we could trace it back to was Jamaica. We were brought to to Jamaica as slaves, and we had no way to trace back. And so I just had to know, I just wanted so desperately to know, to have some understanding of like, where did we start? What might our family, our ancestral story be? And I'm telling you that feeling of like, just seeing and knowing, like when you said it there, like I felt the exact same, like just this like, wow. Like, and I too, found out, a lot of Nigerian, very high percentage Nigerian, Saharan, Africa, Ghanaian. And it just felt so, Senegalese, like it just felt so good to like finally be able to say, I know where I'm coming from, and like, I think Bob Marley says, like, has a line where he's like, you can't know where you're going unless you know where you're coming from. And like, it felt like for the first time I kind of knew where I was coming from. And so I just, when you said that, I totally understand that feeling, how important that is. It's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that.
Thanks. And then I found out I'm from Cameroon, Congo, Bantu. So it's like when you find out these things, you feel that sense of, even though that part from you was stolen, you get it back, right? And so it's something that I just wanted to share because just the other parts are different African nations, Mali, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Wales. Yeah,
got a little bit of that colonizer,
That's, I got a little bit of Irish in me too,
That's
so
amazing.
I'm 1% Norwegian too. We'll figure.
That's so wild. Because, that's amazing.
What service did you guys use?
It was Ancestry.
Mine was 23andMe.
So you both used different ones. You both felt they were reliable.
Mine, I know that mine is reliable because I'm literally, my mother is Italian, my father is Jamaican, and the split came back. I didn't put my name on it or anything like that because I was afraid of like, associating with myself. It came back, 51.3% Italian, and then it broke down into Sicilian. It was straight up Italian, and then 49% African with recent history in Jamaica, they said. And so like they couldn't have guessed that or BS their way or like looked me up or anything like that. Like I did it anonymously. I didn't use the, like I did it to a different address, everything. So like this address isn't registered in my name, nothing. And so like they had no way to associate it with me. So I was like, no, that's spot on. It's like 50-50 exactly split the way that I would imagine it to be. And so it was like,
I've always known, I always consider myself so lucky because on my father's side, we descend from Chica da Silva, which is a Black activist that was a queen in the times of slavery.
Wow.
And the family is split, but like we always knew that we were descending from Chica da Silva, she's coming from Somalia, like her mother is from Somalia. So we always knew that we were coming from East Africa. And in my mom's side is Mashakali, which is indigenous nation, one of them.
Yeah,
that's beautiful.
Yeah. I didn't want to, derail the thread, the
No,
chat.
no,
or
I
anything.
love it.
This is really
I
good.
wanted
This
to,
is a really good
that's something I
conversation.
wanted to share. Yeah, yeah.
That's
But thank you
that's
for
amazing.
allowing
Thank
me
you.
to share that. So it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm jealous.
Yeah.
'Cause I know my people were taken somewhere from Africa. I don't know where.
Yes, yeah, right.
They
It's
was
just
kidnapped
like
from somebody. They was kidnapped. I'm like,
Yeah.
huh? Shit.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm African.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, hey Nick, did you know I was born in Chillicothe, Missouri?
Oh yeah, I mean I saw you mention it. It was something I
Yeah.
learned recently.
You know where that is?
Shit.
Where are you? Aren't you in Missouri?
Huh?
Are you in Missouri now?
Yeah, I'm in KC.
Okay, so it's about an hour. You know where Cameron is on 35?
Yeah.
Cameron. It's about 30 miles east of there, like on that highway.
You from there? Or you still moving out there?
No. I ain't moving back that fucking state.
You gotta be careful. You know people about you.
No, I was born there. My mom still lives there in this little in total redneckville. I mean, you talk about because I'm Filipino and Syrian, and what I tell people is I've never really had any kind of culture to. I mean, because my Filipino family, I wasn't Filipino enough. Syrian family, they made fun of me for being half Filipino, and the rest of the family, whatever kind of mix they were, I didn't know. And so I always kind of grew up without really any kind of, culture. So I know when you're like, oh, kind of now I know some origin there because it's kind of tough. But I mean, in Missouri, dude, the rednecks are thick up in Chillicothe. Dude. I mean, I'm not white when I'm there. I'm telling you that much.
Yeah.
Go ahead, JB.
No, just one more thing. And also, I never knew my father. And so I'm discovering people who I'm related to. And now I'm trying to reach out to them to see if this relation is on my father's side. And if that's the case, then maybe, just maybe, I can actually find out what my father actually looked like. That's big for me.
That's amazing. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I gotta take off for a bit because I need to eat something before the 8 o'clock because I think I'm going 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, I believe. Yeah. So I gotta jump off. Josanna, you need to take a break as well because you've been with me this whole time, Josanna. So you're gonna make me feel bad.
No, my shift is my shift is a long shift.
Josanna's too powerful today. She got a lot of power today.
I'm gonna grab something to eat. I'll pop back on. Kiki, it was so incredible to meet you. Johnny, I'm so glad I got to meet you finally. I hope that we get to do another, we get to collaborate again together. So thank you so much. I just, you made my day. You made my year really. So thank you so much. And I hope to see you all very, very soon. All right. So I'll pop back on in a bit. All right.
Thank you, Kahmali. I have to get going too, but I'm so happy that we've encountered each other and we're connecting. And please, anytime you want to chat some more, I live for this stuff and I learn all of the time watching you all. I watch you and someone says something really, I remember, Josanna, you said that the first anarchists were indigenous and Black people. Like, yes, let's, I love that kind of stuff. There's always all these bits of wisdom coming from FHL. I'm so happy that y'all are doing this. And you're really creating something that I've been waiting for a lot of us have been waiting for a very, very long time, who've been very disillusioned with electoral politics for a long time and kind of found ourselves in the wilderness. And now seeing that this movement is growing of wanting to do something else, it's time to do something else. So thank you so much for existing. Thank you so much for organizing. I hope we can continue to be in touch and bounce ideas off of each other about how the world is functioning where you live and where I live, and then we can support each other in that way.
Thank you so much, Kiki. It was beyond amazing to have you on. The panel was wow, I was learning so much. I was like, I want to be her student. Everybody was saying that in the chat, and it's just the truth. Thank you so much. Your presence was amazing. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you. I'll see you all next time.
See you all.
Nice to meet you.
Sounds good.
All right.
So, maybe you want to take lead? I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, and then there were 4.
Okay. Because last time International Let's Coalition, I said we talking about where I live. I live in a red state shithole, for the most part. Can't see.
I want to address the troll in the comments from last night.
My internet went out, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna.
It was Nick, JV. It was Nick.
Oh,
I had to test her ability as a co-host. I had to make sure that she can stay focused in the fire of troll. It was fun though. It was fun.
Look at JV's face. No, it was amazing. Nick is the best troll. He should win a prize.
Well, when we hold our International Leftist Coalition Summit, I think that's really when you guys gonna see Josanna shine. I think we need to get Claudia on that one too.
Yes.
I'm thankful for Josanna because she introduced me to all these Brazilian indigenous activists. I wasn't gonna share this, but I might as well since we're on the topic. And Josanna, like I always kind of follow Brazil because, like I said, I train Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and there's actually a pretty decent amount of Brazilian minority population in Kansas City, and there was like a gym in northern Kansas City that, and this is why I train capoeira at, and there was all these Brazilians there. I talked to them, and once again, this is around time I was like rejecting American neoliberal consumerism, capitalism. That's like that, that lifestyle. And I'm like looking for stuff, and we were just doing capoeira and Brazilian jiu-jitsu during the summer. So I hung out with a lot of these Brazilian people, and I was trying to learn Portuguese. I was dating some girl at the time, and then we broke up, and I was like, man, fuck, I ain't gonna learn this shit no more. Like it sounded like a good idea at the time. I was like, nah, man.
Oh no, baby.
But anyway, I'm gonna show you guys. I wanted to report on this. I actually didn't have this plan, but since we talking about Brazil, I wanted to highlight this because Josanna, it's been an honor that she introduced me to these indigenous leaders in Brazil. And Claudia, I want you to explain it, Josanna. Okay. But there is an active genocide going on in Brazil with Bolsonaro. And Claudia is one of the indigenous activists. Josanna, you don't have to give like her whole life story, but do you want to explain a little bit about Claudia and what their group is doing? Do you mind doing that?
Yeah, no. So Claudia is a Brazilian activist. I think she's affiliated with the Workers' Party. She also is Black and Indigenous. That's a very it's a huge community in Brazil, Black and African and Indigenous. She lives in the south of Bahia or Bahia. I don't know how you guys Americanize that. She is working to bring up the indigenous genocide that's happening. What's happening is like Bolsonaro wants to take over the land and like sell it, as he's been doing with the Amazon rainforest, because every single sacred land is a land that has wood, has soil, and then he's with Monsanto. He wants to kill everything and plant soil. Soy, sorry. And the soy plantation is destroying the Amazon, and also the dairy farmers, meat industry. So Bolsonaro has been killing the indigenous. The video that Nick has in his Twitter is a video of what they do. It's just like the cars come in with, they call them grileiros. So what you can see here, they are running because the warriors stay outside of the land, but then they're running. And you can see there's a car approaching. They come in shooting.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the video quality not the best, but I'm glad that Josanna covered that. Yeah, this is the same neoliberal police violence we see in Brazil. I always talk about the fascist police state in the United States, and this is something I learned while I was talking to a lot of my Brazilian comrades that live in Kansas City. Like Brazil have a police state where they have extrajudicial killing, just like America does. And Bolsonaro and Trump was famous for being friends. And Bolsonaro put off this. He put this persona where he dislikes the Joe Biden, the Democratic Party. But do not get mistaken, guys. Thugs like Bolsonaro and Ivan Duque, who we're going to cover here very soon, these are tyrant thugs that are backed up by the neoliberal capitalist U.S. empire. and they help them crush any sort of dissent that will challenge their mafia regime that they have in that the U.S. Prop up in South America. So I appreciate that Josanna allowed me a chance to talk to these people, and this is the kind of international coalition that I want to build, because I think this is the only way we can really challenge this hegemony of U.S. Empire, because it's not only just the Pentagon and the massive U.S. propaganda military industrial complex we got to deal with here. It's the allies that are caught in that web as well that is complicit with that, like how Tony Blair, the fucking war criminal in the UK, that was complicit with the stabilizing the Middle East with George Bush and the Republican Party. It's a global thing, is what I'm getting at, right? This is what I want to show you guys, so you guys can see this in print. Brazil indigenous group sues Bolsonaro at ICC for genocide. And this is in what I tweeted at the time was Bolsonaro is committing genocide against indigenous Brazilians. Meanwhile, the West continues to provide cover for them. What do I mean by that? Now, Bolsonaro is a horrible leader, and he's kind of he politically inept like Trump, where it's so open they have to rebuke some things, right? And there were some headlines and at the last climate summit where there was headlines against Bolsonaro, like, "Yo, he's a thug, he's a right winger, he's just like Trump." But when it actually comes to crushing left wing dissent and crushing down on indigenous people, he is following the path of the U.S. empire and the Western state powers in general. So this is what they do. So these indigenous groups are trying to get international communities to acknowledge the genocide. Let's not throw cold water on what's happening. It's a genocide that the Bolsonaro government and the Brazilian state are doing against the indigenous people. And Josanna can back me up. And you can speak on this whenever you want, Josanna. But I was in a space with them on Twitter, massive space with a ton of indigenous people talking about their experience. And Josanna, didn't they say this is the worst state that Brazilian indigenous people have been in the last 500 years? Yeah. Isn't that what they said, Josanna?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it takes to like, you have indigenous people. We were in this space. They held, like, Brazilians are having spaces, and they using it as a form of organizing and education. And then they asked us to be there, because then I was like volunteered in translating, and you had indigenous people saying that this is even worse than the first contact with the colonizer that killed everybody. JB, I would love to hear you.
I want to hear JB talk, but I want you guys to think about this. This is the worst. And this is what I was hearing. I was in these spaces hearing this for the first time. Josanna was giving me some heads up, but it was hearing from them, and Josanna was translating for them as well. She was doing an amazing job doing that. But why haven't you heard this from the corporate media? When they talk about, and I'm gonna show you guys how they deflect, right? When they talk about Bolsonaro, they bring up his Trump symptoms. Why aren't they bringing up the genocide and the U.S. empire that supports it? JB, Johnny, I'm gonna get you guys into this because I still have a few more things to share. You guys have any thoughts?
Johnny, you can go first.
Well, I mean, the reason the media doesn't want to share anything on it is because, I mean, I'm sure the CIA is their hands in on the media, and so the CIA has their hands in on what's happening down there, and so they tell the media what to say. I mean, it's really kind of that simple. I mean, we can't trust what we see in mainstream media. They use factual events and then they twist everything about it to their own agenda. That's where they try to get legitimacy.
I understand why Rome says what he says. I understand. The fact that they're saying that this is the worst in 500 years, that means that this is evil. I mean, I really don't know how else to say it.
And Josanna, once again, you can always chime in because I learned a lot of this from her. But
Yeah.
from what I hear, one of the reasons why it's so dangerous, not only you have the Bolsonaro government that has cracked down on the indigenous people, there's this right-wing populist wave. You see how like there's a MAGA movement in America. There's this right-wing Brazilian populist craze that is like backing up Bolsonaro on this. And Josanna broke my heart because a lot of the fighters from Brazil that I used to like, Cough, Anderson Silva, disappointed me because they all like Bolsonaro supporters. There's like this big young constituency of like fascists, and just like we have in America. So why do we talk about these things? Because there's a parallel, guys. But JB, so I want you to continue your thought. I just want to ask some more info for you.
Now, just as a question, Josanna, as far as the divide is this divide the same as what you would see in, say, Bolivia or in, say, like the West Bank, where the people who are indigenous, they are the ones being discriminated against by somebody like Bolsonaro? Is it almost like it's almost like a racism type issue in those areas?
Yes, the indigenous people were always, indigenous and Black people are always painted as dirty. And the indigenous is if like it goes from dirty, uneducated, because some of them don't speak Portuguese. Why should they speak Portuguese, right? Like,
yeah.
But and people that should be far away. But there is a story, and I should have looked up. There was a tribe in Amazon, right? Deep in the Amazon rainforest, in the Brazilian part of it, that they never had contact with people that are non-indigenous to the land. And I remember seeing on TV or somewhere, like they were like pointing their things to the helicopter that was filming them. And I was like, these people are in danger because they are being filmed by TV. And as soon as Bolsonaro assumed his post as I can't call him a president, but whatever he is, he sold that land half to Canada, half to the US, and those people were killed. The whole tribe is gone. And you know why? Because I have information on that because I was there. I'm not for the killing. I had a little company that we did. It's company theater. We would companies would get us and have a theme, and we'd create a play and bring to communities. And I was working for Petrobras, and I went to the Amazon rainforest, which is something that every single person in the world has to do, because then you know where you're coming from, and it changes you forever. And there was a man that I met. There is this little town in the middle of the Amazon rainforest, super hot. And I was like understanding why, because there was no town there. They just cut all the trees and they made a town because Petrobras, which is the Brazilian exploration of petroleum, they were trying to see if there is petroleum in the Amazon rainforest, and meanwhile get the gas. So there was a man that he was like, his company was to explode dynamite in the soil to hear a response. Some response is water, some response is petroleum. So, yes. So the fact that Bolsonaro sold that land to Canada and the US means that there is petroleum there. And it's not like he sold and he made so much money that he's going to go away to Mars with Jeff Bezos. No, he's such a freaking cheap gangster that he sells his lands for like $2 billion just so he can put it in his pocket.
Okay, so I want people to get the gravity of this situation. That those indigenous people that were wiped out, think about the stories, because there's an African word that we use for storytellers called griot. So the Brazilian version of a griot, a storyteller, about their history, their culture, their families. All of that is now gone. Wiped out. All for what? Just a few resources and some money?
Profit over people. Capitalism.
That's horrifically wicked.
Now, think about everything that you just learned today, and this is why I love picking Josanna's brain about what's going on in Brazil and the violence, and why it's important for us to understand how the United States is complicit. Well, that's because we're part of the imperial core as well. And I always like to pose these philosophical debates, right? Because I always like to joke, we so radical, but not, are we really radical? Like, for example, if we are talking, we explained to you guys the genocide that the police state in Brazil is committing it against the indigenous people. Now, I'm going to share this next part of the story, and I'm going to make this point with you guys here. So check this out. This is how the West is complicit with, even though, once again, you will read negative stories about Bolsonaro in the press, but it's only, they will only criticize him on stuff that avoids damning their regime that they support. You know, the same thing they did to Trump, where they would like make up stuff like Russiagate. They would bring up Stormy fucking Daniels, even though Trump is a war criminal. He's a white collar criminal that gave trillions of dollars to billionaires. There's so many things you could attack them on in terms of corruption, but they can't attack him on the corruption with Saudi Arabia. They can't attack him on his war crimes. They can't attack Trump on funding genocides because they knew Joe Biden or whoever the Democrat next. They didn't know at the time, but they knew whoever the Democrat next gonna do the exact same thing he did, and that's what Biden doing, right? Anyway, look, this is what they did to cover for Bolsonaro. Bolsonaro invades genocide blame amid indigenous deaths by invaders and COVID-19. And look how they muddy the waters here. A Senate inquiry has opted not to call for genocide charges against Bolsonaro over his failure to sufficiently protect indigenous population from the COVID-19 pandemic. And then they also talk about the escalating legal attacks, blah, blah, blah. But they like shifted the conversation to COVID, which there is a legitimate claim to genocide because he politicized this knowing that his political enemies will be targeted and killed. And he purposely held back resources to allow populations in the area that didn't have his support. So that's why people want to actually charge him with genocide with his COVID-19 failure. But even that alone, like we talk, like Josanna can tell you, it's the state violence. So what Bolsonaro has been doing, his policies is directly responsible for destroying the Amazon rainforest and a lot of indigenous lands. So you had a lot of indigenous protesters that would protest that, and then the insane fascist Brazilian police will kill these people. So my question is, and people, and JB said he learned a lot from Rome, and people will say Rome is radical when he said we need to fight fire with fire, when we got to defend ourselves. So if you have a government that is complicit with a genocide, what do you want we as the people to do? Now, if we were to say we're supposed to respond back in time, people would say, oh, you are violent leftist extremists. But at the same time, these same people, these same American propagandized people, they claim they have a Second Amendment. And what do they say we need a Second Amendment for? They say, oh, we need a Second Amendment because we need to resist government tyranny. What is not government tyranny than the kids in cages on the ICE border? What is not government tyranny than the cops that are forcibly evicting homeless people from homeless encampments? What is not? What we live in right now is government tyranny. They are illegally gassing protesters in America. The U.S. Empire.
But you have to look at the target of those things, Nick, because the target of those things are people of color. So they're not interested. The people that are fighting for the Second Amendment, they're the oppressors originally. They're not interested in going and fighting for those people because they view them as part of the problem. I mean, I hear it all the fucking time.
You know a clip we should play? JB, you remember that Kwame Ture clip? Let me see if I can find it. There's a Kwame Ture clip where he talks about when someone was questioning him about violence. Do you know what I'm talking about, JB? I'm gonna see if I can find it. I think that fits perfectly for this. I'm gonna play that. That because I got one last scenario for you guys because I know things can get radical here. We had Rome yesterday. We had the Rome show, and Josanna. And I thank Josanna for trying her best to moderate herself when she's on YouTube. I tell her that she don't have to because I hear Josanna in spaces. And God, trust me, she does moderate herself on here. But this is my scenario. I propose to people like, oh my God, you can't advocate for what Malcolm X was saying when you talk about community defense. That is what the capitalist propaganda would convince you as being violent. Now, we have been covering line 3 extensively on Fred Hampton Leftists. And JB, if you can't find it, that's okay. I'm going to take some time to find it as well. I appreciate you looking, though. So there has been instances where you have indigenous people that protest and challenge the corporate state for putting pipelines through their country. And you guys know they already been caught poisoning their lands multiple times with pipelines that Obama and Biden approved. These same pipelines, they'll say, you guys are being unreasonable for protesting us because we assure you the pipelines are safe. And then
3 weeks later, they leak. Literally 3 weeks later, fucking DAPL leaked.
Yeah, I'm gonna find the source for that too, because I got receipts for you guys. But my point is, they assured you guys that it wasn't gonna spill. Here it is. Here's one of them. Like I said, I'll just find this quickly. There's just one source that show how the capitalist class lied to these people. Over 380,000 gallons of oil spill from the Keystone Pipeline. You remember the one they said was so safe? The amount of oil spill can fill half an Olympic-sized swimming pool. So once again, I'm getting into my scenario about community defense. So let's have a scenario that says this: if let's say there's a pipeline that has been built, and there will be a spill that will happen that will poison the water and drinking supply, which would lead to the death of X amount of people. Use your imagination. It will lead to the death of X amount of wilderness. Very important wildlife species. My question to people that will break the minds of Western minded thinking people, people think radical when I say it, do you have a community obligation? Do you have a moral obligation to bomb that pipeline as community defense in order to prevent your environment from being polluted? Whoa, Nick, what did you just say? No, think about it. I'll just show you this story on how they said it's gonna be okay. You guys are unreasonable for protesting these pipelines. You guys are unreasonable. And then it spilled. And this happens over and over and over again. Over and over again. So at what point the community said we are not going to rely on the law to stop you from poisoning our people? Now my question to you, and I'll toss to the panel and everyone in the chat, I want you guys to know how crazy I am. How is that unreasonable for them to bomb pipelines and stay allowing that to poison their community when they know the law will always side with them? See, now you guys know why the general strike is the moderate position. Where you guys start? Am I crazy?
I think you're right on, because listen, they hire with you guys were talking about Standing Rock earlier. They hired private police, right, to protect the pipeline. How is that any different than the community becoming Minutemen or their own militia to fight back against that tyranny? It's the principal aspect of it, and people don't understand that because they automatically are conditioned. See, the conditioned don't realize their condition.
We are not advocating for anything here. I am asking a philosophical debate, right? Because the first thing that people will tell you is always, "Oh, you can't engage in violence at all. You just gotta be victims of the state." But at what point do you fight back? At what point do you prevent yourself from being a victim of this state violence?
Right. Well, people are conditioned to think that the state is always right. Right. So they automatically accept whatever the state is. I had to take that lesson when, I mean, it was taught to me when I was in the ministry, right, that you obey the local laws so you don't bring a reproach upon the congregation, right? So when you get involved in activism, and it seems reasonable, right? It sounds like a reasonable approach. You don't want people going, "Oh, look at those lawless, people trying to teach us about, what we should live," right? So that made sense. But then when you get involved in activism, you realize that a lot of the laws are unjust. I mean, the law of the land was slavery for a while. Then it was Jim Crow. And then it was what we've got now, which is just a continuation of both, right? And so if the laws are unjust, You have to break those laws in order to overcome them. And people are conditioned to just accept what the state gives them as, this is the world, the rule of law we all live under. And they forget the history. They do, well, for good reason, right? Because the school system sucks. They purposely dumb people. They purposely manipulate the history, obfuscate history, the real events of things, so that people don't even understand what not to repeat. They make people forget it and propagandize them away from the reality. So they end up just repeating what they want. They're conditioned to do what the conditioners want them to do. And we, the unconditioned, are the rebels against that thinking. And we're products of it. We've been conditioned. Now we're fighting against the conditioning, and we're products of fighting against that conditioning at the same time that they're pushing against our rebellion. So it's this constant battle to try to keep people in the know, which is why I love Fred Hampton Leftists, right?
Yeah.
Well, just one thing I wanted to add, and Johnny, you basically spoke to me when you said that, because I preached door to door for almost 20 years. So I know that whole mindset of, oh, well, you're supposed to go within the confines of the government, but they'll always add the caveat, as long as it doesn't interfere with, what God wants, then you continue to keep doing it. Let every soul be in subjection to the superior authorities. James. But yeah, I'm finish point.
Go ahead.
But here's the funny part. People always talk about, oh, you got to go within the confines of the law, but defending yourself from tyranny is within the confines of the law. So if that's the case, then you are actually obeying the law by rejecting the tyranny if the government tries to do that against you. So you are actually following the law. You're just following the law, the part of the law that they don't want you to follow. Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
I thought I found it, but I didn't have the right clip. Damn.
Oh.
There's a clip where he's talking about the philosophy I was talking about. That I know is a shock to a lot of you guys' consciousness. The idea of harming property, right? I'm talking about self-defense against people that are poisoning water and killing people.
Yeah.
And I guess if I'm not like if my heart doesn't break over property, sorry. I guess. Damn, I'm so mad I can't find this clip. Cause there was this. I will explain what happened then. I'm mad I can't find this. I shared it on my show a while back, so I was trying to find it. Where Kwame Ture, he was giving this seminar talking about what I am telling you guys, right? The justification for self-defense against violent state regimes.
Mm-hmm.
Self-defense against violent state regimes. Mm-hmm. And then there was this white guy. I don't know his background, but the video even more interesting because he's white. He came in and questioned him. He was like, "Yo, you made a lot of good points, but I'm gonna say straight up, I disagree with you. You are too radical for advocate violence in any situation possible." So Kwame, the way he did it was so perfect. He said, "I'm gonna pose a question to you." He said, "If you was enslaved by a man, and it is promised your freedom." I mean, you're enslaved by a vicious slave owner. Let's say he even sexually assaults you, force you to work all day, right? But it is guaranteed that you will have your liberation if you kill that man. And he asked him, he said, "Will you kill him for your freedom?" And then even he was like, "Oh shit, you got a good point." Now, if you're one of the people that say, "No, I would stay a slave for the rest of my life instead of trying to kill this guy to liberate myself," yes, you bear the most. Like, I'm asking anyone who watches it, ask yourself that question. Like, if you was to liberate yourself, will you do that? That's revolutionary thought, and that's how we got to think when it comes to resisting state capitalism. And in my scenario I gave you guys, worrying about private property is not something I'm worried about compared to the state government that is poisoning our people, right? And we tried legal recourse. Do you allow it to keep happening? Is that the morally right thing to do? Is the law the morally right thing to do? As we already mentioned, the law is not inherently morally right. We had the Black Code that was written in law. Genocide is written in law. The inhumane immigration policies we are doing is written in law. We get philosophical at the end of the General Strike Summit. And I'm scaring you guys away because we are Fred Hampton leftists. Like, this is the kind of stuff that the Black Panthers talked about. What the chat was saying? I haven't been paying attention. Let's see I want to see how much I scared you guys. I want to see you guys how much. I want to see how much I scared y'all.
Yeah.
You guys can take over though.
I'm looking for it right now. Hang on.
I see some people saying self-defense. Yo, you guys are saying Red House can kill people at protests for self-defense, but we can't defend ourselves against a government that has poisoned our people.
Check the chat. I don't know if this is what you were looking for, but check our chat. I found something on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm sorry I can't find it, guys. Like I didn't have that segment prepared, so that's why I wasn't ready. I'm gonna do the Colombian story because I'm running late. We didn't even do that one yet. I didn't have none of this segment planned. So where is it? Do you put it in the chat? Oh, I see it. Hopefully this is it. It's good.
I was sending over links for the next stream. That's why I like put myself up. But like you spitting fire, Nick. You and JP, like you came here, we didn't plan, but we have what to talk about. Boom.
I learned from you, like people think you and Rome like influenced me a lot online. Like, so people say like, "Oh, you're not gonna have a revolutionary change to electoral politics." Like, okay, what's your plan to go against the U.S. empire? I'm not like I know I sound crazy, but I'm trying to get people prepared. Like people are not being prepared. Like. So when you see the state government cracking down and killing people, poisoning people because they're protesting, people that are caught off guard on that, it's unfortunate because they have been misled somewhere down the road. Like when you go against the U.S. empire and the capitalist structures, you should expect that. Like if you went to the George Floyd protest and you was a victim of police violence, you're like, oh my God, I can't believe this. I'm sorry, someone misled you. Like we need education to let people know this is gonna happen. What are we gonna do to stop it? Like, what are we gonna do as a community? Are we gonna believe in self-defense? Or are we gonna follow the propaganda from the ruling class where we gotta be civil. We gotta be civil to our ruling class, despite the fact that they are inflicting violence against us. Are they civil against us? No, they use civil asset forfeiture and steal our money, and we got no legal resource to get it back. Is that civil?
There is a whole nother dynamic to that as well, because there's provocateurs that are hired to go out and start shit with legitimate protesters and, you know, create dissension among those ranks. So you end up getting this, it's basically propaganda where everybody who is a protester, like a regular protester against Trump, is Antifa. I mean, people that everybody's Antifa. They don't even understand what I know. People in Antifa, I know what Antifa is. It's not everybody who goes and puts a cardboard sign and says "fuck Trump," you know. And then there's that side of it, and there's these two. The ruling class loves to see the civilians fighting among themselves and pitting them against each other. So there's that element of it as well. Is trying to, I mean, because if you look at it, we have a lot of common when we talk about workers' rights. When that was talked about earlier today in the conversation, where, you know, the union leader was saying, hey, we got people, conservatives, all this. But then when we talk about these bigger social issues and how to reconstruct society so that we don't continue this oppressive system, that's where there's this divide, and the people's values do come into play. And so how do you balance that?
Well said, Johnny. We didn't get to the story, but I'm glad we built this story up because I think anything we said applies to the story. So that philosophical debate that we just had, keep that in mind as I share it to you guys what happened in Colombia. Anyone who watched the International Leftists General Strike Summit, you guys saw the story, but you guys saw my internet was cut off. I didn't get a chance to give you guys background and more details. So this is the General Strike Summit. And I mentioned this a few times before. And the reason why I want to have a General Strike Summit because I see examples of General Strikes happen throughout the country. There are some deeply unserious critics that were like, oh, you advocating real General Strike. I've seen people say this. I see people say, General Strikes had never happened before. Like, I literally see people say that. Like, I'm talking about blue checks. Like, I'm talking about people. Like, and then they got, like, liked and retweeted by, like, Democrats. They're like, you guys are advocating for something that never happened before. It happened in America, guys, in the 30s. Like, there were state general strikes that started. But let alone what happening now. There's been multiple general strikes this year. I'm going to show you guys one of them that happened. So, and I talk about Brazil, and we just covered how the U.S. is being covered for Bolsonaro. They also cover for Ivan Duque, and I'm gonna play this video so you guys understand what they are going through. But just like Brazil, just like America, well, the United States, I should say, they have another neoliberal, violent police state. And Colombia is probably the worst I ever seen. There was just open, broad daylight killings of activists that was challenging the Duque regime in Colombia. So once again, what if they respond? Are they morally wrong, despite the fact they had a government that was killing them? But don't take my word for it. This is the video we played on the International Leftist Coalition. And one of the reasons why I want to have a General Strike Summit is because America is super far away from being able to have a spontaneous general strike. And as you see, you're going to hear it in this video. In Colombia, in response to the neoliberal regressive economic policies that Ivan Duque was implementing, the people had enough and they protested. So the police cracked down on them harder. And then they passed another regressive neoliberal tax on the working class people that aimed at the produce. So when they did that, they said enough. And then they had spontaneous general strike. You guys know how they did that? A spontaneous general strike?
Nick.
Because they're all anti-capitalists.
Nick.
They are communists. They have multiple communist parties. And they already had the infrastructure in place.
Nick.
So, what's up?
I think I found it.
You did?
I think so. I think so.
Hold that thought, Colombia. Let's
so
see.
before we play the videos and everything, I just want to, Eddie Grystar is already here in the studio, and I would love to have his thoughts on that too. Right?
Yeah, add him in. Let's put him in. Let's introduce him.
Awesome.
You want to
Hi
introduce
everyone,
him?
this is Eddie. Please introduce yourself. I'm so happy that you're here. Thank you so much for taking time on your Sunday to be here with us.
All right, thank you. My name is Ed Grystar. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, right outside of Pittsburgh, and I was the founder of the Western PA Coalition Single Payer Healthcare. I also was the president of a local central labor council outside of Pittsburgh for 15 years, and I worked for about 35 years with Service Employees Union and the staff of the Pennsylvania Association of Staff Nurses. So I've negotiated union contracts, run for office, and lately I'm just doing the healthcare business of trying to get Medicare for all nationwide.
Cool.
I'm glad that you joined us on here, Ed, and I would love to get your takes on this as well, because we obviously we talking about the General Strike Summit, and what we were talking about now is examples of strikes in other countries. And I want to pick your brain and ask you what you think are the best strategies for the working class movement moving forward, because I want you guys to see what happened in Colombia as comparison. And I'll try to be very quick here. Here we go. Let me share this here. So check this out. This is Dr. Manuel Rosenthal. He's gonna quickly explain the what's going on in Colombia and how they was able to get the general strike started. So watch this real quick.
73% of the people in this country approved the strike before it started, and it has only grown since then. And how?
What he said, 78%, 70+% of the people approved the strikes before they started. And you guys wondering why we're trying to have education? That takes a massive amount of class consciousness and education for 70% of the country. Like, all right, let's strike. We're not even close to that point, so we need to start educating people right now. Hence the point of a general strike summit. Hence hearing from labor leaders like the guests we have now. But let me continue here.
It feels like there is a massive uprising in this country that nobody runs and nobody controls. There's no Vanguard leading this, although many organizations and unions and organizations have put all the strength into this. This is a spontaneous, massive national uprising against, and I'm not exaggerating, this is not a political rhetoric, against the fascist mafia regime. There are assassinations and massacres in Colombia throughout the country after the peace agreement with FARC was signed, counted by the thousands. There are Also, impoverishment of the people. The healthcare system doesn't work. We didn't have a healthcare system.
What does it sound like, guys? What does it sound like? And keep this in mind as he continues this, because it gets more damning. The government of Ivan Duque. This got full support of the Biden administration and the U.S. government. This is the kind of people that we fund. Check this out.
Prior to the pandemic has only made this a lot worse. There is a direct attack against the poor indigenous people, Afro-Colombians throughout the country. There is ongoing impoverishment, but here's what's happening that explains everything. On the one hand, the Colombian elite and government are linked with drug trafficking, drug trade. That's why we say mafia. The return of money from drug trade, Colombia produces 92% of the cocaine that it goes around the global market, 40% of which is not going to the US anymore, but to Europe, Asia, Africa, etc.
So, as you guys see here, and this is what I want to show you guys as well. Their Human Rights Watch wrote about this. I covered this at the time. They had to send a letter to our Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, on a human rights violation in Colombia. We just told you guys about how the United States is supporting Bolsonaro genocide of indigenous people. He just explained how the United States is supporting the Colombia genocide against their Afro-Brazilian indigenous populations. It's almost like there's a pattern. Right? Here they go. They just go through a lot of different human rights violations. I want to get to our guests here as well, but I just want to break that down, and I'll toss it to the panel. Do you got anyone have anything they want to add? Anything they want to comment on based on what you guys saw?
I just want to make a comment to call attention to that man doing this to the water and the people taking the rocks and throwing them. Because I've been told in spaces so many times, oh, but like a protest won't do nothing. Just watch protests in South America. You're gonna
one
see.
thing I want to add. You guys see how they said it's a mafia regime because the government is linked to the drug trade in Colombia. You want to know who else is linked to the drug trade in Colombia? Which is not a conspiracy theory. The CIA.
I was just going to say the CIA. Yep.
The CIA sold drugs in Central America and in the hood in order to finance Operation Condor.
And damn, Clinton was a part of that too. Thank you.
Now you guys know why I call for an international leftist coalition. You guys think you guys can stop this with just an American coalition? No, we need to join forces with the people that are striking in Colombia, the indigenous people that I've been talking to with Josanna in Brazil. But I'll wrap the segment on there because I really want to pick the brain of Ed Grystar on here. Josanna, I'll pass it to you. Anything you want to add? And I want to get Ed in here as well.
I will yield my time to add because I'm trying to get the other guest for the next panel in. So I'm just checking on that while you do the. But I do believe that we have to fight with all we got. Indigenous people in Brazil are also fighting with rocks and whatever they have. And the fun comparison is to think that people in the US are fighting on Twitter. People in the US are saying, oh, you were fake ass, you were silly, you were a snake. And that's how the imperialism, the bosses of imperialism, that's how Joe Biden is laughing at your face right now.
Anyone that play the culture war stuff. That's why I love the labor uprisings that have been happening in the country, because that let me know that people are starting to focus on kitchen table issues. And you guys wonder why that we always decry the culture war at Hampton Leftists. Everyone knows how effective divide and conquer is, but then they fall for it. So I want to talk to the Ed here. What are your thoughts about the recent labor strikes that have been going on? I think we're in strike November now, right? So we see all these labor uprisings going on. We had the union leader of K-Log here, and he openly said, like, if we have education and we can build communication between unions, he would love to see a general strike because that what would take. What are your thoughts on on the labor uprisings, and what is your thoughts on strategies on challenging and improving worker power? I toss it to you, Ed.
Yeah. Well, thank you, and thanks for inviting me on. And I do think that at this point, I would characterize this from my perspective as more of a general, like a spontaneous kind of uprising of people who are fed up. And I think that why? Well, because we know that the class conditions of the workers are, the real wages are down, they're level. Most people are making $15, $20 an hour. The healthcare is bad. So at some point, people are starting to get fed up. But I think again, from my point of view, what we need is organization. I've been in the labor movement for 35 and 40 years. I've organized, many workers. You don't win things just because people are angry. Sure, they're angry. That's the start. But what we need is a class-conscious labor movement, and we don't have it. And why don't we have it? Well, let's go back to when we actually had the beginning of a class-conscious labor movement, and that was in the 1930s. That's pretty much the only time, the 1930s and the 1940s, when there were actual class-conscious unions. And then what came about? You had McCarthyism. You had McCarthyism where they denuded the labor movement. They threw out the left-wing unions who were actually the best fighters for the workers. And what was replaced with that? Now today, instead of having struggle unions that fight the boss, all you hear is cooperation. We have to make our company the best company in the world, even though they hate unions. And so workers are confused. And not only are they confused, but they don't see a way out. And why don't they see a way out is because we lack a real uprising of conscious people. But I think we're slowly getting there. But what we need to have like a formation, I would say, inside the unions, in rank and file people, class conscious workers who will form caucuses, who will form alternative. I don't care what people think of, not Trotskyism. We need something that's organized, that isn't just going to say, throw out the current leaders and put in new people without a new strategy. Let's elect a new young face. The new young face has the same old ideas. So what are the ideas that we need? And from my experience, because I think I'll give you a couple examples that in the 1980s, you're talking here about Colombia. I was the president of the Labor Council, and we would bring Nicaraguan workers into Western Pennsylvania and travel them around to local central labor councils, telling them that they're poor, telling our people in Western Pennsylvania that these workers are your allies. These workers are not your enemy, even though your government is telling you that the people of Nicaragua are your enemies. And the workers responded to this. And I would tell you that right now, I would get phone calls from the AFL-CIO, and they would say, hey, Ed, you really shouldn't be doing some of this because you're violating the policy of the, and I would say, well, what kind of unionism is this? And that's an example of the kind of defective leadership that is now ruling the AFL-CIO. It's collaborating with management. There's no struggle. For instance, Medicare for All. We have 600 unions that allegedly pass resolutions for Medicare for All, but they don't have any energy inside it. They have no money. They have no resources. They put nothing into the mass fight. Everything is an inside strategy, which is all what needs to go away. We need to have mass mobilization. We need to educate our people, because the power is in the people. The power isn't in lawyers. The power isn't in electing Congress people. If you're going to elect people to office, they should be fighters. But instead, all they say is, well, they're better than the Republicans. That's not a strategy. And we need to have, I would say, an honest discussion on, and the ideas that you're reverberating here today need to start being discussed. What is it? Why are unions so weak at a time when the public opinion polls say that people want unions? And why don't the unions organize on a class basis? Why do they just organize on their one enterprise? And then they say, oh, well, because my union, even though it pollutes everything, and even though it's destroying the planet with everything, we should have solidarity with these things, not solidarity with all the workers. And so with Medicare for all it's the same example. Why aren't unions fighting for Medicare for all in a time of a pandemic? Instead, they're just coalescing around Bidenism. It's because they bought into the ideology of cooperation with corporations, which is insidious, which is just wrong. Like, for instance, in Western Pennsylvania, you have the president of the United Steelworkers, Leo Gerard, a number of years ago. When he retired, he went on the board of Highmark Corporation in Pittsburgh, another insurance agency. And people would call him up and say, well, why don't you help organize Medicare for all instead of being on the board of a corporation? He said, oh, no, I think I can do a good job here, which is absurd. But that's what we have to expose, but we have to provide an honest and practical way out of this dilemma. And I think the only way to do that is to say that we need an alternative struggle unionism. And we can get into what that means and how it would manifest itself. And it's not only in the United States, it's also, as you say, internationally. The AFL-CIO has a foreign policy arm called the Solidarity Center that gets almost all of its money from the State Department. And so how could you have struggle when the Republicans are funding and the Democrats are funding your international work? It's absurd. Yet no one knows literally the budget of that Solidarity Center. So this has been going on for many decades. And
there's so much there to unpack, Ed. And
sorry, okay.
No, that's perfect, man. There's so much education that you left there, and I'm sure Josanna and we're gonna continue to have a lot of discussion with you on the next one. We're doing a transition, but I would love for you to stay if you can. And I appreciate you for joining us as well, Johnny. And you provide a lot of great information throughout the course of the General Strike Summit. Any last words you want to say before we
thanks for having me on, guys. This was awesome. I want to be a part of whatever you're doing next. Make sure FHL does not go corporate. I'll be so disappointed. But I want to pose something for you guys, because I'm going to get out of the way so you guys can have more people on. But Ed, I want to pose something to you, because the unions, the purpose of unions back in the 30s was they were being driven by the communists, mainly the communists of the United States, and that kind of ideology was eventually to overcome the capitalist model. And today, the unions, their purpose is to continue to uphold the capitalist model and the owner class over the worker class. So my contention is that the unions need to start repurposing what it is that their action really needs to be. Are they just going to keep fighting for crumbs from the owner class, or are they going to fight to actually take over the company and turn them into worker?
Well, I would say that is like the ideology of some people, and I think the way we have to push the envelope would be to start out at least with saying we want unions that struggle. We want unions that aren't cooperative with management. Management's interests and labor's interests are not synonymous. They're separate. So what we want to do is organize, and not gradually, but through that process, you will be able to interject new ideas, new ideologies into the working class that will help them understand. Because workers by themselves, just because they go on strike, they're not going to become revolutionaries, or they're not going to say, oh, they might just say that this is the end of it. They have to have talked to, they have to be discussed with. And that's the whole point of having some democracy. So there can be discussions about what is the best way forward for unions? What is the best strategy to do it? And if you aren't honest about that, you're never going to get to the next level.
All right, guys. I'll see you guys later. I'll tune into the panel after this. It was nice meeting everybody and seeing everybody again, guys. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah. Thank you, Johnny. We have a great show. I'm gonna pass it to Liz and Josanna, because they are hosting
It's
this
me and
next-
Kahmali. Kahmali is jumping in soon. Liv is a guest
Okay,
in
cool.
this panel.
I'm actually
Yes.
I'm gonna log off. Yeah, so
Be
this is last
please
time you guys
be my troll in the comments.
you know, always there to give positive, reinforcing troll comments for you in the
Yes.
chat. This is the last time you guys see me on Joe Strike Summit. Thank you all for the support. Once again, you guys are gonna see a lot more actions like this from FHL, and it just blew me away the amount of support. So thank you guys for everything. So thank you guys, and Josanna did a great job. Take care, y'all.
Bye, Nick.
Okay, I'm excited. So, hello everybody. Thank you for being here. This is a panel that's like filled with people, amazing people, and we have 2 hours. So the way I would like to go, the way I would propose for us to go, we have Ed and we have Chris and we have Marco, and they are members. They're organizing labor unions, and they have a lot of experience to share with us. So I would like to the first hour, so we can focus in organizing and labor unions discussion. And then the second hour, I would like for us to go towards mutual aid. And then I know Logan has some videos that they will share with us. So I would like to go in that direction if the panel think it's okay. So for now, I will have Ed, Marco, and Chris introduce themselves, and we're gonna move on forward with that, and then we go back to everybody else. And Kahmali will be with us soon.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So you want me to start introducing or?
Yes, please, Ed. Just yes.
Okay, Ed Grystar from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I worked with started out working in the steel mills and was fighting against the company union and helped organize or help push that union towards the steel workers. I've been in the labor movement for 40 years. I've been involved in occupational health. Lately, I've organized with the Service Employees International Union and Pennsylvania Association of Staff Nurses. And I've also was a co-founder of the Western Pennsylvania Coalition for Single Payer Health Care, which I'm currently the chairperson and doing some work with that organization over the last years. I also was the president of Central Labor Council for 15 years in Western PA.
Awesome. So now I'm going to go with Chris. Chris, hi.
Hi, thank you. Chris Townsend here. I'll start with an apology. I gave Josanna a bit of a fright. I'm an active organizing director, so I was just on an emergency. I had to hurry up and bail out to join you all, so I'm glad you all invited me. So that's what that was about, Josanna. So my regrets again. A little bit about Chris Townsend, and hello, Ed. I haven't seen
Yes,
Ed.
hi, Chris.
Yeah, likewise.
We've known each other for a while.
That's for sure. Anyway, I'm the Amalgamated Transit Union International Organizing Director, meaning I'm responsible for all of our organizing and campaigning in the United States and Canada. We're the largest of the public and private transit workers, passenger transit unions, about 150,000 working members. So anyway, I was a member of this union when I was a kid, and I left because I met my wife. And we're still going around 38 years later, so that's a good thing to me anyway. And anyway, I spent in that post-ATU membership period, I spent 25 years as a staff member, and then staff member of the United Electrical Workers, UE. So I had a whole variety of experiences there, too numerous to mention. And then I retired from there in 2013 and came back to ATU to help set up our campaigning department and our new organizing department. And as such, an awful lot of that amounts to whatever strike struggle we have. And we've had some, and it's been quite interesting. And anyway, so that's Chris Townsend. I live down here in Alexandria, Virginia. And I've been at this for not quite as long as Ed. I'll put it that way.
So now, Marco, please, floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Marco Padilla, and I'm a Portland DSA member. Specifically, what I do with them is I was the treasurer for a ballot measure campaign that taxed the rich to pay for universal preschool for all 3- and 4-year-olds in the county. And we won that ballot measure in November 2020. And so one of our projects now is organizing union childcare co-ops to sort of get that measure's funding. So that way the money from the rich that gets expropriated goes not back to them through their businesses, but to union worker co-ops. So that's why I'm here. Yeah, good to see y'all. Yeah.
Nice. I had another idea. I will get all of the panel to introduce themselves too, so then we can pass the ball to Ed, Chris, and Marco, and then get the discussion rolling. So let's go with Quaker Socialist. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, everybody. Super great to be on a panel with you. I'll be probably more towards the second hour, but I just want to say I was in an electrical union way back in the day, and also in a parents cooperative and lots of babysitting things. So looking forward to hearing Marco, Chris, Ed, Logan as well, hearing all that you can share. So thanks for having me.
Awesome. IndyLeft News.
Hi, everybody. Wow, it's such an honor to be here. This has been an amazing weekend, and I have to say thank you to everybody at FHL. Hi to everybody on the panel. I watch a lot of you regularly. We cover you in independent left.news and leftist.today, kind of like a daily newspaper for the left, essentially. We also run a Discord, and we've been very active in covering strikes, in covering worker actions, in covering mutual aid, and in doing mutual aid ourselves. So just an honor to be here, and grateful that you invited me to be here, and looking forward to having this discussion today.
Awesome. Logan, please. I know you have been here already, but we have new people.
I'll do a different intro. Hello, Logan Grendel, wearer of many hats, and this one I'm here to talk about my work as building community gardens, and more important than community gardens, personal small space, like made with, you know, findable items, gardens in your backyard and anywhere you live, city, you know, rural, anywhere you can grow your own food.
Awesome. Liv, I think most of people know you already, but please bless us with your beautiful voice.
Hi, everyone. Oh my God, it's such a pleasure and honor to be here. I'm Liv. I am here to talk about mutual aid tonight, and I'm really looking forward to this discussion about unions. This is an area I'm really looking forward to learn more about. So thank you all. So happy to be here.
Awesome, Sharif. And I have to be very grateful. The reason why I have Chris and Ed here is that Sharif connected me with someone that knows them. So just so grateful. So please introduce yourself. You're muted, babe.
Oh, thank you. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be in community with you, Josanna, and the rest of the Fred Hampton Leftists. What you guys pulled together this weekend is nothing short than amazing. And I just cannot wait until we actually do another one. I am one of the co-founders for the March for Medicare for All, also an activist and organizer, and we are planning another action tomorrow, the Occupy Pfizer action, which I'm really excited about, and we do have more actions coming up, so stay tuned.
Okay, Kahmali, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure, I'm Kahmali. I am FHL co-host of Josanna's, and I am also from the union perspective, I will say I'm a former 1199 SEIU member and steward, where I, was 1199 SEIU healthcare workers, and so have some experience. I did that for about 5 years, and so that was some of the more some of the formative years of my radicalization towards the left. And so I'm really honored to be on here with other union members, organizers, and other folks from all across the country and spectrum here. And so yes, thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here. And Marco, just so you know, I deeply apologize. Marco, I messed up when I was reaching out to Marco around, I keep doing this and I apologize so deeply. I need to remember that people live in different time zones. And so, Marco, I really was aiming to have you on the panel earlier at 5 p.m. Eastern time for dual power and worker cooperatives, but I think you'll have a lot of valuable information to add to this panel as well. So it just kind of worked out as well. So we're glad to have you on here as a DSA member and somebody that has done organizing in their community. Really excited to have you on. So I apologize for that, but thank you for being on. Everyone here, really appreciate it.
So let's get the ball rolling. I want to pose a question. I'm from Brazil, and I don't know if Chris and Ed remember the title of my email was like non-co-opted union member. These were the people I was looking for. And I like to be very clear so we don't have any misunderstanding. So in Brazil, we have the sindicatos, and I think that doesn't even translate as a union. Of course, Google Translator is going to call that union because it's the same idea, not the same ideology or base. And the sindicatos, they are responsible to get together the workers, organize for strikes. And the sindicatos from different areas get together, and that's how we can have a general strike. What I've been seeing here as an actor, unions seem to be more the gatekeepers than the actual responsible for organizing and taking care of the workers. I would like to pick your thoughts on that, Ed, Chris, Marco, and everybody else that wants to chime in. I will start with Ed.
I'm not sure I understand, but the gatekeeper thinking. But what it is that people pay dues into the union. They pay dues. They become members of a union. And what I think I started out prior to the beginning here is that the members should run the union. They should kind of decide, and the leaders should be posing questions in honest ways. What are the choices that you have? And but if you don't have a leaders that are interested in struggle, if their general thinking is, well, we can't go that route because the boss is too strong, or we can't do this, you're going to limit the possibilities that people can do. And I'll just give you a real quick example. What I think that you're talking about is I had a group of nurses in a small hospital in northern Pennsylvania, where the hospital was going to subcontract the whole lab of the hospital. And there were two unions in the hospital. There was our union, and then there was another union. And that other union completely capitulated to management without a struggle. They accepted the fact that all the workers would lose their jobs. They would outsource all of these lab tests to private contractors. And why did they do that? The first thing, as you say, is gatekeepers. Why did the union leaders accept that? Well, that's a whole other question, is because I think they had no position of struggle. They had no other idea of what could happen. So they came to our union and they said, well, what should we do? And the workers were literally crying. They're crying. They're saying, I don't know what to do, Ed. The other unions caved in. The doctors are all against us. We're done. We're going to, and I kind of went to them and I said, look, you have two choices here. You either give in, and you will definitely lose. You'll guaranteed to lose, and you will get some kind of negotiated pay for a couple more months and whatever, and you could accept that. I said, but the other option, and I would suggest you take this other option, is the option of organizing your community and fighting this, because we think you have support in the community. And the people said, and they said, well, how do we know what will happen? And I said, I don't know what will happen. We have to struggle together, and you might win, but who knows? But if you don't do anything, you're going to lose. The long story short is the workers decided to fight. They went into this little town. They rallied. They had petitions. We mobilized people, and we ended up saving their jobs. And the other union took out pages of ads in the newspaper against our union. That would be the good example of the divergence of two unions, two different ideologies, two different methods of operation. And so when people say unions are no good, or they're da-da-da-da-da, I would just always try to say that it's an ongoing discussion and debate. The unions can transform themselves, but it's going to take leaders from the bottom up to do it. And anyway, I think that's really what we face today in this country. We don't have a union movement with real struggle leaders, but we can do it. And it's hopefully starting now, but the spontaneity is not going to do it. We need organization.
I want to pick your thoughts, Chris, please.
Yes, thank you. To your question, Josanna, it's the eternal question for the leftists. And that's why we ask it. We're not just coming at this as individuals, do-gooders, liberals. We're socialists, communists, militants, however we characterize ourselves. And we end up saying to ourselves, you know, why don't the unions do more? Why don't the unions fight more aggressively? Why don't the members push up more than they might be, and all this? And, you know, that would be the subject for an entire discussion by itself. But I will say, after all my years, that it boils down to a couple of things in my book. First of all, there aren't enough of us. I mean, I'm so glad to see all the work that you're doing and all the other newer and younger radicals now coming out of the woodwork, because as Ed and I can tell you, and some of the older folks, you know, 20 years ago, 30, 40 years ago, this wasn't the case. And what we saw in that period in the labor movement now was we saw the retiring of the thinning of the 60s generation, all those radicals that kind of radicalized in the 60s primarily and went into the labor movement. They all, or many cases, some of them were ultra left pains in the ass, but some of them, many of them, did really good work to radicalize their unions and improve their unions and have, you know, strive for a better functioning union. Some of them ran for office and had some surprising success, as we would all have rooted for. But there have not been very many rank and file leftists. And we put an absolutely impossible burden on the few leaders, shop leaders, and actual official elected leader. We put just far too great of a burden on them to somehow expect that they, in the rather microscopic numbers that they exist, somehow are going to be able to command a whole sweep of power and influence over these unions. And so there's that. There's also the question of how do we actually recruit rank and file people to our movement and to a militant approach to the union and probably politics, which is something that all of us here are involved in to some extent or another. But again, it's relatively small given the magnitude of the task. And then the final thing I'll say is, maybe just by way of reminding us, we don't get to pick our members in the labor movement. I was able to join the first union I joined, which happened to be ATU when I was 17. Had to lie about my birthday to get the job. Of course, you could get away with that lie back then. You can't today with the internet. But the reason I was able to join the ATU the first time was because a boss hired me, not because the ATU selected me. And think about that. And with some few exceptions in the building trades and a few of the unions that maintain hiring halls and whatnot, our membership, the predominant many millions of members in the unions today, are hired by the bosses. And it's really then a question of what does that union do, or perhaps some left formation that they might be in touch with. What do we do with those folks once they get hired? Tremendous, as everyone here knows, I'm sure we have some. We have probably a majority of the radical population in the United States, or left-wing population, are outside the unions because they haven't been hired yet. Maybe they don't want to be hired, but they may not be able to be hired in some of these type things. So anyway, I'll just summarize by saying that it's a fair question, Josanna, to ask that, but it's also something that we have to get to I think the basis of the fact that our movement is not large enough yet to exercise the degree of influence and control that we wish that it could. Hopefully, I'm an optimist, so I'm aging out fast. So hurry up, guys, help me out here so Ed and I can see it. So we're rooting for everybody here, but it's a daunting question. So thank you.
Can I just jump in with a quick question
Yes, of course.
for, either for Ed or Chris on this, and then we'll bring in some more of the panelists. But this sort of goes to what Chris was saying. So maybe Chris, if you'd like to respond, feel free to take this on first. But you said, it's not big enough yet, in the left, in particularly, unions, in the labor, the labor movement isn't big enough yet. But over the course of the past, what is it? I mean, well beyond my lifetime, I'm 35 years old, or 34 at least. Well beyond my lifetime, it's probably been about the past, I don't know, where union membership peaked. It might have been in the 30s or so, at around 33% of the country. Since then, it's only gone in one direction. The capitalist class has used all of the resources that they get from extracting the surplus of our labor to turn around and to crush unions at every turn. So if the direction only seems to move in one direction, which is lower and lower for union representation, what is it going to take? What do we need? What do you see as a potential, ray of hope towards increasing that union membership, and increasing the sort of, backing of the labor movement in the United States?
Well, I'll start off. We're one of how do you do this? Look at the United States compared to the rest of the world. When I joined the labor movement 42 years ago, it hasn't, as you point out, brother, it's only gotten smaller. So it's been a very painful thing to watch and live through, but it's beyond one man's control. But we are in dire need of massive campaigns of new organization. And boy, that's a conjuring job. It's somewhat like the general strike question, which comes first, the chicken or the egg? How do we get these organizing drives going? I mean, everyone is well aware, if you don't know it from your own experience, when you see situations like Amazon down in Bessemer, Alabama, everyone would have an opinion about that, the good, the bad, and the ugly about that. But I always say that there's a value to those kind of campaigns because it's the one time a year that an observer gets a sense of the fanatic and pathologic resistance put up by the employers. And that's a very large name brand company and a very large workplace, but that goes all the way down to the ranks. I have an employer today, a French English multinational, that in order to stop the organization of 5 people is going to spend $250,000 on two lawyers from a law firm, Jackson Lewis, very bitterly anti-union law firm. Anyone who's organized is familiar with them. So what do you say? They're not ambivalent about their class interests. I think too many of us are. Mm-hmm. Most of our members and workers are just not aware of what the class struggle is or what their role in it hopefully would be. So I think the question becomes, a dire need for mass campaigns of organization. Real easy to say, not so easy to stimulate. And maybe I'll wind up by saying this, that the new organizing in the United States today, new union organizing, incredibly expensive, very tedious. It's generally done on a small scale. Any of you who would want to see this, go on the National Labor Relations, as for instance, go on the NLRB website and you can watch the tally of ballots. Put an NLRB tally of ballots and you can look chronology in the elections that are taking place in the private sector in, the last, you can go back as far as you want to go. Anyway, you'll see that most of the workplaces are very small. You'll see that the unions do not succeed in much more than a bare majority of those cases. And you'll look at that and say to yourself, with all the members being taken out of the labor movement by plant closings and new technology and the reduction in workforces, and then to see what is literally only a trickle of new members coming in. Now, that's the private sector. That does not represent the entire trade union pie, but it's probably the most, accessible piece you can look at. It's very sobering. And you can only come to the conclusion that we need to multiply what's going on there 100-fold. Then maybe it would begin to be taking on noticeable proportions. But that, I think, is somewhat the result of the left having to more seriously and in a more conscious way understand its role in this. William Z. Foster, some of you know who he was. He coined the phrase where he said, the left wing must do the work. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly been my 42 years. I'm a left winger for that whole time. Damn it, I've been doing the work. I've brought several tens of thousands of new workers into the labor movement in different unions. That's a rather small contribution, though, that one guy has made. Everybody needs to pull their weight in that regard. So no shortcut, but thank you.
Thank you for that answer.
I'd like to pick Marco's thoughts on that too.
Yeah, to your original question, Josanna, I think the history of the New Deal, I see it sort of as a deal with the devil to save capitalism. And here we are now, and the New Deal is dismantled, unions are dismantled, the communists are dismantled. And I think going back to the wildcat tradition of union organizing is really important, because that wildcat union was what built the pressure that brought the capitalists to the point where they needed to make a deal. The Virginia teachers strike was a wildcat strike. And when you do the wildcat organizing, and there are groups like, the IWW who still do that kind of union organizing, those are really important, I think, to talk about your original question. And Kahmali, talking about your question of how to grow this union movement, co-ops, once again, can be one of them, because you go to the union for a job and they organize you into your own socialist business. But yeah, so those are some of my thoughts on the discussion.
I, as a foreigner, would love to understand more about the wildcat movement. So, if you...
Yeah, so, union movement in the United States started in the 1890s, and it was wildcat in the sense that there was no Department of Labor, there was no place to go, there was no bureaucracy in how you strike. You struck when the workers walked away from their bosses, and that was organized from the 1890s up until the 1930s, when the two socialist parties, the Communist Party, were pooling over 20% of the general election. And so when Roosevelt brought his deal to the capitalists, he said, look, they're going to, if we don't do something, the pitchforks will come and they're going to kill us all, and we're going to lose everything. So we got to make a deal, and you're going to pay for it. And some of them went along with him, and some of the family of Bushes tried to coup him, which is they tried to kill him. So, but most of the capitalists went along with him. And now, when Bernie was like, let me do the Green New Deal, the socialist parties pulling 1% to 3% of the general election. The union movement's below 20% of workers. So the capitalists have now, returned to that earlier state. And now socialism's on the rise again. So that's sort of the context that I see this all in.
Could I jump in there? And
of course, please.
Okay. I think Chris hit it where I mean, again, the current methodology, or the current approach to organizing workers is a losing approach. I mean, let's be honest. We're not going to increase the labor movement by organizing bargaining units. In fact, the labor movement has never increased itself unless it was a mass movement. And I think that like we say, who is going to build the consciousness among people to move in that direction? We can't be run by lawyers. And that's pretty much the capitalist approach. They tie you up in knots. Lawyers, tie bargaining unit questions, everything becomes a technicality. It reduces any enthusiasm that people might have. And it breaks people's consciousness of who they are, because they're fighting for a bargaining unit in an election. That's the rules we currently have. But we need to discuss why that approach can't win for us. And that discussion really has to take place inside the unions. And who is going to create that discussion inside labor and outside of labor? Because 90% of the workers don't have a union. When we say, well, the labor movement, well, you got 90% of the people who don't have a union, and the public acceptance of unions is pretty high now. So you would think that we would have a beginning of a change in how that's done. But as we talked before, or at least I think, the mentality of business unionism. Business unionism means that unions are functioning as kind of appendages of management. They fight for little ideas, but they don't go beyond that. And the bosses, that was the deal that was made in the 1950s. Stop mass movements. We'll give you credibility in the unions. And then the labor leaders said, hey, this is the greatest deal in the world. And it worked for maybe 10, 15 years. You know, the circle, the virtuous circle. Most people don't even realize that the average working positivity of workers rising in productivity was only about 15 or 20 years. So for the last 30, 40, 50 years, workers are on a treadmill. So we need to create a new paradigm. And as Chris and everybody here is saying, that's not easy. You know, we're running against the monster system that just brainwashes people daily. But you can see, though, the positivity is that there are people today that are starting to question this. But we have to try to coalesce into an organizational apparatus, I think, that will begin to create energy inside the unions to change their policies and also outside, so people can realize that why aren't the unions fighting for Medicare for all? How could they be so backward? How could they not take the lead and fight for healthcare for all in the middle of a pandemic? Instead, they're accepting. And if you go to people, most people would say, hey, yeah, that's a hell of a good idea. We do need Medicare for all. And so that's the positivity. It's not as if our message doesn't resonate. You know, it will resonate, but we have to give it some kind of an organized expression. Even if it's a small organized expression, it will grow. And I think that's what we really need is some kind of formation inside of labor and outside that's going to pull together people that are on your call here and help us discuss how to go forward, because the current way it's doomsday, it's lights out.
That's very interesting, because like comparing in what I know about sindicatos, about unions from outside of here, it's like the union is my voice as an employee with in conversation with the employer. So when I say that like the unions here look like the gatekeepers, it's like I know for a fact that if I get Tefty Hurley, we can talk about that too. I will have to pay SAG $3,700 to be part of the union. And what happens in Brazil is there is a union for actors. And that it doesn't cost $3,700 to start with. Okay. And also all the laws and rules that union created, even if I'm non-union, they protect me too. Mm-hmm. There's no pick and choose. And also there is no hierarchy or administrative kind of roles. And like in SAG, let's say I got Tefty Harley, I was in a movie and I got Tefty Harley and I become SAG, I have to, because then it's an obligation in your next work, you have to. Then I will not get healthcare, because for the actors that get healthcare, they have to have an amount of work that puts them in certain, like, they have to be like famous.
Right.
So all those rules, they don't sound like protection of worker. It just sounds more like a part of your boss that's also against you in your daily basis life as a worker. I would like to.
I would say, and then I'll keep quiet, is like in some of the, back in the day, the argument that you're not the argument, but the example is people would say, well, why don't we fight to raise the minimum wage in the 1970s, 1980s? And some union people would say, well, you're pretty stupid, Ed. Why would you raise the minimum wage? Because people won't join the union then. that people, and it's like, why don't you fight for national health care? Well, look, we have health care and people won't join. It's the business mentality. It's not the broader class perspective. But when you talk to people and explain it to them, they understand. They'll say, yeah, you're right. But once people get kind of in that cocoon, in that closet, that's the problem. And that's kind of like where a lot of the mentality is among the officialdom, not the rank and file, I would say. But anyway.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Ed, because I think, and we saw that happen. I forget which, it was recent strikes. I think there were some strikes going on, maybe Michigan, maybe it was steel workers. And one of the first things that they did was that they threatened to take away their health care. And we saw how precarious that union protected, union fought and won healthcare is. And to Ed's point, what he's saying there is that they when you're in, the unions see that as like, oh, well, this is how we'll draw more union members in. That's one of the benefits of being in a union, but really missing the sort of broader class struggle. I think is such a great point. And also to Josanna's point as well, with the essentially, I think this ties to like right to work laws, and do you as either the union, any of the union folks here, see a way? Do you see that as a massive obstacle to sort of union building these right to work laws, as well as the same thing that Josanna mentioned there, this thing where like you can not be a member of the union, right? But still, there's another one that says that you can not be a member of a union, but still get the benefits that the union fights for. And do you see those as like, as essentially obstacles to unions at this point?
Chris, you want to go in, or else
Chris, did you want to jump in? Yeah. Yep. Either Chris or.
Yeah, I'll take a crack at that one. I'll start on the right to work reference, so-called right to work thing. Look, I mean, the entire public sector is now right to work because of a employer-driven Supreme Court decision, the Janus decision. So that's remarkable. It happened to us, 3 years ago, I think. Went almost unnoticed rather. Democratic Party bemoaning how whoever the Supreme Court nominee would be and all this, and the labor movement just sort of grinning and bearing it. And we've lost who knows how many members because of that. We already had 27 or 28 states that cover the private sector in terms of so-called right to work, which is all that means is it bans the union shop, bans the negotiation of a union shop. It removes the ability of the union to collect any dues or fees from the member, even though we have to represent them and even though we bargain for them. Freeloader creates a freeloader situation. So anyway, this situation, I think, in microcosm, comrades, it illustrates the utter failure of the organized labor political action program in relationship to primarily the Democratic Party. This doesn't even come up as an issue anymore. We're sort of, we sort of hold our hat in our hand and hope that the Democrats smile on us in a few ways or give us access or whatever people describe it as. And in terms of actively challenging this abomination, that we have to bargain and represent people and they don't have to contribute. I mean, I'll say maybe this goes, Josanna, to sort of your point, having your Brazilian experience, and some of you have some either international experience or knowledge. The United States got stuck with the English model of trade unionism. This is little known. You can look it up. When the New Deal was being put together by Roosevelt and his crew, it was becoming clear that the titans of industry, the big, large manufacturing firms and all, they were getting cornered, and that it became clear that Roosevelt and his folks were going to tell them, look, you're going to have to live with some kind of labor relations legal construct, whether you like it or not. Now, for that, we should commend Roosevelt. I don't think we could find more than about 2% of the Democrats today that would even take a hard line and actually tell a corporation that you're going to have to deal with the union. But they did. Massive strikes. Probably the primary reason was we were still mired in a depression. 7 and 8 years after it started. And that's because people were impoverished and couldn't buy what they produced. So it was essentially telling big business, look, you're going to have to take some medicine here for your own good and allow the growth and development of real unions. Anyway, what ended up happening was we got stuck with the English model, because Roosevelt, being quite a bourgeois character himself, he didn't foist on them any radical model, any new model of unionism. He said to the employers, which one do you want? Do you want the one that most of the rest of the world has, which it has competing unions in the same workplace who then go together in coalition and deal with the employer? Or do you want to have the exclusive representation model, which is what we have? And this is what the phenomenon is that a lot of folks don't understand. Only one union in workplace, unless they have different units, they bargain for their own members. It's the craft setup. This is the old English craft setup. And we were saddled with that. We made the best of it. We won the question of industrial organization for the most part. So that was quite a battle to succeed. But anyway, here we come down. What's that been? 75 years ago, 80 years ago, we come down to today, and we still have a very balkanized movement, even where it exists. And we have when you look at the United States movement, the employers and the government knew what they were doing when they saddled us with that, because the coast is clear in terms of the massive period of worker militants has come and gone. And here we are still saddled with this very timid and conservative system that accentuates all the differences. It accentuates all of the weaknesses that the unions have, and it disinclines itself toward mass action. It disinclines itself towards upsurges and strikes, frankly. So I digress on that only for a second, because that's, looking into some of these questions like this as a trade unionist, put your trade union lens on and look in there and say, well, what are we really dealing with here? Do it scientifically, not emotionally. You put your politics aside for a minute and just take a look and see, why are we in such a weak, timid, and numerically, frankly, almost insignificant situation? I speak to you all from the august Commonwealth of Virginia, where the labor movement represents maybe, on a good day, 4% of the workforce. I mean, that's pretty.
Chris, but I think that the issue is at least when I was negotiating contracts for public employees, people didn't have to pay dues. You couldn't negotiate what they call union shops. You couldn't do that. And I guess. And I wanted to say, where we had representatives in unions that fought the boss, that actually did the day-to-day fighting and did the things that that they should be doing on the job, like mobilizing their members, mass pressure, and people joined the union. And I would say that in my shops in Western Pennsylvania that I was the representative of, we had better contracts in smaller employers, more people in the union than some of the other places where the representatives just were lazy. They did, and that's again getting back to the whole point of not having an ideology, not having a vision of what the labor movement is. The vision is, Ed, this is a burden. Yeah, you're goddamn right, it's a burden, but you can't just let it exist. You got to fight it, and then maybe people will do what we have to do, is to change the laws. But until the unions fight on the shop floor, and all I'm saying is, most of the places that I had, people would still join the union because we would try to instill that. And if you don't instill that, they're not going to join. It's like, again, it's obviously a tactic that the capitalists and the bosses and the Democrats and Republicans, they're going to use. And they're very successful. But if we just say, throw up our hands, we got to change the law, elect another guy, elect another gal, and that isn't gonna, But it gets back to my whole point. Fighting unions will make a difference, but they won't fight until they have leaders and rank and file people that have some class consciousness, and it's up to us, as we say, the little group. But believe me, the little group can make a big difference. And it will go back, and I know Chris knows what I'm talking about, is the idea of what they called in the 1930s, the militant minority. The militant minority is really what we need. We need an organized militant minority of people who are organized, who have a vision. And the reason people will listen to you and they'll agree with you is because you'll explain it to them and they'll say, hell yeah, that makes sense. But you don't have that today because it's like, no, we're going to call the lawyer up, or no, we can't do this. And it just demobilizes people. But anyway, sorry. Thanks.
No, thank you.
Don't be sorry. We are learning
Yeah.
so much here tonight.
Yeah.
We're just grateful that you were here. I think I want to get Sharif there because I think he wants to jump in and say something. And then I want to transition and I want to get Marco in here and IndyLeft, because I want to transition because I think maybe the solution for the problem that we're presenting are co-ops. But first, Sharif, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Ed and Chris, what do you think is the best way for the community to be involved with the union, even if the community itself may not at face value may see the benefit of working with a union, but how would you want the community to be engaged? How do you want that community participation to look like?
Chris, go ahead. You can start.
Okay, Sharif, a good question. You know, what is the relationship of folks that are not in the direct workplace that union has? I mean, your question is more significant than you may think. You know, there's whole sections of the country. I mentioned Virginia here, where the union density, the union membership density is so minuscule that an activist in the community or even just an ordinary worker or wouldn't have any contact with them, wouldn't know this. And it does raise that age-old question, what can you do? And, you know, I guess I take it in two layers. For leftists, folks who are consciously identifying as socialists or militants, communists, whatever their level of political development is, I got no problem. Tell them straight, you better go into the workplace. You better get a job, get a traditional job that you can organize. I don't have any problem. That's what the old timers did with me when I was a kid. And you don't always have to be a kid. You might be much later in life when somebody gives you that speech. But I give people a push all the time. I was helping a young woman earlier today get a job as a bus operator, and it was partly for this reason. She's a leftist, and I said, look, don't sit on the outside and, you know, be a critic of everything. Get in the inside and, you know, help. And that's one thing I would say. But of course, let's be respectful. We have many millions of workers in the United States that are not going to go into a traditional workplace for all kinds of reasons, choice or necessity or inability or whatever it may be. And I think, you know, they have a role to play, but it's a little harder because obviously there aren't very many union organizing drives going on. So how would you help with that anyway? Even if you knew that they were going on, how would you help people join a union? I think some of this becomes a question of, you know, promoting the publications, the labor publications that there are, which are not very numerous, and at least having conversations with folks about this, encouraging this. And it can be odd because, you know, many people who are already in the unions are as Ed had kind of pointed out, they're kind of conscripts. They may not have joined the union. They may not even understand why they're in the union, may not even be able to tell you what union they're in. I mean, we find really a difficult situation, but I think that it really is, I bifurcate it for that reason. For folks that are young or newer and have the ability to go into a workplace and give it a try, do it. Do it. I don't think you'll regret it. But for those that either cannot or, you know, for whatever life circumstance are not able to, you know, participate in things like this, help us out. In my industry, in the transit industry, we go to the passengers all the time. You know, we have a whole, every time we sit around and we think, well, where are our allies? We got a whole bus or subway car of allies every day, but we have to make the effort to go talk to them and understand their side of it. And that we have to be sensitive to that. We have to be there for them, which is a problem, you know. But anyway, I maybe that's a haphazard answer, but maybe that helps.
I see, like we are transitioning to the second part of this panel.
Could I just jump in there real quick with this and then?
Sure, of course.
Okay, please. What I want to say is that as I was the president of a Central Labor Council. What's a Central Labor Council? that is a kind of coalition of all of the unions in a geographic area. And in around the late 19 or the mid 1990s, the actual AFL-CIO started a program that I think this is to Sharif's question, was called Labor Neighbor. What was that? They basically, because of everybody knows that, you know, we have the ability to get the members where they live, what community they live in, what precinct, they invested for a very, very short period of time money into this program. And what did it do? It was able to take all the union members in a certain geographic neighborhood and take those members out. And then they had a few people, some of them were paid people, some of them were not. And they said, let's get a community coalition organized in this neighborhood. We'll call it a Labor Neighbor Coalition. And what was it? They would literally go, and this means you got to have, again, political consciousness. They would go door to door and they would go to the union members and they would say, we have these 4 or 5 issues that we're trying to get organized so that when a politician or community issue comes up, we'll be able to mobilize people. And it really kind of took off. But what did it do? It actually threatened some of the conservative leaders in the unions because they said, you know what, that disrupts our plan. You know, we don't really want to do that kind of work. And so basically, because of the conservative nature of how the unions function, that was a positive program that just collapsed. It collapsed. And getting back, because that would be the genesis of a real community coalition on working gut level issues where you would be able to mobilize people in your neighborhood, union members, non-union members, and have a political force that was independent. And some of the Democrats said, hey, you're threatening us by doing this. We don't really want to do this. And all I'm saying is that, because really what it comes down to is labor is the community, and they have to have some kind of an outreach in the community. If you go back in history and you look, I think in many of the unions, the farm and implement workers in Louisville, Kentucky, they actually had civil rights groups of workers that would go and help desegregate parks and things. And the union was part of it. But those people were left wing. And today you're run by, you know, hack Democrats who just don't want to do anything. But that can change because that's what we got to do. Anyway.
And I want to get to the second part of this conversation, but like transitioning from what we are learning from you guys. And I want to bring IndyLeft in because they want to discuss about fundraising for a general strike fund, because you have union employees striking, but we also know that there are undocumented immigrants, there are workers, and they have no rights. I mean, they do have rights, but when we are undocumented, we are always afraid. So, and I want to know, what are your suggestions and IndyLeft, and how can we get the whole panel involved to the present moment? How can we do the fundraising for strikes, and how can we support, and how can we organize mutual aid based? Because as the example in the farmers in India, 250 million people in a strike, and they were able to sit in the borders and stay there because they had the support from the community. So how to do that here in the US? So IndyLeft, you can start.
Yeah, exactly. Again, I appreciate you bringing me in, and this has been a fascinating discussion. Ed and Chris, thank you so much for everything that you said. But yeah, 90% of workers right now in the United States are not members of a union, and they don't really have the ability to go on strike or to fight back against their workplace. What do? So we're going to have to mutually build the networks and build the financial structure that's going to support them when they are doing that, in paying legal fees for strikers, in paying for mutual aid to support striking workers and augment any strike fund that there may be. But people are going to be without wages. What are we going to do for them? In order to help them with child care things while they're out on strike. There are all kinds of other issues and concerns that need to be addressed financially in order to facilitate a strike for all of the private sector workers that are not members of a labor union. And that's where I'm focused right now, is on where do we build these networks? How do we start raising these funds in order to support them? How do we distribute them? Who manages that money? How is it invested? How is it distributed? And we definitely need to start getting that done. We had talked about, I think it was Sabby and Jackie actually had a talk this summer on FHL about, I called it grandma's birthday money. If everybody in the country sent in $5 a month into the workers' support fund, for example, we've got 200 million workers in this country. You think about that, that's $1 billion a month, just on $5 a month. And $1 billion isn't very much to support workers, to be honest, on a grand scale, but it's a good start. And then you've got people that'll spend more money and that'll donate a little bit more. But we've got to all pitch in to help each other, because the government's not doing anything for us in that vein. They're not doing very much to help the private sector workers that are not members of a labor union. Now, again, child tax credit is great. It's all temporary stuff, but we need long-term relief.
Yeah, I think we need something along the lines of like a defunding the politicians movement, where we are divesting from politicians and redirecting those funds towards mutual aid for labor unions, for striking workers, so that we can support these sorts of groups that are actually that do actually work to try to improve our working conditions. Liv, could you speak to that sort of development of mutual aid in some of the work that you do? How can people start to build these mutual aid networks, and who are the ones that decide how that money gets distributed within a mutual aid fund?
So I think Quaker might actually be able to answer that better. I'd be happy to speak about my personal experience of starting mutual aid and getting involved with mutual aid, but I've been learning a lot from Quaker, actually, and I've been taking my lead from them, from Rome. But I'd be happy to come back and talk about my personal experience.
Certainly. Quaker, do you want to jump in, because I loved what you had to say on anarchy? Okay.
And I want to ask Quakers, just so she can get I also want to point that, if Quaker can point it out, because IndyLeft is talking about fundraising, and then there is also mutual aid, and these things are completely different. Right?
Josanna, I'm happy you actually said that. I was going to jump in and say something about that. Yeah, that's not the same thing, but I'm happy you actually made that distinction.
Yeah, so Quaker, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I think that in the work that we're going to be doing, we need to do fundraising. We need to have strike funds. I think it's brilliant to have the grandmothers $5, everybody contributing. This is a common contribution strategy amongst many of the immigrant communities that I know. The Tibetan community, for years in the local community, have been raising funds for a Tibetan center. This is just something that people do. So there's a more of a solidarity strategy amongst the immigrant community, and that goes way back. The Norwegians, there was no insurance access for immigrants, so they created their own insurance company. I'm on the credit union for Portuguese speakers, and they needed a credit union, they made it. So there's lots of strategies on how to pool our resources. And back in, and this has happened throughout the world and all history, but I'm just going to point out, and I'm searching for the resources for it, but parents had those babysitting cooperatives, but they also were logging the hours. And so if you were going to be babysitting kids for this, then you might get the neighbor, they were logging it in and transferring what that value was to other activities. So they were basically making a dual economy, but they were still, it's very near to capitalism, right? Because they were still monetizing it in some kind of way, as opposed to just saying, what I know in the mountains of Nepal, the women mostly knew what everybody's resources were. The men were out sharing the duty for like goat herding, but so the women would know that this family is going to be down this year and not going to have enough resources. So they just like start amongst themselves figuring out, well, who's going to have the ability to help that family. It was just, we just have to survive. You don't sit there and be like, well, I don't know, I think they were kind of slackers and they could have tried a little bit harder. So let's make sure they go like, you know, shovel poo for, you know, an extra month because they, you know, they didn't work hard enough. And it's like this, you know, is there gossip? Is there probably some? I mean, if I understand correctly, there was recently the documents from a pyramid building work site, and there was a whole bunch of gossip on the side of it, which I think is hilarious. Like they were complaining about their neighbors on the sides of the document. So I think that's hilarious. But so there's a lot of strategies that we can be doing. I think, you know, there's so many systems. If you look up what babysitting cooperatives are, they exist. The one that I was part of was originally founded by the Harvard graduate students. You know, these are parents that needed to, do very hard time consumption, and they shared. So it was a 15 family cooperative. It was very, very nominal fees. Your child had to be 1 and walking, and parents gave each week, and it was pretty sophisticated. And if you were needing to leave in the middle of the year, you had to find a family, because it had to function under a 15 family, because there's 3 volunteers per week, and there was 5 days in the week that they were running. So, you know, there's structures and there's rules. Do you want me to pause and make sure I'm actually answering a question?
No, you're doing great.
Yeah, you're fantastic.
So from that, I see that there is a difference between fundraising and then difference from mutual aid, because like when you do mutual aid, you're doing something. I mean, you can babysit for free, so the workers can strike. And Eddie or Chris or Marco, like, does the union provide anything like that to the employees, like if they go on a strike, or the union is just trying to avoid these strikes? What's the relationship? And anybody in the panel that wants to jump in.
All right, I would say that unions most unions have a strike fund, and you know it depends on the individual union whether they have a strike fund, but it isn't. It may give $100. It depends on the different unions. Like let's say UAW, maybe it's $200 a week. Some unions it may be nothing. I know that in some of my unions, people would say before there would be a strike, they'd tell the nurses, well, you should go out there and make sure you have a second job, because we only have a limited amount of strike fund. But as far as mutual aid, I'm going to leave it at this. We have to watch that what we're trying to do is not just, how is this different than, and I'm not against it, how is this not just another GoFundMe? Well, we have GoFundMes. It's like good charity, and to support workers that are on strike is obviously something we have to do. But to talk about having child care, that should be a function of the government. That should be a societal function, and it shouldn't be done through charities or solidarity monies. And I think organizing people do things like that so they see the bigger picture is really, and maybe starting out like that. But anyway, that's
doing it by free. Go ahead.
I think we have to find a trustworthy money manager first and foremost that really understands how to invest. So that but invest in things that will uplift the community, but still grow the money that we're raising, so that it turns into even more money while we are also distributing and helping people. I think that's key, and finding somebody trustworthy is going to be a challenge. A couple names that have been thrown out there. I know Richard Wolf's name was thrown out there. Maybe it's a board of people that have some type of influence. People are concerned about potential gatekeepers, but somebody has to be responsible for the money. I mean, we're talking about potentially raising a lot of money here, so we certainly have to figure out somebody responsible to manage it.
In the matter of mutual aid, I would love to get Logan in this conversation. Logan, please, can you share your wisdom with us on the community garden and like?
Right. Okay. So, right. I'm coming at this all from a very different viewpoint, but I think there is not only a lot of overlap, but like they interlink well. I think this is a both and situation. And the things that you are, involved in, called to do, you should do those. And for me, I think that when we talk about mutual aid, what we're talking about actually is we're recreating something that used to be what humans just did, right? You used to have community support for each other. That was just normal. It wasn't something that you had to recreate and to do, right? It's like if somebody fell on hard times, it was not like you had to create a GoFundMe or a mutual aid. It was just built in. It was part of society, and we've been removed from that. We've been sundered from that. And one of the ways, referring to growing food, there's all of these suburban homes that have these manicured lawns as if they are, they're like Renaissance lords. And that's intentional. It's so that they can get people to go to the malls and to basically count on the system to feed them rather than on themselves to work with and to feed each other. Obviously, everyone doesn't have the time or the money or the wherewithal to grow their own food, but it's not as difficult as it's been made to seem. And, when I moved into my place here, which was in 2017, I just was like, you know what? My family's all from the South, and they always had, my grandmother was always like, whatever you got, put something in the ground. Whatever it is, put something in the ground. And I was like, you know what? I live in the city. I can't do that. And then I was like, you know what? Let me just give it a go. So I found some 5-gallon buckets outside of restaurants, right? You just, you go on garbage day, get some 5-gallon buckets, put them in your backyard. You get some soil, you put the soil in there, you put a seed in there, and that's basically it, right? And I was in the first year with no knowledge of how to grow anything, I was able to produce all of my own vegetables for the summer months and actually this year, like I still am eating kale every day from my garden, right? It's not that difficult. And why is this tied into mutual aid? Because this is not like some of this stuff is stuff that needs to be organized on a wide scale. But there also is the hyper local that ties in, right? Because if, say, I meet a comrade online that also is in New York that is having trouble or whatever, right? I can literally give them food. You know what I mean? And this is something that if more people just did as a birthright, like it is our birthright as humans to interact with the planet on which we were born and with the other humans, around whom we live our lives. And we have been taught to put all these intermediaries in between each other, right? We need this group or that group or whatever, or like this ideology or like, and up to the party system, right? They have so successfully corralled us that we've taken every single thing that is important to us as human beings, and it comes down to an R or a D. You know what I mean? And that's the biggest lie and the way that we are most, removed from what we need to be doing. So for me, mutual aid it's not just an ideological thing. It's just what we should be doing, right? We would have more people power if we could be like, you know what? We're all not going to work today. And everybody has gardens. Everybody in my suburban town or, whatever, even if it was 1 out of 3 people, right, had some kind of serious garden. Screw you. We're not, if you can feed people, you can lead people. That's why the Black Panthers were so successful. It wasn't about their ideology. It was about the fact that the first thing they did was they got food into people's bellies so that they could think about it and not worry about the other stuff, right? I mean, and when it came to even just with like, well, I'm going to stay on this topic, but I sent y'all some pictures and some videos of just like, of what my setup basically, just to kind of show you what I'm working with.
If you want, I think you, as a guest, you can share from your own there.
Oh,
I think you have a share option. Take a look.
I do,
while you
but
talk, if you want, yeah.
Okay, well, I am by no means ready to do that, so I can do that. Like, if we want to have somebody else hop in, I'll see if I can make that happen.
Okay, but finish your thought, and then I will.
Yeah, the long and short of it is, I think that as we are rebuilding the organized labor movement, which like absolutely needs to be done, we also should be thinking about all these other things that like it's about changing the paradigm itself. It's about not looking to to capitalism, to the current system, to the way that we have been doing things for far too long, right? And also to look back to indigenous stewardship, to look back to the people who used to run this, I mean, for thousands and thousands of years, right? And the number one thing to do is just grow some food. And if you have one window box with some herbs in it, that's some place to start. And I mean, if I take my own experience as any indication, once you start, it's like for me getting tattoos. Once you start, you're just going to keep doing it. There's going to be more and more plants. I've taken over the entire backyard. I have like 66 planters of various size. And there's like, I have, everything from just like one little flower pot that still grows like a nice sized kale plant to like one of those buckets that you use to move, those like plastic buckets. Fill it with soil, poke some holes in the bottom, and and there you go. And you can also plant things next to each other that are not compatible. And the best thing is that you can I have a lot of volunteer plants, which is I only refer to weeds, so-called weeds, as volunteers, because there's no such thing as a weed. It's just a plant that is not where somebody wants it, right? But like there's a lot of weeds that are edible, that are, not only are they edible, they're delicious. They help maintain the, native plant population. Lamb's quarters is growing just everywhere. And it's like spinach. It's delicious. It's highly nutritious, and it's very easy to grow. It's like, it's harder not to grow it a lot of the times. And I'll see it just start growing in one of my planters, and I'll be like, yeah, go ahead. I'll give you the same thing I'm giving the plants that I put there, because, I want to, work with, even though I'm not even actually planting in the soil. And, just as another cool thing about it is that if I needed to, at a moment's notice, and I had a friend with a truck, I could put my entire garden on the back of a truck and move it somewhere the hell else. There is, and that is just an idea of, then we can talk about rooftop gardens. We can talk about, all of the other ways that we can be building from the ground up, like, that was not intended to be a pun, but whatever. Rebuilding the world that we need, the relationships that we need, the food that we need, and those are the basal layer things, right? And as we are building the other things, and then we can all form up, right? Those that are in organized labor can form up with those that are outside. Like that inside-outside strategy, it can work, because there's not time for us to all go for one strategy. There's just not. We've got how many years before the planet's just, bloody unlivable? This is an emergency, and we all just need to, like, even if there's something that someone else is doing that, like, I don't agree with, I'm like, you know what? You do you, I'm going to do me. And at such time as we can join forces, we'll do that. Because standing in each other's way is just what, everybody from Bezos to Biden to Bush, all of them, that's what they want. It's for us to keep squabbling while they loot the store.
Oh, yeah. Liv, do you want to jump in and talk about your personal experience while Logan finds their... And if you need any help, Logan, please just let me know. If you want to send me... Yeah.
Sure. So I am pretty... well, I guess not. I am an American who was grown up and taught about all this individualism. So I wasn't aware that some of the stuff that I was doing was already considered mutual aid. But this whole concept of mutual aid is rather new to me, as I've just kind of learned from it from Fred Hampton Leftists, especially Rome. And I was really inspired by his work, just being so like boots on the ground in communities, doing direct action, and bringing like all this stuff to the people. I was like, wow, like I really just want to do this. I want to do this myself. And I trying to look for a network. And I'm still waiting to hear back from them. But in the meantime, I decided to take it upon myself and just start getting, stuff going in my own community. So I started with a run to Sam's Club to buy a bunch of supplies for mutual aid kits, and in mutual aid kits for that can vary. I would say tailor to your community. But for what I put in them are socks, because they're the most requested item at homeless shelters, deodorant, soaps, travel sized, body wash, body lotion, shampoo, conditioner, granola, protein bars, protein shakes, and some other stuff I'm definitely forgetting. Oh, Band-Aids, Neosporin, baby wipes, disinfecting wipes. And I put those in 2-gallon-sized Ziploc bags, and I distribute them to people who are housed in my communities. I live in Annapolis, Maryland, so I go in my community here. And I also go up to Baltimore City, which I have seen just a whole explosion of tents go up since the beginning of COVID, and now the housing crisis that we're seeing. So I've really been working in the community, especially in Baltimore City, to help people with these mutual aid kits. I've also been doing mutual aid for clothing, especially winter gear now. Also helping people get a room, get a room for the night, secure permanent housing. We've helped raise money for people to secure permanent housing. We've raised over like $200 for that. We're also raising money now for the same couple for newborn and infant supplies. So there's so much we can do. And for me, that's just been, going out into the communities and delivering these mutual aid kits and other supplies. But there's so much else. Like, I'm not doing this alone. Like, this is a whole community effort, like through comrades that I've just, sent a tweet out, like, this is what I'm doing. And like, there's been so much support. So like, you're not doing this alone, but you can be the first one to start it in your own community. And you're going to have support. Like it's, oh, I love to see this garden. Let's see this. This is amazing.
Yeah, it's actually like May to November at this point. And I could do a little bit better of a job of like, like scaling out when each plant is going to be flourishing. Like I'm still just kind of going on a wing and a prayer with a lot of it. It's not very scientific, but as you can see there, it's tons and tons.
Where
and
are
tons.
you located, Logan?
I'm in Harlem.
Harlem. Wow.
Yeah, and I also, if I'm really getting into it, what I'll do is like plants that need more sunlight, I will put them kind of in the middle, and I can move them because it's really not even an ideal location because it's the back of the building, and the building itself blocks out the sun. So I only get like, I would say 5-6 hours at the height of summer, 5-6 hours of direct sunlight. And that's even if I like am moving the plants around in order to do that. So it's like I don't have an ideal situation. The conditions are not perfect, and it's like it's all in pots, but it's way more like I just give away food because I can't even eat it. You know what I mean? There's just too much for just me. And if I lived with other people, like 2-3 people, like it would still be more than we could consume. And when I adopt a more scientific approach to it, where and when I put everything, I'm sure I can increase the yields. And there's some things that I do just to try it out and whatever. This is unfortunately you can't see like there's sunflowers, and like I'm just bringing in all kinds of local pollinators, and there's bees, and there's and there's birds, too many birds that eat the plants, but and squirrels, which I got an ultrasonic animal repeller that keeps them away, but whatever. But yeah, you can completely like make this modular to whatever conditions you have. And like I said, if it's 1 plant, if it's 10 plants, if you have the space to have hundreds of plants, if you have a neighbor who has the space and you want to help them do it and contribute to it, and you just kick in, you know what I mean? It's the same thing. I say this with one of my favorite things to discuss with mutual aid besides gardening is in New York we have hurricane zones, right? Where there are areas that are going to, like the low-lying areas, you can't stay there if it floods, right? So the thing I always tell them, it's like, know your zone. If you live in zone 1, zone 1's the lowest lying zone. If you live in zone 1, just talk to a friend today who lives in, zone 5, zone 6, or a place that has no zone, that's high up enough that they don't even have to worry about it. Give them a little money, right? Or just be like, I'm going to be, if anything pops off, I'll be at your house, right? And that way you already have a pod created, and then you can help other people that are really, really going through it, right? So much of this is just, I mean, to not to get too spiritual about it, but like, it's about connection. It is about our connection to ourselves and to the planet and to each other. And those are the main things that we have been sundered from by this system.
Yeah, that really was incredible. That was awesome to see. And really does, leading by example is a really great way to kick things off and just inspire folks, because that is really inspirational. I've grown food in Jamaica where it was much easier, and then grown just very small, did really small grows, a couple tomato plants here, and just some basic herbs, and that was really intense and awesome to see. Just the modular nature of it, like you said, in the it's something that you can have one pot, you can put down 10 or 15 or many more, and so that was really awesome to see. Thank you for sharing.
One other thing that I forgot to mention is the rooftop garden idea. I thought of it mostly because every time we have any significant rain in New York at this point, it's major flooding. Like it can rain it seems like it rains for like 10 minutes and there's water everywhere, right? And having community gardens, having small space gardens, that helps with water sequestration. It slows down how fast water gets from the sky into the sewers. And so, it's just another practical, to me, it's all about the practical magic of existence, and about using the things that are happening, just saying like, oh, okay, we have this problem. Oh, here's how we can solve that problem and also solve this other problem at the same time.
Yeah, that was great.
Oh, Logan, thank you so much. Kahmali, go ahead.
No, by all means, jump in, Josanna.
Going back into the and there's a strike world with the type of work Logan's doing, because this to me is deeply connected, because that's how the farmers in India are able to keep on strike. They are being fed by the community, because there's no strike fund or something. They just had to stop because the big corporations were taking over their work, and they were suffering, they were miserable, and then and it's beautiful to see how the elderly will strike and the younger will be working, and then they switch. It's this beautiful harmony. Ed, Chris, you have been in, and also Marco, please jump in whenever. You have been in strikes. Did you see a sense of community in the movement here in the US? What is the impression that you have with this, that you already is your experience?
I'll pipe up, Townsend here. The community that forms in a strike is kind of like no other, or at least no other that I've ever seen, because you're out there, and especially in the time that I've been in the labor movement, that it could be your last day at work, the day that you walk out. I mean, the laws in this country are pretty flimsy and poorly enforced. So if you go out that door and take up the picket, then it's only a hop and a skip to say that you quit. And I should say this, let me digress for a second. On the strike question generally, we're actually living through a gigantic strike wave right now, but it's not a strike as we would think of it. It's called I Quit. We have millions, and you see this in the news. The bosses are just all the kind, oh my God, they all quit and they won't work here. Well, that's it's an individualized form of a strike in a way, or at least you could draw that conclusion. And you sort of have to applaud it. But of course, you also look at it and think, well, the reason they're quitting is that these jobs are frequently just crappy and low paid and all this. And of course, you would hope that if enough folks would stay on that job and try to organize, maybe you could do it. I always used to say to people, the difference between Ford Motor and McDonald's is one has a union and the other doesn't. These companies can pay. You have to make them pay. That's the piece. So anyway, I digressed on a situation a little bit there. But anyway, back on the strike, mutual aid, I guess, that we throw together for strikes. It's amazing. I mean, a lot of amazing things. I went and got, I guess I'll just offer my own anecdote. We've had a number of strikes in ATU, and when it's cold, you got to have some heat. So you burn wood in a barrel. Everybody's been by the picket line with a stinky wood barrel burning away, but you better have that. So anyway, I got the blueprints from the Draftsmen's Union, the Boeing Draftsmen's Union. I know a guy, and I got the what do you call it? The blueprints where you can build a picket barrel that you can cook on, and it has a smokestack so you don't get gassed out, you know. So anyway, I became the expert. I didn't actually build it, but I found the guy that could. So we built a whole bunch of these things. What an amazing difference it made in the picket line, where people could come, stand around, stay warmer, and eat right there, and not just eat pizza and junk that people would deliver out of goodness of their heart, but it was just not really passable as a diet. But anyway, the last thing I'll say on this is that the whole concept of strike relief, strike kitchens, strike pay gets kind of a mixed connotation. It's a wonderful creative thing, and as the number of strikes over the decades have diminished, the strike kitchen and strike relief knowledge has diminished with it. So I venture to say, based on some of what you all have been presenting here today, the labor movement may actually have to relearn some of these skills and could learn quite a bit from you all. You know, so anyway, it's a difficult piece of every strike, but you know, strikes can sometimes be won or lost based on how well you take care of people's daily needs. So,
right. Yeah, I would say no. All right. No.
Can I ask Ed and Chris a question, and then you embed it in there? I wanted to know if choosing cities, if we were going to try to like select a city for a strike, would ideally be in a city that would have a large number of workers that had quit, so that people can do, you know, side part-time jobs, other ways to also supplement their work. I know when my dad was on a near year-long strike, he worked night job in order to do the picket line. So I was thinking about that as a question for you.
I think that the current situation is more akin to people. It needs organization. And I don't think that at this point, realistically, that you can start saying, well, we're going to pick Pittsburgh, New York City, wherever for a strike, because there's anger, there's discontent, and there's individualized spontaneity, but it isn't coordinated yet. It isn't collectively together. So when people have a strike, they have to kind of realize they're doing this for a reason. To make a point, to get material or other benefits. And so at this point, we need to get more organized. That's all I can say. And I guess leading into that is that the idea of the strike fund is right into what Logan was saying. It's essentially being more of a human and realizing that your humanity is there together, and reaching out to the community and the community reaching out to the strikers, because they realize they have a mutual self-interest. And the issue about India, the farmers, they have a strong left political parties there. And I think in that is also, you know, you can't do these things until you have more political, and people say, oh, we're human, we don't want to have politics. Well, hey, that's life. Who's going to organize this? Who's going to figure it out how to do it all? Somebody has to do it, and they have to have. And I go back to my last thing would be, even if you have a union, and even if you're organized, if you go back into the 1980s and the 1970s, and every single industry that collapsed in the United States was literally fully unionized. The airline industry, the steel industry, the rubber industry, the chemical industries. And they went out, they collapsed, and the community suffered with literal whimpering of a fight. And we can get into and it gets back to my point that you need ideology, you need thinking, you need consciousness that's contrary to the mentality of consumerism and just me. And you could take that however you want, but collecting dues, raise some of the salaries, but when the bosses decided to fight, people just threw their hands up. The steel workers, there's hundreds of thousands of jobs were lost in Western Pennsylvania, and you know, they didn't do anything. They literally did nothing. And so what's the answer to that? People say the hell with the union or the hell with communities. We can't do that. We have to kind of come to the conclusion that we got to get ourselves organized in a new way, new thinking.
Yes, yes. IndyLeft, you had something to say.
Well, sure. I mean, this is all amazing stuff. And yes, the big thing with mutual aid, and I love saying it, my favorite line: help the person next to you who needs help. I mean, it's literally that simple. If they need a coat, you give them a coat. If they need food, we help them with food. They need money for gas. They need their car fixed. We figure out a way through mutual aid and through mutual society to figure out someone who knows somebody who can help them with that. And we started doing that just ourselves, just very small in the just in the independent space for streamers. For example, you see the INN logo on my bird there. We've actually decided to put together and pool our resources to help each other improve, and we're just doing that as mutual aid for each other, and it's little things like that where we're helping each other get better, and that's going to improve the community, and that's going to help everyone figure out ideas and solutions and bring people together and have collaborations that people didn't even imagine were possible before. It's wild.
I want to share what Nas Quaker to explain to us, and I hope today it happens. Okay. Is the I just want to get the right thing in the front. Just a second. So is it on there?
Yeah, it is. Starting.
Okay, so my computer's a bit slow today, but you can explain to us what's that quicker, please. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a tweet that's out there. It has 3 photos. This is from Browning, Montana, and it's part of a collaborative group called Fast Blackfeet. And they are working for food sovereignty amongst the Blackfeet in the area, which includes trying to create a bringing in more buffalo so that the community is reestablishing themselves to their own traditional foods. But Blackfeet have a history of starvation in the United States because of the oppression and genocide of the United States. And so this particular school bus was transformed with like maybe about $2,000. And one of the pictures in here is a picture of the hotline. I don't know, that was what we called it in school. It was the hotline way in the back where it has all of the containers to share the chilies and the hot stuff. And then the little kids can come in from their house to sit in the benches together, because it wasn't all right to just give kids food on their steps and they go inside their house, because the community eats together. And so they needed to have solutions that help them to meet the needs of their community, to stay in solidarity, and to have food in large family communities. That's kind of repetitive, but you get what I mean. And so, it didn't take a lot of money for them to do this. And it really is something that serves their community well.
Nice.
Thanks for showing that.
I want to get Marco in. Marco, increase, please. Go ahead.
No, Marco, I'll follow.
Okay.
Oh, there's a lot to talk about. I'm not sure where to go with it exactly, but I mean, some thoughts. Unions have. Oh God, I'm sorry. I've really lost my train of thought.
That's okay.
Is there a question? Maybe you can give me a prompt. I'm sorry.
Marco, you want me to bail you out? I'll jump back in
Sure, yeah, you can bail me
if
out,
you
yeah,
want.
please.
Yeah, no problem. I know the feeling. Now, one thing I'll mention, and I really hate to spoil such a wonderful gathering with a plug for Facebook, but if any of you want to go to my Facebook page, I mean, it's the one electronic gadget I know how to work. My young staff convinced me to do it. But anyway, the reason I mention it is, if you find me, Chris Townsend, ATU, I'm not sure how you search Facebook, but you can see me, so maybe you can see what pops up. If you scroll down about 2 or 3 days or whatever it is, the last week, I have posted a little pamphlet, a reference to a little pamphlet called Problems of Strike Strategy from 1929, of all things. It's a very battered old pamphlet that I inherited from some of the old timers. And it's a fascinating little pamphlet where the left wing at that time, primarily communist, but not only, gathered in Stuttgart, Germany to deal with, at that time, what was the strike wave, such as it was, only a few months before the Great Depression kicked off. And anyway, when you go through that pamphlet, to me, it was always fascinating. It's the closest thing to a little miniature man. Yeah, there it is. Boy, the technology. It was by Lazovsky, who was the Soviet trade union representative at the time, and Bill Dunn, who was a member of the Communist Party in the United States. And anyway, I should say this. The entire pamphlet is not here, but if you go through the comments, this is one of the magic things to me of Facebook, is that I put this up here, and it was only a few minutes and somebody came on and found a version of this online. So that's what I'm saying. If you go down through the comments, just a couple of comments, you'll see a link to the piece here. Now, maybe the one thing I want to mention here is an awful lot of things that we just talked about. We're here, solidarity involving the community, mutual aid, and all these kinds of things. But the one thing I want to say here, this also deals with bringing political content to strikes and other things. I can't see it really at this point. All of you can explore it at your leisure if you're interested in it. But I mean, and this is certainly not the last word on strike struggle. But it's an old piece that I had, and it kind of helped me along through the years. Young workers I see mentioned here, dealing with women, the particular problems of women and children that come to need to be cared for. I know when I glanced at it the last time, there was something about conducting strikes in fascist situations, fascist government situations. So anyway, it's an interesting document. The last thing I'll say is that one of the more fascinating pieces of that thing was and this is maybe for all of us to discover and explore this, but what are the different kinds of strikes? I think when Josanna got a hold of me, one of them was a general strike discussion. Well, there are, I think, 12 or 11 different kinds of strikes. Political strikes, wildcat strikes, intermittent strikes, general strikes, economic strikes. I'm starting to repeat, but you go through this, defensive strikes, all manner of characteristics of these things. So anyway, maybe I just drop this out there again, please, not to advertise Facebook, but that's the only way I have to publicize it. But please, if you're interested in this and you have a reason to, either as a worker or somebody who's standing in solidarity with us, get into this detail of how strikes work. And I think it will help you, because not only it will demystify some of it, but some of what we commonly believe as leftists is wrong. Some of it. That's maybe another discussion. But I mean, some of what we believe is either fanciful thinking, or it's just wrong, or it's hopeful and it's not scientific. So anyway, enhancing your individual knowledge about sort of how this works, this being just one piece of it, I think you'll find yourself the beneficiary of it. So thanks.
Yeah, there is something I feel I can chime in from my experience. We ran our campaign out of a political action committee, which is a tax-exempt nonprofit business. Our organization, Portland DSA, is a 501c4 nonprofit worker cooperative. You have 501c4s, 501c3s, 501c6s, corporations, LLCs. All these different capitalist business institutions that exist can all be created in a worker co-op model, a socialist model. And these businesses and this money can move around these different organizations. And this is what funds the union strike funds. This is what can fund salting campaigns that pays workers to salt a business and pay them the difference to a living wage. The money to, the union can fund a ballot measure to get whatever they want passed. The union can fund someone from the People's Party, someone from the Green Party to run for office. And this is sort of like that, building that dual power is by seizing the means of production. The workers their labor is extracted, and the capitalists use that labor to buy the government. When the workers take that away from the capitalists and have it themselves, they can build the government they want the same way the capitalists do it. And that's, the dual power organized.
Well said, Marco. Thanks for that. I'm just sharing on screen too right now for everyone. I did find what Chris was referring to, the full document, and what I'll do now is I'll also share a link to that in the chat in case it hasn't already been. I know we got some great folks in the chat right now that are already like pulling things up and sharing, so it may have already been shared, but I'll share it again just in case. This is where you can find the full sorry, I said it's the link to Chris's post, but it's actually what Chris's post was referring to. I should have said, so I apologize for that. But this is what the full document that you can find. You can explore and navigate around that, and I think that this is a really good piece of material on some good reading for anyone that's interested in organizing a strike, it looks like.
Awesome. So I feel like I learned so much just in this panel right now and the whole summit. I think we can get some common points. So we need strike funds to help our people in strikes that are also non-union. We need mutual aid, and we need to feed the people. And most of all, we need to seize the means of production. And how can we get there? I totally think that co-ops are a way to get there, because sometimes you say seizing the means of production, and it goes like all over. And I think that by creating a cooperative, say that word in English for me, Kahmali. Cooperative.
Cooperative.
Yes. That's a good way to go. That's a good way to start. I would like to get your final thoughts, each and every one of you in the panel, while Kahmali shows us the document. I might start with Ed. Oh, Ed's muted. I'm gonna mute him.
I guess,
there you go, Ed.
Yes, thank you. I guess the question is, what is the intermediary form or organizing of a co-op to disrupt or to change the system? Is that kind of what you're okay. I would say that in general, organizing of a co-op on theory is a good practical local initiative that can have like positive effects on doing things on a local level. However, that would be the subject of whether a co-op can actually side by side transform monopoly capital is, I think, it can't happen. There's just no way that a capitalist in this day and age is going to. You can't compete with with a co-op. And the other thing is thinking of the co-op. How is the co-op organized as opposed to, let's say, socialism? Because let's say I'm organizing nurses and doctors in a hospital. And they might say, well, this is good for us in our individual co-op hospital, but you really need to have an ideology that benefits everyone in society. And if you have co-ops all around, they might say, well, my co-op is different than your co-op. And instead of what I would argue is we should have more of a thinking of cooperative thinking in the benefit of humankind or everybody in society, and that how workers fit into that and how everyone fits into that, whereas a co-op tends to be too insular and it can just create more problems. And I go back to my old thing of saying, read Karl Marx on co-ops, and I think that is, but that's a subject for another, hopefully another show.
We will totally have you and Chris back and everybody in the panel. It was great. Thank you so much, Eddie.
Thank you.
I am gonna go now to Quaker Socialist. Your final thoughts?
This has been fantastic. I appreciate being in this panel. Thanks so much for inviting me. And I just want to say that, you know, mutual aid is being in community, being in solidarity, and offering just a little bit of ourselves, and then leaning in more as we can. It's not intended to be a burden, it's intended to be mutualism. And so find your path, reach out to people, search the internet. There's a lot of resources. Mutual aid is old, so I love the fact that Liv and Rome and Affinity, everybody is just doing stuff. Let's just do it. And I love that. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna go with Liv now. Liv, your final thoughts, your goodbyes.
Yeah, just do it. You know, nothing's stopping you except yourself. You know, you're not doing it alone. You have all of our support to do it, and you're not going to get through it alone anyway. So just do it. You know, it's really kind of, as Logan was saying before, with like community gardens, with tattoos. Like once you start doing it, it's just contagious. Like you just want to keep doing it. It's really like it's mutual aid is really truly like a form of human nature and how we function at our best. And that's really just getting back in touch with our humanity. And there's so many ways you can contribute to mutual aid. Everyone has a place there. Everyone has a place in the revolution. And, you know, just contribute with your uniqueness as a person. You know, just find your strengths and what you're able to give. And, you know, just contribute that way. But everyone has something to give, and everyone is valuable in this revolution.
Thank you, Liv. And leftist, sorry, IndyLeft, your final thoughts.
With the stamina, with the people that you brought on, with the conversations that have been held, with the education that you've shared. So proud of everyone. So appreciative that you included me and included IndyLeft and included Indie News Network, which had five hosts also appearing on this. This is just the beginning. We do need to build a media sphere outside of the major corporate sphere, and I think that INN and FHL and MCSC, you saw a collaboration and a coming together this weekend that again is just going to be the beginning. And so excited for where it's going, and grateful for FHL for hosting this, and we'll be hosting things in the future and inviting FHL, MCSC as well. And again, getting the word out and building that network to get the message of the workers out there is so critical to counter the corporate narrative that's out there. And again, just so excited for the future from where we are right now.
Awesome. Moving on with Logan.
I am just tremendously grateful to have been part of this, and I really want to thank everyone that's on the panel, everyone who's watching. I learned so much just, in this talk, just over the entire weekend. And, the bad news is that there is no one coming to save us, but the good news is that we are already here, and we just have to lean on each other, and we can do whatever the hell it is we need to do. And you know what? We don't have any other choice. So let's get to work.
Awesome. Sharif?
I'm muted
You
again.
muted?
Oh no, I saw it. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. I think that the best path forward is to continue to have these conversations. I think a town hall is probably the most effective thing right now. Go back to your community. If you identify a problem in your community, I'm pretty sure other folks also see that same problem. And I think by having those conversations and meeting regularly, I think it will snowball into having a strike, not just maybe a general strike, but maybe a community strike or something more or less along those lines. But yeah, this is a wonderful thing that the Fred Hampton Left has put together, and I can't wait to be in community again.
Awesome. Thank you, Sharif.
Yeah.
Marco?
Yeah, thanks everybody for having me on. You all are doing amazing work, and you know, I've known some statistic that only 1 to 3% of the people organized can get anything they want historically. So you know, multi-pronged approach is great. Let's get them. You know.
Yes. Now we have Chris. Thank you, Chris, so much.
Yes, thank you all. Thanks for having me. It always livens up my day when I get a chance to visit with the other like-minded radicals and whatnot. And anyway, my only great word of wisdom is if you're pedaling, pedal faster. I'll mention this. We nearly had while it was a ham-fisted, rather amateurish affair back on January 6th. We had an attempted putsch, at least by rightist and fascist elements. Rather remarkable that I would sit here and have to remind anybody of that. But what my reason is that we are living not in revolutionary times. We are living in counter-revolutionary times, and that matters. And none of us, I don't believe any of us here, are rich enough to give up. And then my final word would be, look, 45 years ago, I guess, when I became a young socialist, since that time, we've lost a lot more than we've won. But my life has been enormously enriched by all of the adventures I had through that, including today's adventure to get to meet all you. So, and it's just something that I commend to all, to pedal faster, dive in, master your craft, and we will get there.
Yes. Thank you all for this panel. I learned a lot, and it was very special to me. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Chris, for trusting me and coming live. I'm going to let my guests go because now we have a little surprise for all of you. So to my guests, good night.
Thank you so much. It was such an honor to
Thank
be on this
you,
panel.
guys.
Thank you so much, comrades. We'll
Thank
see you
you.
soon.
Thank you very much.
All right, take care.
See you tomorrow, Sharif.
All right, see you tomorrow.
Thanks,
Pfizer
Ed.
Action, 8:30 a.m. if you're in New York.
So I'm done.
Thanks to both Ed and Chris. Really
Okay.
appreciated all your insight and wisdom,
Thank
guys.
you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Take care. Thank you very much. Okay. Boom.
We got all of the comrades in here. I think I know some more folks were trying to get in, but the room was full. So I know anyone else, all of our FHL comrades here, please, the space has been made available here. So
Yes,
come on
Nick.
in.
I think might be
The
Nick.
water is warm. What's up, comrades? Oh, man. I don't know that I've ever been in, like, this might be the most FHL members I've ever been like on a panel with, let me see. So yeah, we'll let whoever else is available jump in. So what is top line thoughts, man? What do y'all think? This is the wrapping up of the 3-day event. It felt like, wow. What are y'all thoughts? Just throw it out there. How y'all feeling?
Oh man.
So I used to organize. Sorry, go ahead, Sabi.
Oh, I was just gonna say I haven't even made it through all of my new DMs yet, but the ones I have made it through, a lot of people have reached out saying thank you so much for doing this. This has been a great learning experience for them. One person DM'd me and said they learned more from this summit we did this weekend than like in school. So I think, even though I know we got some criticism from people before we even started doing this, I think that the majority of people that I've heard from really appreciated that we did this. And I just want to say, like, I'm really, really proud to be a part of this group. I'm so proud of like all of you. Like, I think we did like an amazing job. Like at first I was like, are we going to be able to fill this many slots like for 3 days? And then we started filling the slots, and then it was like more people were coming, and it was like, uh-oh, do we have space for this person? So I was like, holy crap. But like the fact that we were able to like get all of these people together who have different schedules, different time zones, and may not even be like the best of friends, the fact that we were able to bring them all together, you know, it just goes to show at the end of the day, it's about the issues. And so I think that what we did is a really good thing here. And I'm just really like, I'm so like proud of us. Like, you guys have no idea. Like, my dad was watching us, my mom was watching us, my friends, like students, like so many people have reached out, and they're just like, thank you guys so much for doing this. So I think this is, I think we did a really good thing, and I'm just really proud of all of us.
I literally just tweeted the idea that Josanna told me about regarding the international leftists. Something I already got like a ton of people like, yo, this is a great, yo, I want to speak on the next event you guys are doing. So like this is like a momentum, and this is why some people didn't want this to happen. When you have union leaders actually talking to radical communists, and you had union leadership talking to Rome, who was a straight up communist, and he was like, yo, I agree with Joe. Right.
Yep.
You had a union leader tonight. You had a union leader tonight telling kids to read Marx.
Oh yeah, straight up, right? That show was long.
And I used to organize the I mean, long time ago, it's a World Social Summit, and it was a event that we were all present together. We would camp in a stadium, and there would be classes just like this. And that felt just like that. Even though we are online, we built this little community, and it's just so amazing. Like it felt the same. Like we all together, building, learning for the same goal, and it's amazing.
And that's such a good point. I want to get you in here, James, because a lot of people don't know we're Fred Hampton Leftists. The Black Panthers, they will have monthly sit-ins and readings where they will discuss ideas.
Yeah.
So people don't understand the value of that. The education alone in the revolutionary struggle is hugely important. Not only so you can increase your mind, so you can be a better ally, just so we can also establish revolutionary discipline. How are you going to get revolutionary discipline and intellect? We are not meeting and having these conversations. But what do you think about, James?
So, full disclosure, I grew up Jehovah's Witness. And as many people who grew up a Jehovah's Witness knows, every single year we have what was called a district convention. And at those conventions, it was more like a teaching program where you had 3 to 4 days. Back then, it was 4 days. Actually, way back then, it was even more. It was almost like a week. But lately, it's been 3 days. And so you would have different people come up giving teachings about different things. This was a summit, but this was also a convention. What this was that it was different panels that were learning and teaching about different aspects of coming together, organized workers as well as non-workers, in order to be able to have a strike to push for more meaningful change within the country. And so because of this was a great opportunity, not only to bring cross-pollination between different groups together, but this was also a means to bring us closer, to express more solidarity. This wasn't just a form of ideas. This was a form of connection, because that's one of the hallmarks of solidarity, is being able to connect with one another. And I want you to look at all what I like to call the legacy left, and look at any point in time where they've actually had events like this at all. This is unprecedented, and we are trying to start a model for others to follow in the near future. I hope the legacy left does this. I hope they do.
Hey James, I'm glad, because it took a lot of our time. I mean, we was busy this weekend. But the good thing is now we got a strike summit probably next week that some probably big boutique leftists planning, right? Like I heard they always plan this kind of stuff, so I'm sure they got something coming up soon, right? I'm sure they have some sort of direct action plan, so we can let them take over now, right?
Yeah, they seem like they got it, man, because that's all I hear. But well, that's not all I hear. It's easy to see the hate when all you getting is love. So, but I do appreciate all our followers, fans, whoever the fuck y'all motherfuckers call yourselves, supporters. We really appreciate it because I didn't do much as everybody else here did, you know, and I'm still exhausted. So I can't even imagine how sleepy these motherfuckers probably is for real. So
Josanna need to get some red. Josanna, you've been on here for how long?
I know. I'm like, yo, I had to take a break earlier. Josanna just kept it going. I'm just
Josanna did
like,
a full
damn,
shift.
sis.
She did a full like day.
It's the need to like. That's I will speak to the family now, all of you here, and I am in so much love with all of you, and it's such an honor to be part of the family. And I always had this, and I'm not gonna cry. And I always had this anxiety, like this need to build community and organize and overthrow the government and together get to where we want to be, because the world needs us in America to change things. We are not heroes. We don't need to be heroes, but we need to bring balance to the world. And I think it starts like that. It starts when we build community, starts when we talk to each other, starts when we organize together, starts when we sit together and learn. So I am like, and to the people that were like, people were watching like from the morning to the night and hearing, commenting and pumping us. And I'm so thankful to all of you, because like, we are in this together. We are not different from any of you. We are together in this community. And the goal is to bring on change, and we will. I have hope.
Yeah, I feel a little sentimental because, and Rome, this is your fault, because the other day you're like, Sabby, I'm glad we got you, man, because I still think back when Rome, when I got that message said, are you available for a meeting? And for those who don't know, it was like 11 something at night. I didn't think about the time. I was like, what? And I was like, okay, sure. And then I met with him and Jackie and RJ, and that's when he asked me like if I would join. And at first I was like, me? But like oh man, like I feel sentimental now because I'm just thinking about how far we came. Because I'm still remembering we were on Haps. We were on Haps TV.
I remember.
If you don't know, we only 6 months old.
Yeah,
we're 6 months old and we're doing this.
Yeah,
yeah, that's wild.
Good,
that
man.
is.
Yeah,
we just get started, man. We just get started.
One of the things that I wanted to bring up was that one of the things that we learned is that you don't necessarily have to change the world. You just have to change someone's world. And I think that's something that we learned is that every single one of us, one little itty bit at a time, can do something positive to make someone's life just a little bit better, whether that's through mutual aid, whether that's through a general strike, whether that's even just kind words to someone to let them know that you express solidarity with them.
That was also cool.
Damn,
because,
Alex talk. Jesus.
Yeah, thank you for the super chat.
Wow.
We appreciate the support. Now we thank A1 in the community. It was super. It was cool because we had this summit and I had people. You guys saw the recurring guests that we had on there. I had people hit me up like, "Yo, if you need some help, you guys need some time you unplugged, I would love to help and contribute." And that was the left supposed to be about. Like they saw all this massive uptaking that we had. Hell, a lot of people saw the bad faith attacks on us. And then it was like, all right, fuck it, we're gonna help you guys succeed. Then I saw people.
By the way, just
like,
on that point, Nick,
Nick,
massive shout out to Robin During for all the work that she did in putting together all the graphics, like being so available.
Yeah.
Robin During, like shout out, support her if you can. She's trying to raise enough money to get a a subscription to the software that she needs so that she can continue to do the work that she does. So definitely check out her coffee, support her. Thank you Robin for like the just tireless work that you did. It was incredible, beautiful graphics, like so on point. You helped make this thing look and feel so much more, helped us elevate to the next level of just, that look of cohesion and it's silly to say, but you need these things to grab the attention of, because you're competing with all of those, capitalist brands and forces out there. You gotta, you do gotta have that all together. And it brought a level of professionalism to this that we really, really just so grateful for. Thank you so much, Robin.
And
Thank
Robin
you,
was
Robin.
making these graphics really fast, you guys. You gotta
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
She's a talented woman. That's a talented person.
Yeah.
Yes.
Incredible.
I want to do shit for you niggas. No, I'm playing.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
an
And
OG.
then there is our community that's always helping, like Quaker in the comments, putting up the
Yeah.
links, and Robin.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it was just so much love, right? And I always think that when we have so much love, and you hear the haters like screaming in the back of your head, and I'm learning that in the US is through the bullying of people that they will do it.
Yeah.
Just think, because I know how bullying can get to our psychological
I want to add
minds, and we will
something.
feel, it's like yes, please.
I want to add something to Josanna said, because once again, one of my followers sent me this. I'll probably talk about that later because I want to do the breakdown the psychology of what that is, because I don't want to read the whole thing. I'll just briefly explain it. Like, so when you live under an oppressive system and you work through a lot of different ways, and you take L's and you take losses through the system, aka the Bernie campaign, right? So we had two large movements that took L's to the establishment. So eventually, people with their natural inclination after taking losses is to revert to a mode of incrementalism. And you also, when people do that, they know there are some things that they are giving up in the wayside. So when they see a group of people fighting for those things that they give up for, they feel inclined to join the forces of oppression to attack them, because that justifies them giving up on the fight. So if you don't want to call for a general strike, if you see a group of young black people call for a general strike summit, you have to attack them, because that justifies you not doing the same thing. It's like, oh my God, look at these unreasonable people. Me, I not call for a general strike because I'm the reasonable one. So that's something why I'm about to bring up. It's psychology, and when you know this kind of stuff, it's easy to kind of swat them aside, and I let them hang themselves. When you have people like, these people don't got no UN activists, so I'm like, okay.
And if people were
wait.
attacking you, you were probably in the right path.
Yeah, it was good.
Because I said something about it, like, I think a couple of days, I said, like, one post about it, like, I'm going to be reporting from the ground. We got, union reps on here and whatever. I said it like once or twice, and then everybody started demanding answers from me, like, who the fuck you think you talking to? Like, yeah, don't let that Twitter shit get to your head. Like, I'm not the one. Don't talk to me like I owe you an explanation of what I'm doing. You're not coming in good faith anyway. Why should I have to tell you a goddamn thing? You are my enemy. You acting like my enemy, so why should I tell you my next move? That's a fool.
Hey,
yeah, I was gonna say that a lot of us were involved in the Medicare for All marches, and they did the same thing. So going into this, I knew like people were gonna attack us. Like, I ignore a lot of that stuff on Twitter, but I knew they were gonna come for us, and I knew if they come for us, watch, they're gonna say we have right wingers on, and they're gonna say that we have racist people on. None of that was that wasn't even. It doesn't matter.
Change their tactics. They don't change their tactics. Well, sorry, go ahead, Savvy.
It's the same. They use the same thing every time, and it doesn't matter if someone's on the right or the left. When we're trying to create a labor movement in this country, you're not going to look at whether or not you think these union organizers were like, "Are you on the right or are you on the left?" No, they're fighting for the same rights. But we didn't have any racists on this panel. I'll say, if anything, we brought a lot of people together, because at one point, I think the one with me in Rome. At one point, we had Rome, Nico, and Brianna Joy Gray on the same panel. Where do you see that on the left?
We had a union leader. We had a union leader come on our panel and say, you have to work with people you disagree with. This is a labor organizer, a labor union. These same people that went after the summit, that guy's a red, brown lines. He said we should work with conservatives. The same thing we say here.
You know what?
Go ahead, Jay.
One of the panelists on the disability panel is a fan of TYT and also believed in mandates. I'm not going to say who, but they were like, do you still think I should come on? I said, do you agree with a general strike? Do you think that, we should, be fighting for these different things that we say we're fighting for? Well, yeah, okay. So we disagree on some things, but come on, let's go. Let's have this conversation. Also, one question. How many of you had, I'm not talking to any of you guys, but I'm talking about the people who are doubters in the ether. How many of you had a disability panel? We had 3. We had 3. And this General Strike Summit. By the way, this isn't my first disability panel. I had one back then in July. How many of you are actually getting disability activists on your streams to talk about the issues that we disabled people have to go through, who are consistently and always being viewed as invisible within this country? Please tell me. Because if you didn't have anything, shut the fuck up.
Oh,
because you guys got me mad now. Because here's the thing. You guys are sitting there shitting on us, and we disabled people, we get shit on all the time.
Yep.
And so I said that enough is enough. Thank God CJ was, he was gracious enough to be able to host the first one, because I couldn't, because I had dialysis that day. I was out. You see, you saw me. And then I carried the torch. We were like, shit, we have room. And I didn't want to cut anybody. So I'm like, okay, we're adding another. We had 3. So look, put your money where your mouth is. If you guys don't think that we did it the right way, then show us how to do it. If not, then please have several seats on the ground, because we're not gonna keep stopping. We're not gonna keep stopping. Guess what? I'm already thinking about the next General Strike Summit next November, because we're going to do it again.
And I think we can do it. I think we should, I think we should really look into and think about doing it, doing something, before then, because we don't need to wait for, they always say, a year or annual. It doesn't have to be annual. These things are needed right now. And so, I think that we can be talking about doing another, something else. And we're going to talk. I think that, somebody, had put out the idea of us doing like a sort of, looking back at the whole summit, something with more of us on there, and I think that we'll be doing it internally, but I think that we can do something publicly as well, to start to talk about, what we thought went well, and we want to hear from the audience too. Please, share, whatever your thoughts on what you think went well, what you think we could improve on. We want to hear all that. Like this is how we as a community get together, and our opinions are no more valid than yours as an audience member who doesn't have the platform. We want to hear yours too. So please, share that with us. DM, post on Twitter, tag us all, whatever you have to do, to get our attention and put it to our attention. And we'll try to put something together to, throw out something like a survey, whatever we have to do to try to get all of your feedback. Cause we want to be able to get your feedback, compile it, and use it to inform the next one so that we can make this better. And we're doing it as a community, not as somebody coming to you as some sort of false prophets or false leaders. We don't want to be leaders. We don't want to be able, we're just facilitators. That's all we see ourselves as, is just facilitators. And we're just here to, help lend our platform to the rest of the community and try to amplify those voices. And so we will be looking back. We will be trying to assess what we could do better. I think one of the things that I would certainly say is trying to start the planning from even further out, so that we can really get the, we're not, in any kind of, rush for scheduling. We can try to get in touch with as many people as possible and lessen, lighten the workload a little bit, because it was a very demanding few weeks, I think, for all of us. And I shout out all of my FHL co-hosts and comrades for all the work that everyone put in. This isn't like, we're not all trained, we're not all administrators. I really suck at doing outreach. Like, that is something that I really struggle with. And so, one, I also need to shout out my partner, who was by my side, helped literally with some of this stuff, like putting the schedule together, getting a love you too, babe. Help, was out there, strike, walking the picket line with me, helping me, when I was doing the interviews. She's also, she's in the comments, Tammy in the comments and stuff. You'll see her pop up in comments and stuff, and coordinate, just helping me every step along the way. Sometimes y'all think that it's me messaging, it's not, it's her. I can't sometimes. So she's doing it all for me, and helping out. And so it's like those people behind the scenes, the invisible folks that are also there supporting, like, just shout out to everyone. I think that we did some exceptional work here that there she goes. There goes. So thank you, Tammy. For all that
nice
she did.
meeting
And
you.
yeah, just helping me put together and do the work, because I really truly couldn't do it on my own, and couldn't do it without the inspiration of folks like you. Rome was a massive inspiration for me in getting out there and going and talking to those striking workers. It's something that I've gone out to strikes before, and I've gone in to support and solidarity, but seeing Rome, knowing Rome was going out there to go do that with the Kellogg strikers, was like, all right, well, there's a strike going on around me. Why don't I get my get off my ass and go out there and go report as well. So shout out to Rome for that, and all the work that Rome did, and just silencing the naysayers, because and people want to act like that was some sort of reactionary thing, that we were reacting in some way, but that wasn't. That was Rome had that plan from the outset. We had talked about that a long time ago, and it wasn't anything that we were reacting to. It was all it was proactive, and I really love that. It's been a real honor just to be able to get in here and work alongside y'all. I think I froze. So what's up with my video? I don't know.
We can still hear you.
Just for the Rome point, Rome and Nick and also like CJ, no, JV and Kahmali had to be like a little sesh with me after, because like Rome stayed up with me until 3 a.m. healing me from bullies. I was like, they doing this and doing this. And then it was amazing. I had like a Rome sesh for like healing, and I was like, I'm so strong. Let's do this. Like, y'all should get a Rome's phone call. But also Nick and everybody that like listened to me, because I'm not used to this type of attack. But yes, thank you so much.
That kind of stuff that happened when you're in community of Rome. He would just give you phone calls to make sure you're cool. Like, yo, what's up, man? Like, you doing good? Like, it can happen any time. Like, I know you called someone at 5 a.m. at one time.
Checking on you, because it might be one of them days. Nigga might just be like, you know what, fuck it. Let me check on these niggas.
I gotta say, I want to give a shout out to Nick and Kahmali, because a lot of people may not know this, but Nick and Kahmali was my first live stream, and I was so afraid I was gonna mess it up. And Kahmali was like, let me jump on first. He said, let me jump on with you. And I was like, can they see me? I was like, Kahmali, they can see me. Kahmali was like, they can't see you. I was like, but I can see myself. He was like, you're not live yet. You didn't hit live. So you guys have been like incredibly like supportive. And I want to give a shout out to Roger Meadows too, because a lot of you guys, like, you don't see Roger Meadows, but he's always in the chat. And he was the one, like, the past couple weeks, he's been educating me a lot about worker co-ops. So he's a part of the rideshare that you saw when King came on earlier in New York City. So shout out to Roger Meadows, because he's been like a huge like support.
Yeah, Roger Meadows is awesome. Yeah, I have to agree with you.
Yeah. I saw somebody talking about we should do a summit for every state. I think that's a good idea. Actually, we can probably pull that off every weekend. Just put a tweet out there. We can do every state, and then try to hit maybe like Hades and Colombia, if we can get some good translators.
And shout out to Sharif, because he got me in contact with Ed and with Chris. He also came on the panel.
It's with this
like,
video situation.
This community is just like
a lot of the like this summit being put together. And there was a comment I saw that I was like, yo, that's a good summary. This is like the 6 months to 7 months of everything we've been building come together all at once, right? So if you look at a lot of the guests that we had come at the summit, these are people that we either had on before, or we've been on their shows, or we had a lot of these conversations with these people in Twitter spaces. We might have been friends. Like these are the contacts we made the last 7 months. And then this is like the final arc. Like this is like our end game, right? Where everything come together. So then we like, all right, we're gonna call in a favor from everybody, like every single person, like every show we went on over the last 6 months, every single person we had on our show, every single thing. We're like, all right, we call in a favor, and then that's how the General Strike Summit was put up. That's how literally that's how it was. And then at that point, it was like it was like a family tree that branched, right? So because we had one relationship that we formed, that person was like, all right, we know this union person that you can talk to, right?
Mhm.
And this is how movements are built. Like it literally
Yes,
built like a
yes.
family tree, like a web. Like you
Yeah.
make your close contacts, and then once you had those good relationships, those close contacts will hook you up with other close contacts. Like that's how Dr.
Yeah.
Cornel West discovered me. Like I met some activists. He passed Dr. Cornel West my article, and all of a sudden Dr. Cornel West is on my show. Like this is how
Yeah.
stuff works in left movements. This is why you should meet. I literally said when we first started Fred Hampton Leftists, like I would love to see a Latino version of this. I would love to see an indigenous version of Fred Hampton Leftists, right? Because that will only help us as a movement.
Yeah.
And not a competition. There's some people that pretend this is a competition. I'm an organizer too. Who the fuck these people think they are? Having people watching their show. Like I organize. Why no one gave me no props? Like people say shit like like that's what people was telling. Like why you guys not giving me? Well, that's pretty much what it is. It's not a competition. We never claimed to be authority. We were just the one who wanted to do it. That's it.
Yeah.
I just want to say how proud I am of not just everybody, all the guests that we've had, but I want to say how proud I am of all of you, my co-hosts and FHL. This was a labor of love. Not just love for people of the left, not just love for people in the United States, but this was a labor of love for humanity. Because you all have expressed your love for every single person in this world, even if they hate you, you still want them to have a dignified life. That takes a lot of gumption, chutzpah. That takes a lot of heart. And the thing is that that's one of the reasons why I feel privileged to be among you. And this is one of the things that what the hell? Oh, what in the hell? I'm trying to be serious here. So y'all laughing. I'm like, why are they laughing at me?
Never laughing at you.
I love y'all. But on a serious note, this is one of the reasons why, and I've felt the imposter syndrome multiple times while being a part of this group. But you guys have always been there to let me know that I belong. And I go back to some of those, and Rome, we've had those telephone conversations where you're sitting there inspiring me, and you're telling me, he's like, you can do anything you want. You're strong. And you'd be like, you're a strong ass nigga. And I'll be like, okay, all right, sir, yes, sir. Give him the salute over the phone, even though he can't see it. That's one of the things that I absolutely appreciate, because you felt the love, you feel the love every single time. So I just want to say I love every single one of you, including Afeni, who's not able to be here, and CJ, who's not here right now. I love all of you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yes,
There's no difference between Rome energy, whether he cussing your ass out or he's showing you the most fucking love on earth. Like it's right, it's all the way up there.
Like me and Roby got a good time. Like, you yelling at me, or are you happy? I'm like, what's up, nigga? How you doing today? Like, whoa, am I in trouble, or are you happy?
Oh man.
And JB, to your point, I think I don't like Voltaire, right? One more colonizer. Why am I citing? But that sentence I do like. I may not like you. I may not agree with what you say, but I will defend your right to say it until the end.
Yeah.
So you don't like me, okay, have a seat. Let's have a conversation.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because until it's still a competition, the problem of the competition is that until we cannot be happy for the other or just support their work, I'm still serving imperialism. I'm still serving capitalism. I'm still serving white supremacy. That puts these ideas. There was somebody in the comment, oh my God, Josanna again. How many times she said white supremacy? And I was like, I'm going to say as many times as I want until we wash it out of your blood.
We're here to make people uncomfortable.
Yes.
We're here to make people uncomfortable, no matter what people like it or not. I'm here to ask tough questions. We're going to talk to people that you guys don't want us to talk to. And then when you guys ask us why, we don't tell you guys to deal with it. Yeah, we don't no
deal with
We
it.
don't owe you
no tolerance for
explanations.
class reductionists, right?
We don't owe you explanations. I don't have to tell you what. Like this, these would be the same people that was questioning Malcolm, that will question Malcolm X while he met with the KKK. The same people that like y'all just stay in your place. Stay in your place. You guys are calling us podcasters. Call us what you want. I found a way to put my activism online. If you don't fucking like it, you know what you can do. You know what you can do. You know what I'm about to say. I'm telling you, because all you guys like it's easy to observe and say I would have did this, I would have did that, but it'll be better if you say, hey, I did this. This is where I messed up. Let me give you a hand. But you guys are mad because we won't endorse your robberies on our people, and this is where we are at an input at. You know what I'm saying? This is where we at a fork in the road at. And this is where the divide is. So it's gonna be another divide on the left as far as class. You're gonna see the real poor versus the cosplaying left, I should say. But yeah, we're gonna continue to do what the fuck we do. Y'all can't stop us. It's too late. You should have divided us up a long time ago. You should have put me in jail. You should have stopped me. You should have stopped Nick. You should have shut him up. You should have shut down his platform a long time ago. It's too late. It's too late.
They banned Rome from Twitter like 6 times. I don't know how I got away from this shit. Like Twitter tried their best to shut Rome down. They're like, who the fuck this black dude selling, like feeding people and traveling the country and teaching people about communism? We can't have him on our platform. So I always felt like, man, this ain't wrong getting banned. They think I'm shit.
Yeah, they be acting like when they see me hit that button, you're like, bang, bang, bang. Like, but that's just the target that you're gonna get on your back. If you ain't got one of those targets on your back, you know what I'm saying, or if these people ain't coming after you, then what the fuck are you really doing? Like, are you really making enough noise?
Yeah. I have a question for all of you to answer, and this is something I know you all know the answer to this question, but I want the audience to hear this. But my question, they used to call me that in school. But please explain, in your view, the importance of cooperation and collaboration instead of competition in this space.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm constantly railing about this shit. Like I've been talking about, building a collective, independent left media since before I even joined, FHL, and was talking about, how I wanted to see us, tie our futures together in a way that we, imagine if we had a system where, an independent media where we were a collective of, cooperative, organizations where, everyone was pitching in, say, 5% or, 10% of their revenue, all, whatever it is, whether it's $100 or whether it's $100,000, and everyone was pitching in 3%, 5%. That's what they call, democratic confederalism. That's the system that they use up in, Rojava. And then, what you're doing is at that point, all your economic futures are tied together, right? And then you can take that fund and we can all decide on it democratically, collectively, democratically, cooperatively. What we do we give it to another, do we use it for mutual aid? Do we use it for, whatever we got to do to decide that? Do we help build our platforms up? Do we start to put it towards building a new form of, social media where we're not reliant on these capitalist, motherfuckers that can decide at any point whether to shut us down? We're beholden to YouTube and all these other platforms or whatever. Imagine if we were tied together economically in that way, what would it would be like, instead of people, it feels so much like people are, you know, choosing to try to compete for attention, you know, and it's this competition for attention, and you get like people trying to run clickbait and all kinds of stupid shit and just do the, you know, like, you know, talking about shit that doesn't matter because it's all about like a competition, and you're competing for viewership. And so I hate that. I hate that model. I wish we were doing something differently. And I think that this is a start to, you know, to something like that, where it's like, yo, listen, we are in community together. We are collaborating in a higher sense than just like having each other on each other's shows. Like, this is like, you know, we're organizing, we're having to develop our workplace in a different way, where we actually, you know, do, you know, making decisions democratically, like we're walking the walk instead of just talking the talk. And so I wish more people were doing that shit, because I think that, you know, is there anybody that would have reached out to us seriously that would have said, yo, we want to participate in this, we want to lend our platform, we want to help out with this, you know, that we would have turned down? I don't even know. Honestly, for me, if TYT with their massive fucking platform reached out and was like, yo, listen, actually, we believe in this thing, I'm willing to put my issues with TYT aside to really utilize that platform. Akzam, Pike, whoever it is, you know, they got massive platforms, 1 million plus followers. Like, I would be more than willing to put any differences aside to say, absolutely, to say, yo, let's just do this because I believe in the issue. You know, I really believe in the issue. So that's my take on it.
Yeah, for me, it's more about like, I feel like, again, it goes back to the issues. So for me, it's not about the personalities. If we want to get together and collaborate with people and cooperate with people, we got to, I'm willing to do it on the issues. But I think some of the problems that we're running into, well, now, and probably before we even got into this space, but some of the problems that we're running into is there are some people who don't want to work with other people, not because of the issues, but because of personality differences. And I just don't have time for that. Like, if I'm trying to, like, we're trying to build something and get things accomplished, you got to be willing to put those personality differences aside. And I talked about this Friday night on my late stream. I said that, like, there were some people that were like, they didn't want to participate in this, or they didn't want to watch this because one person was one of the guests that they didn't like. And I'm like, then you're not serious on the issues. Because that's the thing at the end of the day. We saw this like during like Force the Vote. It was the same problem. You saw people was like, well, I don't agree with it because it's on this person's platform. I was like, then you're not really serious about everybody getting healthcare for like in this country. So that's the thing with me. It's about the issues. And I think if people start putting their egos aside and putting these personalities aside, then we can accomplish things on the left.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, and I talked to CJ about this. Like, bro, I'm 30 years old. I don't have time for this shit. Like this whole thing where you guys are being like, I had people like, you had this guy on this panel. Can you put this person on the panel? And my response to them always was no. What the fuck? Are you a cop? Like, what kind of cop shit is this? Like, this cancel culture shit. I remember when we was talking about cancel culture, I was clear that cancel culture is a cultural war boogeyman that they created. There's simply consequences for your actions. So there's no, in the reality, the capitalist class, the ruling class is not being canceled, right? That's my take. But a lot of what you guys want to do, you guys want to make it true. You know, like, you guys almost want it to be a thing. And there are a lot of people who straight up cops. Like, there are people on this panel who we have disagreements with. I had disagreements with. But and mad respect to all the people, it never came up. But there were some people who just take this person off this panel because he had this one take. And my mind said, I'd rather talk to him. Like, I'd rather talk to him, ask him about it, right? People are like, why you talk to this person? I can't believe you been on this person's show. I'm like, bro, I talk to everybody. Like, that's my culture. Like, that in Kansas City, in the Midwest, like, we don't do this shit where we're like, oh my God, Bill said something bad. We never gonna talk to him again. Like, I don't know how you guys do this shit in the West Coast and the East Coast, because this shit is like crazy. Like, I'm not into this cop shit. To me, that's cop behavior. Like, I just didn't get it. So to us, we like, all right, just move forward. We're gonna be this place where people have dialogue. And if you're upset at us because we have dialogue, I think I'm okay with getting canceled for that. Like, I'm okay with being a guy that people don't like because I talk to people. Like, that's not the worst thing that could happen to me, right? And that's our mindset.
Yeah. What was the word? You gave a word for it, Nick. You said some people have Jimmy Dore. What? You said some people have
the derangement syndrome.
That's what it is.
It's the same thing as Trump derangement syndrome. Like, the funny, like, I want to explain to you guys how crazy Jimmy Dore derangement syndrome is, right? Like Stabby, Rome, JB. I know you guys longer. Think about it. How many shows have I been on? I've been on Lee Camp show. I've been on the Vanguard.
Yeah.
I've been on Radio Sputnik. I've been on Stabby show over and over and over. And I had a ton of guests from the Gray Zone for independent reporters. I had indigenous reporters from Brazil on my show. Josanna wasn't even the only one. Like I had all these people. I have grassroots activists. But then I went on Jimmy Dore show. People were like, why are you talking to Jimmy Dore? Like when I went on Jimmy Dore show and vice versa, people lost their mind. I'm like, bro, you know how many people show I've been on? I talk to everyone. Like if people.
And my thing is like it hasn't Cornel West been on his like Richard Wolf was on his show, you know, like hasn't Cornel West been on his show? Like Cornel West goes on to Fox News. This is my response to people where I'm like, because I got to talk to some folks that were like critical of FHL specifically because of the Jimmy Dore shit. And it disappointed me because I was just like, fuck, man, like I wish y'all would just come on, make the case. Like I get it, you know, it wasn't a bad faith attack or anything, but I'm just like, shit, man, like is that enough to like just completely dismiss like you know other people, you know, that these people that I know that they you know
or a whole
collaborate with? It's like, you know, what the fuck? Like are we seriously
Kahmali.
better than Cornel West? We're better than Cornel West.
Kahmali. Yeah, that's a good point because Dr. Cornel West went on Jimmy Dore. Then I went on Jimmy Dore, and people were like, I can't believe you would do this. It's like, bro, you voted for a war criminal. Like there be people that vote for a war criminal. I cannot believe you did this. I can't believe you went on Jimmy Dore. So
I mean, me personally, I'm willing to talk to anyone.
Yeah, I talk to everybody
on the issues, but I think we can't just stay.
I won't talk to Ben Shapiro though. I won't talk to. Somebody said in the comments, "Will y'all talk to Ben Shapiro?" I'm like, "Fuck no, I ain't talking to Ben. I don't got no fucking reason to talk to fucking Ben Shapiro. I ain't talking to Ben Shapiro." But
I don't talk to deeply. Like, why would you even talk to a serious person? Like, I'll talk to someone who I know. Like,
exactly. Good thing. Exactly. Whoever in the comments is like, "Would y'all have Ben Shapiro on the summit?"
I remember someone, hey, I remember I talked about that on show before. I saw a comment and some person left me a PM once. He was like, "Yo, I'm more on the center right, and I like a lot of your politics. Like, you ever thought about having a conversation with Candace Owens?" And I was like, "What? Candace Owens? She's not serious. She's
we really get canceled for that one."
Like Izzy Paints over here.
I know it.
Ben Shapiro right-wing trolls on. Like, obviously not.
The reason to have conversations is to like actually build something. So I don't think we can build nothing out of the desert. And yes, I am making that joke. Desert Ben Shapiro.
That's solid. That's solid. I like that.
Dusty.
I will always take the opportunity to preach Marxism. So if Ben Shapiro invite me on the show, I'll preach Marxism to him. And he can't even define Marxism, so good luck. Good luck with that conversation.
So
yeah.
how many of you are willing to cancel Dr. Cornel West because he went on Joe Rogan?
I know.
How many of you are willing to cancel Bernie Sanders when he went on Fox News?
Or Joe Rogan.
It makes no sense.
Or Joe Rogan.
Or Joe Rogan. You know, it makes no sense. I just want to shout out my fucking internet.
Bernie, because I want to tell him to his face that he's a traitor of the masses, but never cancel.
I said Bernie.
I want to shout out my internet for waiting until the very fucking. Oh, my bad.
Sorry, Kahmali, go ahead. Sorry, bro. I didn't hear you.
No, I got a bad delay now. My bad. My internet. I just want to shout out my internet for waiting until the absolute end of this fucking summit to fuck up because I'm so glad this shit didn't happen earlier. My whole shit is fucked right now. My video keep freezing. I keep on getting lagged in and out. But cool. Shout out to the internet for waiting.
This person said, "Will you talk to Dr. Jordan Peterson? Why? So you can talk about how manhood is under attack."
Yeah, that's
his whole thing. He's like, "Yo, the society is attack on manhood." Like, bro, I feel like my manhood is good. I'm a martial artist. Like, I don't feel like my manhood is under attack by society. So what I'm gonna talk about with Dr. Jordan Peterson? He didn't just like, "Yo, don't you think manhood is under attack?" And I was like, "No, I don't think it is." Manhood seems pretty good.
Is that the misfit black girls guy?
Oh no, that's Jason Johnson.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Oh god, yeah. That's
so it's just like my manhood. Would my manhood be under attack just because I got a boyfriend?
He's that guy he's that guy that people think he's clever because he talked to like college students who are like quote unquote social justice warriors, and then they're like Jordan Peterson destroys social justice warriors. I'm like, bro, you talking to teenagers? How is that an accomplishment? Like, talk to a Marxist professor. Talk to Dr. Richard Wolf. Talk to Dr. Cornel West, and then I'll be impressed. Like, that what these right wingers do. They will go on the college campus, talk to teenagers who are just now developing their worldview. Then they're like, "Yo, this right winger, he destroyed his teenage leftists. Bro, on your level. Like, bro, imagine me. Hey, yo, guys, imagine me talking to a 15-year-old conservative. And then I go online and brag about it. Like, yo, I destroyed this teenager. See, dumb youth.
No, and that's why Jordan Peterson ran away from a debate with Richard Wolff. You know, he wanted to. He said he would debate a Marxist, and Richard Wolff was like, "All right, let's do it." And this motherfucker straight ran from that shit. He did not show the fuck up. He was like, "Nope, all set. I'm good. I'm good."
They would never debate leftists. They would never debate leftists.
Wait, hold up. Rome's gonna get this reference. He pulled a Yajirobe. You got it right. He pulled a Yajirobe. For all you DBZ viewers out there.
But one thing people don't understand: if you're around my age and you're black, you probably watch Dragon Ball Z growing up.
I still watch
right.
it.
Yeah,
I still watch it. Shit.
All right, guys, I gotta head out. I have to get up.
Yeah, I gotta be up at 4:30 in the morning.
I can't sleep tonight because I gotta do work. I gotta catch up on work that I'm behind on. So I'm literally staying up overnight in order to please appease my capitalist masters. So I kid you not, I will not sleep tonight till tomorrow because I gotta catch up. Because otherwise, I literally am at risk of losing my job already a month into this motherfucker. It's my first job I've had in 2 years in the fucking software industry. So I gotta fucking, I gotta get this work done. So I'm literally not sleeping tonight. So yeah. It's all good.
Thank you for all your hard work, Kahmali, and
thank you.
Like, I'm super happy with how this summer has went. And guys, you guys can. I know this has been a long summer. And I appreciate everyone. Like, it's insane. Like, people have been on this thing the entire time. But tomorrow, I don't know what you guys think. But tomorrow, I won't be live. We got a lot of clips.
I will be live tomorrow. I will be live tomorrow because 8:30 a.m. East. I will be at the Pfizer action, Occupy Pfizer. If you are in New York, please join us. We need as many volunteers as we have, as we can. Sorry. And it will be in the 42nd Street in the Pfizer building. And I wanted to shout out to CJ too. He couldn't be here, but like he was waking up in Eastern time in his time. So he was like up at 5:30 a.m.
Yeah. I forgot. I didn't realize. That shit's wild. 5:30. I'll try to jump on if I can with you, Josanna, tomorrow. Because I'll probably be up, and just to try to back you up for a little bit in the beginning of the stream. Because I know you'll be out there, and might have to, might need a co-host or something. That's like, in a safe.
If I'm up, I'll try to hop on and give y'all some.
Thank you.
I'll be back Tuesday though, because we got International Leftist Coalition, Josanna, and we will have Assault Rod. She'll be back. I love talking to her, so we're gonna have a great conversation. What do you guys got planned? Anything popping this week? But you guys can expect a lot of clips because I think I want to release a lot of these segments individually. So you guys gotta know, like, that's gonna take a lot of time to get that done. So I'm gonna do International Leftist Coalition, but I'm gonna be focused on that a lot this week. Anything else you guys want to promote?
I just want to say the JB show. That's still new. And so I will be doing a kind of a highlights of what I liked about the General Strike Summit on Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's when the JB show airs live. So if you guys want to come on over to the JB show, I'll put the link to my channel in the chat, by the way. So thank you.
Yeah, make sure you guys subscribe to JB as well. Sabby, Rome, Kahmali, anything else you guys want to say?
I'll be live tomorrow night at 7 p.m. on my channel, Sabby Sabs. I'll be talking about Joe Biden not wanting to let people use marijuana in public housing. I'll be talking about what's going on with Kamala Harris. CNN just smeared her and defended Chris Christie, so that should be interesting. And a little bit about the General Strike Summit. So yeah, it should be interesting.
Nice. I hope we don't got a roundtable tomorrow. I pray. But if we do, I'll be there.
I'm not doing shit tomorrow, son.
I really. I hope, let's just get some rest.
We see. But anyway, thank you guys for watching. It was a blast. Hope you guys learned a lot. And stay tuned. Hit the bell and share it to a friend because we upload every single day. Friend Hampton Leftists, we sign out. Take care, guys.